just felt talent.
Beautifully done. I think a solid 8.5 for that.
Didn't know you were going to be a judge with Dancing with the Stars, Graham, but there's always an opportunity for you.
Not going to golden button anywhere, that's a slight problem.
The golden buzzer, yes. The golden buzzer, indeed.
Teams clear the grids.
Now, obviously we're at the Nurburgring. Obviously the main talking point is the weather.
Teams clear the grids.
Now, obviously we're at the Nurburgring. Obviously see the Nürburg Castle out through the window of the commentary position trackside here. We couldn't see it when we arrived here this morning at the racetrack. So it is clearing. You can see dry tarmac. You can see that there are slick tyres on the cars. There's a few engines and
Teams absolutely otherworldly punch.
It is another worldly punch. There is Andre Lotterer, first season in the Porsche, so unlucky not to win Le Mans. And there's our first view of the high downforce specification at the front of that car. Smaller headlights, less bug-eyed, big sticking out dive planes that you can see just underneath the lights. And that was the fastest car over 1 lap in qualifying yesterday. But with the average of the other driver, it wasn't quite to be by the time it all shook out. So Lotterer was just a little bit behind the Le Mans winning car, the number 2 car, Brendan Hartley, Earl Bamber and Timo Bernhard. There is Bernhard. He finished Le Mans. He's starting the Nürburgring in that number 2 car.
Yeah, it's, well, the elder statesman aboard that car, but also the gel that brings together these 2 young Kiwis, as he did with Mark Webber, where Mark joined Brendan Hartley and himself in the car at the start of his campaign. Very much a key part of the effort. Here's the pole position car, Toby.
It's Conway, Kobayashi and Lopez who have taken the pole position here at the Nürburgring. On pole at Silverstone, Le Mans, and now here in Germany. The sister car, number 8 Toyota, it won at Silverstone at Spa. And the 3 Toyotas, again, just unlucky. There's no other way of trying to dress it up. Just unlucky for the 2nd year on the trot at Le Mans at the Circuit de la Sarthe in France. So the grid being cleared, time ticking away, 8 minutes before the start of this 6 hours of Nürburgring.
If you're watching this on the WEC app, amongst the features on there, take a look for one that features the very youthful Brendan Hartley and Earl Bamber, together from the age of 7 karting, that pair, firm friends, and paths hadn't crossed for several years until this programme came together.
So then, we've got the Toyota on pole with the Porsche alongside it, ditto on row 2. Row 3, the Jarvis and Senna, the DC Racing and the Rebellion. Then another Rebellion and then the Signatech. Then the leading Manor ahead of the number 36 Signatech Alpine. Then the second Jackie Chan car, Alex Brundle starting ahead of TDS with Collards. Then the Manor ahead of the Bike Colles cars, had all sorts of technical problems this weekend. Then the Tockwith Motorsports car, that's a Ligier, ahead of the leading GTE Am, a Pro car with the Porsche, the Aston, then the other Porsche, then the first Ford ahead of the first Ferrari. This is all Pro stuff. Then the number 67 Ford ahead of James Collardo's Ferrari. Johnny Adam, he's going to be starting just as he finished Le Mans in the number 97 Aston Martin. Then we've got the lead Aston Martin in Am with Lamy ahead of the Porsche Porsche, the Ferrari, the Porsche and the Ferrari, and the number 26 G-Drive LMP2 car starting at the rear after a technical infringement from qualifying yesterday afternoon. It will be cutting through the field like a hot knife through butter. But Graham, this is a very difficult racetrack to pass people, no matter how much of a speed advantage you may have.
And remember, there are pressures on all of these teams with tyres, and as Toby was taking us through the grid order there, you know, spotted, bookended almost in GT Pro by Aston Martins. And the explanation from the team there is the 95 car used 2 sets of tyres in qualifying, the 97 used just 1. That will give them an advantage in the race because it's got fresher rubber to lean upon. They've only got 4 sets of tyres for this 6-hour race, plus a couple of joker tyres to play with. So let's keep an eye on that. There's other factors that might come into play in terms of tyre choice for the factory hybrids as well. And in particular, the wet weather this morning we weren't expecting has brought down the temperature here at the Nurburgring, and that might play a part because of the choices these factory teams made with their qualifying tyres, and indeed the number of tyres they used.
Whereas if it rains, they can use more wet tyres and then they freeze it. Game on. But I don't think it's going to rain, no matter how many different apps or forecasts or websites you may look at.
We didn't mention, by the way, the third car that will be getting a penalty early on in this race. We talked about the 30-second stop-go for the 35 car. We talked about the 3-minute stop-go for the 26 car. There's a 7-minute stop-go, which will be coming for the number 24 Manor car after Jonathan Hershey, during a red flag period in free practice 2, overtook and then hit the number 66 Ford, spitting himself out. That's just not done, and that did not go down well with either race control or the race stewards. A 7-minute stop-go for that car in the race, and a further 7-minute suspended stop-go for Jonathan Hershey for the next 3 races.
So then, the cars spark into life. Porsche currently leading the World Endurance Championship for manufacturers. Let us not forget that although there have been 3 races in the championship so far, there's been 4 races worth of points, because there's 25 points available at Silverstone and Spa for all of the 6-hour races, but there's 50 points available for the victory at Le Mans. And that is how the number 2 Porsche of Hartley, Bamber and Bernhard have leapt ahead.
Formation lap for the 6 hours of Nurburgring.
So, somebody from the ADAC is giving the green flag for other than number 1 Porsche is.
I do remind all
is not moving. Number 2 Porsche has got rolling. It's got rolling.
Wet. Rain lights are to be turned on. The rain light from the LMP2s is to be set in the lowest mode.
So Eduardo Freitas just reminding a few team managers of how he will expect people to conduct themselves with track limits. We're not bringing on too much gravel onto the racetrack. If it rains, with the rear light and the luminosity of that rear light, he was explaining to the LMP2 teams, on a low setting. So, yeah.
A change within this season after issues for the teams being dazzled by the rain lights in certain conditions.
So, Graham, you know, your experience in World Endurance Championship racing, we've had the big race. You know, these cars essentially designed for Le Mans, a completely different circuit, a 24-hour race. But who and how do you think it's going to pan out with a victor here today?
As always in the FRWC, it's so unpredictable, and particularly these are not ideal conditions. I'm just keeping an eye and seeing whether or not that Porsche did get away. It's a Toyota that's got a problem now, the number 8 Toyota in trouble.
Oh,
I thought we were missing.
You couldn't make it up. We're on board with the car that should be starting from the 2nd row. Let's listen. Either can't get it in gear, or it was having trouble with the internal combustion engine. So let's see if we get any team radio in a moment, but That's really worrying indeed for the car that should be starting on the second row. And even if he does get going, Graham, he's now at the back of the crocodile, and I don't believe he's allowed to cut through and take his position.
I think it's a little late for that.
If it even works.
Absolutely. What we don't know is whether or not we'll have to go to caution for that car running slowly on track yet. Let's wait and see what race control decides.
Because it's going downhill to the hairpin, and will it have enough juice to get up the hill? Because that's a steeper hill than it looks on TV to make it up towards the Schumacher S's et al. Look, now the hill starts.
Very slow.
Very slow indeed. Now, the race hasn't actually started. This is now there's no warm-up in WEC, so the last time that thing's going to come to a halt. That's getting slower. It's going to come to a halt. There's no warm-up in WEC.
So off on the pace car.
The last time that car run was yesterday.
We're going for a new formation lap. We're going for an extra formation lap. We will not have a start at the end of this lap. We are going for an extra formation lap.
Sensible decision there from race control, because that car might be able to limp it back to the pits, and if it does, it's out of the way.
Dollies are ready for that car. It will be fueled and go into the garage.
And also, Graham, from a sporting point of view, what another great sensible decision to try and keep the car in the race, because otherwise the race would have started by now.
I think that if you've got a car running that slowly on track with the speeds that we know these guys are capable of, what you don't want to do is have a snarling, snapping pack of cars coming along over the crest there and into the rear of this number 8 car. He looks like he's going to make it back. Now, he went down, by the way, to low beam. It's gone back up to high beam. I think he's tried to recycle the electrical systems. It's awful luck for the brake crew here. Awful luck.
I mean, the car did an outlap to the grid, and they only do one circulation of the circuit, which is not even 3 miles.
We have the number 2 car, number 2 Porsche, struggling to get away initially. That's there in the order where it should be. Now the number 8 car crawling along, and I think this field are going to pass it again back into the pits.
Yeah, now these guys are coming down to turn 5. The number 8 Toyota is only just going down what I term the back straight before the very fast kink.
Yes.
Behind the paddock. There it is. It's yet to get to that kink.
Well, very fast if you're not in the number 8 Toyota.
Yeah.
Sebastian Buemi, steely concentration, watching his mirrors, looking for when the field might actually arrive. A little way away from him yet. And pace car driver, safety car driver, will.
It's going to catch.
Watching that.
It's going to catch them.
Wry smile on the face of Neil Yarni. He knows this could be a very significant moment, not only in this race, but in the World Championship.
Exactly, because that is the number 8 Toyota that is second in the World Championship, 17 points behind the number 2 Porsche that leads the title chase.
There's the engine. No engine.
That's limp mode to get home. Total and utter limp mode. Get me home.
Oh, it's an engine, it's that gear shift.
Now he's just coming up to the chicane. He'll straight line that, and we will be able to go racing, because the pit lane is in a few yards after we left that number 8 Toyota.
Formation. All cars assume grid formation as they are approaching T13, please. I have car 8 slowly coming into the pit road. I have car 8 slowly coming into the pit road. All cars into grid formation now. All cars into grid formation now.
So Warner Freitas getting this field sorted out. Lights are off the pace car. They've not overtaken Sebastian Buemi. He is in the channel to get into pit lane and into the loving, caring arms of the Toyota Gazoo racing crew. Will do what they can to turn that car around and get it into the race. But drama before we even get to the start of the race, Toby.
Well, the clock has been ticking. We've had 2 formation laps after the number 8 Toyota has had a problem. It's limped around the warming up lap, but it's managed to get back to the pits, so it will be worked on. We now come through the chicane. We come into the final corner of this his warming up lap. It is the Toyota on the pole position. It is the number 7 Toyota on our left-hand side. The two Porsches are going to be harrying it and pushing it. The red light goes out and we're racing here at the Nurburgring. We're underway. The Toyota has got the inside line. The number 2 Porsche and the number 1 Porsche are going to make a sandwich of the Toyota, but the Toyota has the advantage as they go down to the ever-tightening first corner. Massive lock-up by one of the GTE Pro 911.
It was the pole sitter, 92 cars gone wide, 91 goes through and ahead with the 66 Ford right up the rear end of the now leading Porsche. The 35, the Alpine, is going to be coming in for a stop-go, but already in trouble.
It's taken to that grass, it's wet and slippery, and he's gone round like a record. Now then, the Toyota goes down turn 5. Huge battle for LMP2 honours. The TDS Racing Orica gets ahead momentarily. The Tocqueville Ligier takes the position for the Daki Chan car. I thought it was going to go through, but at least it's having a go as they go down the hill for the first time.
Meanwhile, going backwards is the Bike Collis to the rear of the LMP2 field, and they've clearly got a problem with the number 4 car. Meantime, up at the front is a fuel pump problem for the number 8. Fuel pump for the number 8, we're being told by Toyota. That car in the garage with the team going to work. So one bullet in the double-barrelled Toyota shotgun.
So, as they're out on track and they go down the back straight at speed for the first time, it is the Toyota and the 2 Porsches. Porsches here on home ground in Germany, but the Toyotas that have dominated the 2 6-hour races so far this year. Toyota started from pole, it stays in the lead as we come round to complete the first 3-mile lap. And it's got an advantage as it comes over the line for the very first time as well. They are not hanging around.
So Toyota with a tiny advantage over the pair of Porsches, pulling away fast from the LMP2 field. It's the lower order Manor getting around the 37 Jackie Chan car. GT car still well in contention with the rear end of the LMP2 field in these still slightly tricky conditions, slightly greasy after that rain this morning. 24 car has got that 7-minute penalty coming, but for the moment is ahead of the 37 Jackie Chan DC car. 35 car meanwhile making its recovery up through the order after that early spin. Position in LMP2, but it will be a reasonably short-lived one. Expecting anytime soon to start to see the instructions from Eduardo Freitas to the 3 cars that must come in for a variety of penalties for a variety of offences going back to a month ago in the case of the 26 car. This is what we've got to expect in LMP2, and this is what we've got to expect in GTE Pro. Shift around in the order, it's Aston Martin that lead the way with the number 95 car, Marcus Sorensen, taking full advantage of that run wide at turn 1 from Michael Christensen. Fred Magavecki through to second place, so it's Aston Martin from the Porsche, from the number 66 Ford, and then the pole-sitting Porsche comes through in 4th position.
As they make their way up towards the chicane for the 3rd time of asking. Hard on the brakes. Don't take too much of that yellow curb. It's vicious. Aston, Porsche, Ford, Porsche, Ferrari. At the moment, we've had a little bit of a change of balance of performance for this race. Let's see how it levels out once we've got into our stride.
We've seen it in a number of the support races this weekend. Cars struggling with turn 1. It's a very tricky corner. Looks pretty simple, doesn't it? Down the hill, sharp right turn, on camber, then off camber, then tricky to get the power down. Seen so many times cars either misjudging braking there or spinning as they get the power down too early.
And even, as you say, the best drivers in the world in GTE Pro and in LMP2 locking the inside front and flat spotting. Look at the speed of that Toyota as it comes through the quick left-right at the top of the hill, then the slightly slower left-right sequence as the number 35 Alpine is cutting its way through the GTE Pro category that we're looking at here. The Aston Aston Martin leading as they go down the hill. There's the blue LMP2 car. That'll be taking the Ford by the time it gets down to the hairpin, or just thinking the better of it.
Knows he's got that penalty to serve, doesn't want to take terribly much further risk. There is an investigation in terms of the 35s incident. We didn't see it. The contacts involved in that incident that saw the 35 car and Nelson Pancetici off the track. Nelson will want to just keep himself calm, whatever happened there. Keep it on the island. Meanwhile, the front of GTE Pro, Marco Sorensen, well, that first gift wrapped for him by that error from Michael Christensen. Wouldn't have been expecting to get the lead in those circumstances, but he'll take it. He has taken it. He and Fred Machiavecchi are actually pulling away now in the lead of this race.
There is the lead of LMP2. It is the two Rebellions, 31 and 13. In the 31 car, it is Bruno Senna. In the 13, in second place is Matthias Besch.
Yeah, formation stuff from Rebellion. They'll be looking to put the memories of what could have been at Le Mans behind them.
In the meantime, we can see out with the eyes in the back of our head that the number 8 Toyota is still in the garage. They're still working on it. The rear bodywork is off, and there's been all sorts of parts being put onto that car and changed, so they're losing time, they're losing laps.
They've been told they are attempting to change the fuel pump of that car. And already, Ben Hanley from the back of the grid, remember, up with the LMP2 pack, so has come by the 35 car.
Ben Hanley having started at the absolute back of the grid after being put back there in the G-Drive car due to a skid block that had worn a little bit too low, a bit too much flex. So then, here we have the leads of GTE Pro. It is still the Aston Martin, but that number 91 Porsche is looking, it's harrying, it's seeing if it can find an opportunity to get through. Wiper going on the Porsche. Is that because it's raining, or...?
No, we're expecting rain any time now.
Well, the wipers going on the Porsche are on intermittent. There is the Toyota. The bodywork is back on the rear of that car. The tyres are out of the ovens. They're going onto the car. Buemi has stayed in the car, and you can see that the time ticking away is the time that he spent in the pit lane. They're going to put a drop of fuel in it just to make sure it's brimful, or did they do that before they rolled it in? It's underway in a moment.
It has to be released from its own pit box. So it has to be pushed back into the pit box in front of the carriage before the release it away. They did fuel the car before the car came in.
Okay.
Before it was pushed.
Before it went into the garage, so it was brimful.
I believe fuel pump replaced in that car. It is going to rejoin the full 5 laps and a bit down on this field. You'll now see, I think, how quickly the Toyota can actually go here. Meantime, in front of the race, is still Kamui Kobayashi. LMP2 is going to be one of the classes we're going to see some of the closest racing at the moment, though.
Well, we've got in LMP2 the top 5 covered by 1.1 seconds. So with the number 8 Toyota back on the racetrack, Louise is down there catching up with some news from that garage.
Yes, I'm with Rob Lopen. Tell us first of all what Sebastian reported back and what the team have done.
The problem with Sebastian was with the engine. We say it took a bit of as we could locate it as he was on the lap, and finally we had to change the fuel pump, so the engine was not working due to a fuel pump issue.
So he's gone out now. Are you confident, or are you just going to see what happens out there now?
We should be confident. We say the issue is it's changed now with the new fuel pump, and let's see what his lap times are doing and how it continues, but it should not be an issue.
Thank you.
Good luck to Toyota. 5 laps lost, but actually a very quick repair indeed. That's the number 8 car looking for a way by one of the Alpines. Still at the front of GT Pro though. It's the double Danish duo. Marcus Sorensen at the wheel of the 95 car. Dane Train. Now taken fully in-house with Aston Martin Racing. Driver who should be involved with this car no longer the case. It's a full factory effort. 95. Doing a fine job, Marcus Sorensen, of fending off Fred Machiavecchi in front of the race, by the way. Fastest lap of the race at the moment. Just going under the wheels of the number 7 Toyota, 140.633 for Kamui Kobayashi.
Who leads this race? Is that Porsche getting closer? Is that Porsche getting closer? It's not quite close enough to have an opportunity to get past. The wiper is still going. Centrally mounted wiper. Very early 90s DTM, isn't it? It always reminds me of that as we ride on board with Makaviki. Is it raining? Can we see some spots?
If it is, it's not much. It's tiny drops, but just plenty of grip still out there. Big battle here for 6th position in LMP2. 28 TDS racing car, that's in the hands of Manu Collard and Alex Brundle. And the 37 Jackie Chan TC racing car. It's after Brundle made his way by the 24 Manor.
So, as we watch this battle, is there a little bit of rain on the lens? Louise is down there. What's the lens?
I'll just let these cars go by because you're not going to hear me. As you said it, I came out to the pit lane and there's a very light sprinkle, I would call it at this point. So let's see what happens. Hopefully that's all it will be.
Okay, thank you, Louise. I know it's noisy down there. It's going to be like that for the next 5 3/4 hours, I'm afraid. But we are at the Nurburgring, and it's going to rain.
You can see in the background, by the way, the previous shot. We're back with the GTEs now, but Ben Hanley, the number 26 car, has made his way up through all the GT cars, now getting in amongst the LMP2s. 12th position overall, 7th position now in the LMP2 class. I was saying 9th position in the LMP2 class. A penalty to come. Fabulous sound now, by the way. The new exhaust on that 911 RSR introduced to the car for the Le Mans 24 Hours. It just sounds a beast.
This is what a racing car should sound like. That and the Aston Martin, whichever your persuasion. But yeah, this is classic. These are classic days. This is a classic part of sports car racing history, from the pre-war era through the 50s, the C-types, the D-types, the GT40s, the 917s, the Porsches going to Le Mans, and now the current era with the cars at the forefront of the races like this one here. We're leading this race on board with Kamui Kobayashi. We're leading by just under a second from the two LMP1 919 Porsches of Timo Bernhard and Andre Lotterer. But in the GTE Pro category, that will be joined by BMW next year. BMW people here in civvies, looking around the paddock and having a look and see what they can do.
They won't be the last. Watch this space. They will not be the last. Watch this space for news of more cars, more new cars coming to the FIWC. Not necessarily very, very quickly, but lots of interest out there.
Wow.
Scything, by the way, through the GTE Pro lead battle, the overall leaders. Meanwhile, car 26 has now been summoned for its 3-minute stop-and-go penalty for the contact that Roman Rusinov made on Khalid Al-Khabaisi in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. That is the first of the 3 cars due to have a stop-go penalty that's been summoned by Eduardo Freitas for its appointment down pit lane.
There you have 1, 2, 3 in this sports car race. We are with Timo Bernhard looking at the leader. Oh, that Toyota goes. Not that the Porsche is a slouch. Let us make that abundantly clear.
Ben Halley, by the way, has immediately taken that penalty and will be down with Louise, I'm sure, presently.
He's in the pits immediately, and that's going to be a very, very long 3-minute stop. He's opposite our commentary position as we are with the number 66 Ford, 3rd in class in GTE Pro.
On board with a throaty sounding Ford as the second car is now called in. This is going to be the number 24 Manor. This will be 7 minutes on pit lane. That's going to be a very, very long feeling 7 minutes. No work been able to be done on the car, remember? Not allowed to take fuel, can't touch the tyres. It's just going to sit there and nothing allowed to be done with the car. This, the 7-minute stop-go for violation of the red flag procedure in free practice. Jonathan Hershey in the 24 cars. We watched Ben Hanley stationary on pit lane. Mechanics doing nothing else but being able to just lean on the fuel rig. Very frustrating. But Jonathan Hershey overtaking and then hitting the 66 Ford under a red flag.
On the in-lap, essentially.
Indeed. And that red flag, by the way, in extraordinary circumstances.
So, as we come down to turn 5, we come back with this GTE Pro battle. They come down the hill towards essentially the back straight. It is still the V8 that leads, the flat 6 from the V6.
This is the first race, by the way, where the brand new automatic balance performance has come into play and has seen a bit of a Brucey bonus for the Aston Martins, a bit of a reeling into the Fords, but by the look at pace so far, looks pretty Stevens to me. We saw fantastic racing right up and down the class at the Le Mans 24 Hours. The moment, well, there you go.
It's closer, Graham. It's closer, but is it going to be close enough? The balance of performance is so perfectly balanced, but now the Aston Martin has had to make a tighter manoeuvre. The Porsche might get the advantage on the way out. It's got more speed, but it's got to go around the outside into this never-ending series of left-handers in the complex. Can't see a possibility for the Porsche to get through. He's having a look. He's having a look. The Aston has to give way, but the Porsche's now got the outside line, and there's a little bit of damp surface there. The Aston stays ahead. Great racing here at the Nurburgring.
Oh, could this give the Ford a chance? Certainly Olivier Pla saw that opportunity. The door closed in front of him. Just released, by the way, from pits is the number 26 car. That's what 3 minutes feels like. 7 minutes to come for the number 24 and 30 seconds to come, by the way, now for the 35 of Nelson Panciatici.
GTE Pro continues to get closer and closer. The Porsche gets closer and closer. The Aston goes a little bit, they almost touch. The rear diffuser of the Aston Martin almost gets touched by the front of the Porsche as we ride on board with Makovici. Sorensen leads in the Aston, the Porsche of Makovici. Then we've got Oli Pla behind us in the Ford. Then the Porsche, then the Ferrari. Look at that.
Great stuff from Marco Sorensen, 24 now in the midst of its 7 minutes stop and hold. We'll be going back to that, I'm sure, presently at some point in the next 4 laps for everybody else. That's not good news for the Manor team.
Tar temperature dropping. The only thing that's rising is the temperature of somebody's red cheeks, I'm sure, somewhere.
Yes, Fred Makovici looking now for a way by. It's been a great defensive drive here from Marco Sorensen since taking the lead early in the race after Michael Christensen running 4th there now, pole-setting car in the other of the 2 Porsche 911 RSRs, the 2017 car. Sorensen took the lead. He's been holding off the other Porsche, the 91 car, ever since, and doing it has to be said, in some style.
Closer and closer. It was a group of 3, now a group of 2. It's now a group of 5, isn't it?
Yeah, 30. It's the 95 Aston Martin from the 91 Porsche, then the 66 Ford, the 92 Porsche, and now James Collado has decided to come and play too in the number 51 Ferrari. 2 others, the 67 and the 67 Ford and the 71 Ferrari, not that far behind either. Meanwhile, the front of LMP2, Bruno Senna's beginning to get away from Matthias Besch.
There you can see the gap. There is Besch, second in class with the number 13. We come back with the number 8 Toyota that is having to cut back through the field. Lost 5 laps it has after a warm-up lap problem. Fuel pump then had to be changed. As now we get into trouble. That's the TDS car having a bit of a wobble under brakes as it comes into the complex, and now out of it. And the Jackie Chan number 37 with Alex Brundle at the helm, trying to keep up with Collard, who is maybe getting a better run through the traffic. Let's see.
As they pass, but it's another lead battle. That is, sorry, not a lead battle. It's a battle for significant position. Christian Reed holding off Francesco Castellacci, 77 Porsche from the 54 Spirit of Race Ferrari. Battle for second position in GTM, 23rd overall.
The Aston is now beginning to defend rather than take its own line. Sorensen having to look in his mirrors more than looking out of the windscreen, as we are not even half an hour hour into this 6-hour race. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 positions of GTE Pro category. Over the line they go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As quick as that.
If I had a cap, I'd be doffing it at the moment to the balance of performance. Guys, it's not always been the glory days for the guys in the department that sorts out this part of the regulations, but they do, right now, seem to have got a handle on it.
Because all the manufacturers agreed to the mathematical way of deciding who gets what and when and how.
Pressure, pressure, pressure from the Porsche man. But he's got to be careful he doesn't leave the door open for Olivier Pla, who surely would kick his way in like a second-hand book salesman if they do that. 66 Ford is 0.4 of a second back from the lead car here. Half a second between the top three. I think that 67 Ford and the 51 Ferrari, 71 Ferrari are catching this group as well.
So 222 kilometers an hour down the hill they went. That's nearly 140 miles an hour down towards that hairpin. Meanwhile, this is the battle for the lead, and it's got even closer. That was nearly a second when we last looked. It's now 0.6.
Well, fastest lap of the race so far has gone to Kamui Kobayashi. That came on lap 6 of the 140.63. Three of the two. Porsche looks her way through the GTM car, doesn't find it. Castellacci involved in his own battle, keeps his line as he should. That has given Kobayashi that advantage back. That fastest lap of the race so far, by the way, just 0.3 of a second outside the fastest lap of the race last year in perfect conditions from the Audi Monvelotra.
Flat through there, up another gear as they climb the hill. As the leader, Kobayashi now has a 1.8 second lead as they come onto the back section through the flat-out kink. They squeezed momentarily. Leader, then there's an LMP2 car, then you've got the two Porsches, cat and mouse.
So at this stage of the race, traffic very important indeed. At the moment, Kobayashi's had the better of it after that. Just a bit of a fumble in traffic from the two chasing Porsches behind the battling GTM cars.
Who had nowhere to go.
Well, you know, they're involved in their own race. The rules of this game state you keep to your racing line. It is the passing cars' duty to actually find their way by. It's 2 from 1, Bernhard from Rotterdam. The gap 2 seconds now to Kobayashi, and almost all of that came in that moment in traffic. Now top 3, just a bit of a gap, but the 71 Ferrari getting ever closer to the back of James Gallardo. Some great needle, constructive needle too between these two Ferrari crews. 71 car with David Enrique on the wheel.
Ferrari and Ford.
And that was a clash.
Are we at Le Mans in the late 60s all of a sudden?
And another one. Oh dear. That is Francesco Castellacci, and I think that's Matt Griffin in the 61 car. I think he went ahead in that move. Be interesting to see whether or not race control has a view on that. He said it was tricky, that turn.
Okay, is that Senna coming through in the lead LMP2 car? Yes, it is. Cutting through this GTE Pro battle. So keep an eye out for that blue, red and chrome-coloured number 31 car.
In comes the number 71 car. Now, was the damage done in that clash? I think that might well be. Is that possibly a puncture?
Or only 27 minutes of running? That's an early stop.
Way early.
Way early. Or are they trying to get out of sequence?
No, too early. I wonder whether or not is that a puncture or is it a toe link? Is it something that's gone wrong from that side-to-side contact with the number 67 car of Andy Prio in turn 1?
Well, as you look on screen, I'm looking at the number 71 Ferrari that stops outside its garage. They're obviously putting some fuel in. That's a default setting for the mechanics.
That car's going to go in the garage.
And the dollies are out. So it's going to be lifted up in the air. It does that now. The mechanics let the jacks down. And they'll spin it round. And there's a problem with that car.
It's going to be see on the right-hand side of the car, that was the side where the contact was made. And that will have been the driver, I'm sure, saying that something was not right with the handling of that car. The engine cover has come off the car.
As LMP2 battles through the GTE Pro fight. And what a fight it is. We are on board with the Ford in third position in that GTE Pro battle. Signatech Alpine cutting through. And the Porsche maybe giving that Alpine a little bit of space. Will that have hurt Makovici somewhat in his chase against the Aston Martin that continues to lead GTE Pro? To those, and there's the lead. There's the Toyota in there as well, and that Toyota is the leader of this motor race with the two Porsches. So we've got 3 class leads cutting through the GTE Pro fight here. Now look at the acceleration of the Toyota as it rockets away out of that final corner. Through the clouds goes our helicopter. We are at the Nurburgring. There's always a cloud not far away. As the Porsches try and find their way through the GTE cars.
No bodywork damage visible, by the way, on that number 71 car, but just some scuffing around the right rear wheel. Again, it looked to me that the Toyota got the better through traffic there, and again, yes, stuck behind the two delayed now LMP2 cars. Both these cars have been in for penalty stops as the Porsche pulls alongside and almost by Ben Hanley. Doesn't quite make it before the corner, but that's going to be a change there. The two car just balked by the 26th, just almost gave the number 1 car a chance to make up that position against its teammates. Hanley just didn't see it. A little bit of afters there, I think, from the number 2 car. Timo Bernhard wasn't impressed at all with the delay that he got through traffic. Ben Hanley just, I don't think, saw him coming.
Here we have the replay from above. Oh, squeezed one way and the other, and there's just nowhere to go. And Andre Lotterer thought, oh, I'll have some of that for Sunday lunch.
A little bit of a message delivered by the Porsche driver as he went by. No further action, by the way, for the incident involving car 35 that saw Nelson Pansatici briefly off track. All 3 of the cars that had penalties to serve have now done so. Indeed, we were correct, by the way, the 61 Clearwater Racing Ferrari. I said it was Matt Griffin. It's actually Keita Sawa aboard that car. My apologies. Up into third position, looking for a way by Christian Reed for second place now. But this is second, third, and fourth in GTM. We've got well, battle with all the GTE cars in the world in a battle for effectively for first position. And a scrap of Saturday night proportions as 71 cars brought back onto pit road. Scrap of Saturday night proportions up and down the LMP2 field. Come on out, off the jacks, fires up, gone. I'm sure we will hear a little more about what the issue was there. I'm guessing something bent at that right rear corner.
The best data recording device in a car is usually the driver's backside and what the car feels like and what it felt like after that coming together. Okay then. There's a sister car having a bit of a moment as it
wiggle.
Goes down the hill towards turn 5.
So Marco Sorensen is now getting away a little from Fred Makovici. So if the car on the move at the moment, it is the leading Aston Martin. Courtesy last time around of 1:59.029, 4/10 quicker than the chasing Porsche. Never ceases to amaze me in motorsport at this level. Talk about 4/10 of a second as being an absolutely massive margin in these circumstances. It's a minor fumble in one element of a corner.
I think any
of a 5.1 kilometre long track.
Yeah, I think any of these GTE Pro cars would love 0.4 of a second at the moment. There's nothing there, nothing between them. Rubber build-up on the right-hand side there, Graham. Look at the rubber for the leading car already.
Pick up there.
That's been then thrown off after just 32 minutes of running.
So believe 71's issue was an electrical problem. Small electrical box being replaced in that car during that stop. But absolutely explain why we're hearing from Louise down to the pits that there was no bodywork damage on the car. You may well hear a little later what the actual issue might have been. But electrical issue, car now been released and back into the fray, but of course now a little way down on the field, will be left to fight their way back. A number of fight backs going to be underway, including the 26 and the 24 LMP2 cars, having served those penalties, and of course the number 8 car, if you're joining us a little late, had a fuel pump problem at the very start of the race, delayed start for the race as a result of that, an extra formation lap, came in for the fuel pump to be replaced, lost 5 laps into the bargain. Something of deja vu here for Le Mans, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Now then, the battle for the lead of GTE Pro has got alive again. That Aston Martin, Mark Thompson, is not getting away. Not getting away. The Tocqueville Motorsports Ligier punched through. The LMP2 car getting ahead of the Porsche. Will it get ahead of the Aston? The Aston gives space. The Aston's going to lose time here. The Aston's going to lose time. The better line is taken by the Porsche, but not quite enough of an advantage for the second place Porsche to see if it can get past that Aston on the way up the hill. On board with the Ford.
Smacks the curb. The Ford GT, Olivier Plat, battling stuff, and here we go. Another, well, hang on a minute, that's the 54.
Second.
Oh, that's gone by the Clearwater car, and then elbows his way by the 77, followed through by 61 car. Pretty physical stuff at the moment here from Francesco Castellacci. Defends his new second position. So this battle for second place in GTE Am very much alive. I'm sure Christian Reed will be particularly impressed by the contact. Through goes Castellacci.
Reed been hung out to dry, losing 2 places and 2 corners.
Bang, there you go.
Okay, there's your leaders. There are your leaders, the GTE Pro. Aston. Is there something missing on the side of that? No, sorry, it's just the light. Sorry.
So 95, Aston Martin leads the way, as it has done since the very earliest part of this race, after the pole setting number 92 Porsche round 1 in turn 1. But since then, the field has closed up behind him.
Leads this motor race from Timo Bernhard, from Andre Lotterer. It is Toyota from Porsche in LMP1. In LMP2,
it's in the hands of the Rebellion pair. It's Bruno Senna, who's had a substantial lead for parts of this race. It's been reeled in a little bit now by the Sister 13 car, Matthias Pesch. Oliver Jarvis, who did lead the race from the start, dropped back a couple of seconds. I think might well be in tyre conservation mode for that car. So Ollie Jarvis, the number 38, the championship leading car, third. Then the first of the manners, Vitaly Petrov, the 25 car, Nico Lapierre, the 36 in Tech Alpine.
This is the battle for second position in GTE Am. The Clearwater and Spirit of Race Ferrari again side by side.
Clearwater go through back into second position, way wide there from Francesco Castellacci. Kitasawa. And it was again. I'm not at all sure that we're not going to be seeing something with Francesco Castellacci being called for this. It's a little bit too spirited of race there, I'm afraid.
It is a duel, as the graphic says. Okay then, again, we focus in on this GTE Pro battle. Aston from Porsche.
Being told, by the way, whatever the electrical issue was, it was linked to the gearbox on the Ferrari number 71 car. So whether that's gear shift, gearbox actuator, whatever it is, but that's what the issue was. That now solved it. Back out. Astounding, really. Great battling here in the GTE Pro class, but we've actually not seen a positional change yet for some laps, but it doesn't feel as if it's too far away, but it's not felt like that for some time. The number 8 car making its way through to take back one of the laps it's lost to this group. Sebastian Buemi doing his best to make up for lost time. By Collis cars now making its way through this group. Don Kryhammer, by the way, way down the order, way down the LMP2 field. Number 4, 12th overall, 4th in LMP1. The team have been suffering from some vibration issues. And all of a sudden, we're back to 0.2 of a second as the gap. So that must have been time lost in traffic from Kamui Kobayashi. Timo Bernhard, 2/10 astray now, where it had been a second and a half. So all of a sudden, we'd seen Kamui Kobayashi doing well in traffic. All of a sudden, it's swung the other way.
But it's like umpire decisions in cricket, isn't it, Graham? Over a season, they level out. But sometimes it just doesn't go your way. That is what cutting through slower traffic is all about.
I'd say that Francesco Castellacci, by the way, might have attracted the attention of race control. He gets the black and white flag, the warning flag for that lateral contact with the 61. We'll need to keep steps in a row for the remainder of this race.
Bits of rubber falling off these LMP1 tyres, the Michelin tyres that are underneath these guys. As they build speed, 4th, 5th, down to 3rd, 4th, 5th gear. So the 2 gears between the inside of that final corner and the curb on the left. Top gear, bit of a coast to save fuel. Can start to manage how much fuel they use over the rest of the lap.
40 minutes into this race, and we're getting into that realms where we should start to see the first of the pit stoppers, and they should be the LMP2 cars. We have that additional formation lap. What happened here? That was almost going to run. I mean, slightly stumbled over the 98 Aston Martin. Timo Bernhard nearly finding a route alongside the number 7 Toyota.
Here we have it from above. Lead car of this motor race having a much slower exit, and that Porsche chasing. 1, 2 and 3 in shot. Only one Toyota in with a chance of winning this motor race, all other things being equal, but I do have to qualify that because it wasn't equal at Le Mans, was it?
It wasn't. Unfortunately for the number 8 car, rather less time to actually play catch-up here than the Porsche managed at Le Mans 24 hours after an hour's delay, coming back through the entire field to win that race. Astounding race at the Le Mans 24 hours this year. We have had, by the way, the first of the LMP2 stops. It's fuel only for the number 13 car, pitting from second position Matthias Besch and going back out in the car to start a double stint. So 40 minutes on the clock for the first of those stops.
Because we believe the LMP1 and LMP2 cars will have to do 2 double stints on tyres to get through this race. They've got 4 sets of tyres plus 2 others, so 4.5 sets of tyres to utilise throughout qualifying and the race. And qualifying being yesterday.
Remains to be seen. It's just whether the tyre choices that the 2 teams made in qualifying impact on their pace later on this race, because they would have anticipated those high temperatures that the weather forecast said we'd get today. That's not happened. They would have made their choices of which compound to use in qualifying accordingly. They will surely save those for the end of the race, just in case we get the rain that may again be forecast, and they wouldn't have to fall into that bracket. But my guess would be, if we get a full dry race here, you're going to see a change in pace.
Porsche's one way, then the other.
Oh. Number 1 car is the one to suffer there. Andre Lotterer just delayed, ironically, by the team GT car. Kobayashi, meanwhile, has made slightly better work of that. There's a degree of luck in where you catch these cars, of course, but this time it's the lead in GT Pro squeezed him to the inside of the corner. That's given Timo Bernhard an opportunity to get right back with him. Bruno Senna pits for the lead, meanwhile, in LMP2.
As Julian Canal warms up for his stint, or is just doing a bit of, well, his own little bit of Wimbledon here at the Nurburgring.
Also in, Top with Motorsports, and Nelson Panziatici in the number 35 Synditech Alpine. All those cars have executed their first stop too.
Between the Toyota and the Porsche. The Porsche debuting the new high downforce aerodynamic configuration for the very first time. These LMP1 teams only allowed 2 types of aerodynamic bodywork throughout a season: high downforce and low downforce. The low downforce is a given that it's going to be used at Le Mans so much quicker, top speed so much higher than all of the other 8 circuits in the championship. Toyota decided to bring their high downforce kit at the beginning of the year to Silverstone and Spa, whereas Porsche kept their high downforce kit until now. Why did they do that? Why did they suffer the lack of grip, arguably, at Silverstone and Spa? Well, you're only allowed to, you can homologate that bodywork when you bring it out. Absolutely. So you just got more time in the wind tunnel, more data to put into that high downforce bodywork.
This is the battle for first position GT Pro. The battle for first position overall, 8/10 of a second, 1, 2 and 3 in LMP2. Lead car, Oliver Jarvis, Vitaly Petrov in the 25, Mana Nico Lapierre in the 36. Synditech Alpine all pit this time around. That puts Alex Brundle in the number 37 Jackie Chan DC Racing car to the lead, ahead of Manu Collard in the number 28 TDS Orica. It's nip and tuck stuff in every class here.
That was Vitaly Petrov in the garage. This is the mighty 38 DC Racing car coming out of the pits. Ollie Jarvis at the helm. The Mana comes out. And the Lapierre Alpine comes out.
They emerge as the 3 leaders come. They didn't see them coming.
Ooh.
Thread the needle there from the lead car, the number 7 Toyota. He makes it through carefully but safely. Timo Barnard, let's have a look from above here. I don't think the Mana saw these cars coming.
And the Alpine won't have seen it at all because they were so far over to his left-hand side. The mirrors don't have that spectrum of view, do they?
Heads up stuff there for Kobayashi. Seeing the gap emerge.
Absolutely in the blind spot.
Timo Bernhard wasting absolutely no time whatsoever in following him through.
Now, a warning for Fred Makovici in that number 91 Porsche. Second in line here for abusing track limits.
Trying maybe a little too hard to stay with the Aston Martin just at the moment. Marcus Sorensen, Danish driver in that number 95 Aston Martin V8 Vantage GTE. Last year of competition as a factory car, we understand, for this car. Expecting an announcement from Aston Martin on what happens next for them in the FI World Endurance Championship. I'm expecting a beautiful new GTE car from them.
Look at Makovici. Has he got the run up the hill? No, not quite. A little bit of a throttle feather through the left and then right jink.
Did come up to catch and lap the Gulf Racing UK Porsche. Mike Wainwright started that car. A brand new 2017 spec Porsche versus, well, it's fair to say, the oldest spec car in the field of GTE, the Aston Martin Vantage, V8 Vantage GTE. But, well, it just goes to show, doesn't it? The older lady has still got some moves to show.
To the whippersnapper from 2017.
Absolutely. And the Gulf Porsche didn't give room there for the number 66 Ford. Still not by as they go up through the gears. Effective piece of kit. And right behind this car, right up the tail of this car, is the second of the Porsches. It's going around the outside to see whether or not there's space there. There's not. Can he do the over and under through here? But as they came out off the final turn, just a moment behind Mike Wainwright was all it took to get Michael Christensen.
And the Ferrari's going to do it because he's going to go around the outside and he'll have the right-hander coming up. The Ferrari's going to do it. And then we have a change of the lead. In GTE Pro, the Porsche has got through as well. It's all change in the class as Makovici takes takes to the turn. That was a big wide exit on the exit of T4.
And which had just been
warned about the exit of T4 as well from race control.
Well, okay.
Goodness me.
So it was all happening there. We'd said what felt like 5 minutes ago, Toby, but whilst it'd been close then stopped, we'd not seen a positional change. Well, we saw about 6 of them there.
We did indeed.
In 2 corners.
In 3 corners. And it all started with the GTE Am Porsche not getting in the way, but just disrupting the run of some of those cars onto the home straight.
And we can say Porsche lead at the Nurburgring, but not the overall race. Kamui Kobayashi still holds that honour at the moment, the number 7 Toyota. With the GTE Pro class, with the 2017 spec, Porsche finally makes it by a battling Marco Sorensen and immediately starts to pull away.
Oh, did the Aston go wide?
Went wide, saw the gap up the inside. It was a beautiful overtake there from
here we go.
Makovicky.
Yeah, we just missed the beginning of that from that angle, but so much going on for the TV director. Oh,
it was a mistake from Sorensen.
Yeah.
So Sorensen, I think, had his mirrors full.
Here we go.
Oh, contact.
Bit of a wobble.
No contact.
No contact.
No.
Just 3 meters offline. It's all it takes.
He did a beautiful job, Makovic. He put himself where he left absolutely nowhere for Sorensen to go there. He felt as if he couldn't take the line to the corner because the Porsche was in such close contention. It was a brilliant overtake there from Mako.
And look at the lead that Makovic has got, 1.47 seconds after 1 lap. Look at that gap. It's enormous ahead of the Aston Martin. The Ligier LMP2 car is cutting through. The Ford is 3rd. The Ferrari is 4th with the 488 GTE.
Wow. Well, there we go. Phase 1 of the battle for GTE Pro supremacy complete. Phase 2 now begins with the number 66 Ford, Olivier Pla. Now looking to see what he can do about the Aston Martin ahead, but he's got no rest for himself either, because James Collado is right with him. That's how close James Collado is. And don't you just love these aero tunnels for this Ford GT? You can plonk a nice camera there, and you really can get an impression of just how closely in contention that Ferrari is.
I'm sure, Graham, when you buy your Ford GT and you're wondering where you can put the shopping, you can put it in there, can't you?
I wouldn't put anything frozen there if I Cracking stuff. GTE, let's not forget, new for this year, for the 2017 FI World Endurance Championship. This is an FI World Championship for the GTE class, and they are serving up world-class racing.
Down the hill they go, on board with this number 8 Toyota. Hamstrung right from the start of this race, lost 5 laps due to a fuel pump change. Cutting through the fields lap by lap. For him, as we speak, it is the Ford guys who look on. Olivier Pla, foot to the boards. Behind that Aston Martin. Pla in 3rd in class. Porsche leads from Aston from Ford.
3 seconds ahead now, that Porsche. So he had been bottled up behind Marco Sorensen. Shows what a great job the Dane was actually doing in keeping that car back. Clearly quicker in this phase of the race. Through traffic again. This time the Mana, the 24 car.
Oh yeah, just going to say, Graham, you can see how quick the Mana, the LMP2 car is, even here at the Nurburgring, not Le Mans, at the end of the straight as the fuel cut comes in for the LMP1 cars as they try to preserve fuel so that they can get the lappery out of the stint. And it was struggling to get ahead of the LMP2 car just in the last few yards.
Roberto Merri in the recovering 24 Mana after their 7-minute stop and hold. Merri in that recovery has received a black and white flag for abuse of track limits, so he's got to be careful now. Don't think that moment would have actually counted against him. He was getting his way out from a situation where he probably felt he or the other cars were at risk. But he's got to be very careful from this point forward. So race control have got their eyes fixed firmly. I'll get in the right order eventually. There we go. Merri just keeping out of the way as best he possibly could, and did not delay the leader, and barely a delay for the number 2 either.
Well, what can he do? He has to get out of the way.
Absolutely.
What can he do?
Well, we are 53 minutes into this 6-hour race at the Nurburgring. 1.5 seconds separate the top three. There they are in the same shot. Kobayashi, Bernhard, Lotterer, legends all. Toyota versus Porsche. This has been the story from the very start of the 2017 FI World Endurance Championship. They've doled out the entertainment. This is the debut, remember, of the high downforce version of the aero for the Porsches. Tested only once on track before this race, out in Barcelona. Brendan Hartley is getting ready to climb aboard the number 2 next up.
As the leaders cut past the Golf Porsche and complete another lap as they come over the line. That's 30 laps. Only about another 3 laps to go before they'll be coming into pits. We reckon it's 33 laps on a stint. 33 laps, about 56 minutes. I can see Porsche mechanics coming out of their garage, preparing all of the air guns, the fuel hose, the fire extinguishers, the earth lead will be attached to the rear of the car. So, yeah, let's keep an eye on those LMP1 cars. Will one Porsche come in a lap different to another one so that there's not a bottleneck in the pits? In the meantime,
Ollie, what do you think about the balance so far? L'autre flotte sortir, especially on the left and corner. Yes, sir. Copy.
Ollie Pla reporting he's getting a lot of understeer in the left-hand corners, in particular aboard the 66 Ford. He's doing what he can now to get onto terms with Marco Sorensen in this battle for second position in GTE Pro, because ahead, and you want to deal with this quickly, head Fred Makovicky is absolutely pulling away like a train. 4.6 seconds now the gap between Makovicky and Marco Sorensen. Olivier Pla less than half a second though, back behind Aston Martin, but he's got his mirrors still full of a James Calado pedal Ferrari 488. Oh, great stuff in GTE.
Ford defending with Olivier Pla. Will that have compromised his speed on the exit of this corner? Let's see if that Ferrari gets closer.
He's getting closer there under power. Pla actually going a little defensive there. Actually very defensive, trying to take the inside line. Up the outside comes number 7, the leading car. Let's hope they've seen him. And there was a barest of touches, I think, there. Nothing much Calado could do there. I think the barest of kisses as the number 1 Porsche makes its way down pit lane, and Hans-Andre Lotterer. I think there might have just been a brush there, side to side, as the leader came around the outside of James Calado.
So then, the Porsches stopping on different laps. That is Lotterer out. That is Neil Jarni getting in. Let's have a look at this again. This was a real log jam down at 2-1. Look at the Toyota trying to go around the outside. The Ferrari getting squeezed. He's then having to try and keep his position from the Porsche GT behind him.
No, there was no touch. No touch.
But Kobayashi, Graham, he's got to just cut through. You know, the lead is only a couple of seconds. He's got to go through.
Well, absolutely, and again, did well in that manoeuvre. Lotterer on pit lane. Bernhard did not have as clean a run through that gaggle of cars as did the Toyota, so 2 seconds is the lead again. It happens just like that in one corner with 3 minutes from the end of the first hour.
Porsche mechanics are waiting for the number 2 car to come in, and the Toyota comes in as well. So first and second in this motor race come in, line astern. 32 laps completed.
And we get into another phase of this motor race where the other part of the teamwork comes into play. How quickly can the Toyota Gazoo Racing Squad and the Porsche team turn around these cars? Could this be where Porsche can take an advantage?
As they had in Le Mans.
They have indeed.
On pit stop alone, speed. So this is the Toyota. Kobayashi out. We'll get that seat in, It does seat itself in correctly. Timo Bernhard comes out. That's Brendan Hartley.
It is indeed. There's Pachito Lopez, I think, going aboard the car ahead. ahead in the 7 car. So it will be when this all comes into...
Door won't shut. Oh, it does now.
Boy, we've seen some issues with doors this year in the FIWC. The simplest things. It was, by the way, a 1 minute 14 pit stop for Neil Janney.
That's the first Porsche that came in a lap ago. Okay, Toyota down and off. Will it come past?
Yes,
it does. Porsche down and off. 114 for Lopez, 114 for Hartley, 114 for Yarni. All 3 of the leaders in this motor race.
But significantly, it's a change for second position because Neil Janney, up to speed, comes by the number 2 as it emerges from pit lane. So Neil Janney will come around this lap up into second position ahead of Brendan Hartley. It will be the 7, as you see here. Watch to the bottom of the stream. There comes Neil Janney. He's got enough pace as he comes sweeping down towards turn 1 to take the corner from teammate Brendan Hartley. 7 from 1 from 2.
And Janney giving his teammate space as well. Not cutting his nose off despite his face, giving him lots of space. Big team players, rule number 1 of motorsport, don't take off your teammate. But the Toyota guys happy with their pit stop. They continue to lead this race by 1.2 seconds. There it is, leader with the lights on, the Toyota, then the 2 Porsches, 2nd and 3rd. Hour gone. What an hour we've had as well.
Well, world champion touring car racer Pachito Lopez now heads world champion FIWC racer last year, Neil Janney, from Le Mans winner Brendan Hartley. That's your 1, 2, 3.
And 2015 world champion in 3rd position. So
fabulous stuff. Do you have some more GT action? I think we should.
We haven't seen it for at least
Fred Makovicky,
3 minutes.
Just report that gap is going out and going out fast. 7.7 seconds now. The Porsche has got some real pace here. Marcus Sorensen, though, still in 2nd position. The Aston Martin Racing will be delighted with his efforts here. Still holding off Olivier Pla, who still holds off James Collado, with Andy Prio a couple of seconds back from the number 51 Ferrari. Johnny Adam, meanwhile, is about 10 seconds back from this battle. Kevin Estre in the number 92. Porsche, meanwhile, making his way back up through the order. I think Kevin Estre's just been in the pits. LMP2, meanwhile, Bruno Senna from Ollie Jarvis. It's about 3 seconds is the gap there. Sort of equidistant there between the number 38 Jackie Chan DC Racing Team car and the number 13 Rebellion.
Bit of a puff of smoke there from the Signatech Alpine as it came down the hill. Just a bit of a lock-up. Oh, bit of a wiggle there for that number 37, Alex Brundle, on his way out of that corner, really using all of the power of that 4.2 V8 as he's on the way through that right-hander. Okay then, Timo Bernhard started the race for Porsche with number 2. Louise is down there catching up with the German.
Well, Timo, traffic definitely seeming to be an issue on that stint for you.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very close race. I think the first 3, like Hamuya and Remy were the same speed, but it was just a bit depending on traffic, how you catch it. In the end, it was a close race, but it's just the first hour, so it's 5 more hours to go. So I think that's why nobody really risked anything in traffic. For sure, it's the tightest track of all the circuit. For sure, traffic is a big issue.
Surprised you're out of the car so quickly.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was all depending on weather. Normally we plan double stint, but now we don't know what happened with the weather, and this gives us a bit more flexibility. Yeah, we'll see. But I think it was a good start of a race, and I think the next 5 hours will be exciting.
Looking at the Toyotas ahead of you, can you see where you can take that advantage?
Yeah, I see some corners where we have an advantage, and but it never really played out in the first stint. But I didn't have such a good in-lap because I had to overtake like 7 or 8 GT, so we catch a GT train. So actually I lost the in-lap a bit. Otherwise, we could have had a chance to overtake them in the pits, but we'll continue.
Thank you.
We're going to have a change of the lead if these slightly, not slower cars, less fast cars have anything more to say about the leader of this race, but it seems to have shaken out equally for all. It is still that number 7 Toyota that leads from the 2 Porsches. Number 1 with Neil Gianni and number 2 with Brendan Hartley.
And while we've been listening to Timo Bernard, and quite rightly we should listen to him, he's got plenty to say, we've seen a pit stop from the number 66 Ford. Olivier Pla brought the car in, they fueled the car, they just changed at least one and possibly both right-hand tyres on that car. We heard him talking about having understeer particular left-hand corners.
So then, after 1 hour of racing here at the Nurburgring, we've had our first series of pit stops. And inch perfectly stopping was Andre Lotterer as he came into his pit area before Neil Gianni got into that car. Change of position, Hartley goes through. Hartley goes through to second position. So a switch. It is still Toyota leading, but now it's the championship leading car that is up into second position. This is how it happened on the replay. Look at the 2 white cars exiting that corner. Hello.
Let him go.
Let him go.
He let him go.
Let him go. Okay, one of those.
Second Ford, by the way, has been down into pit lane and back out. No tyres, fuel only there for that car. 67. So something around there, the strategy for Porsche involved there.
So it's one of 2 things, Graham. Is it Fernando is faster than you, or is it that's the championship leading car?
Too early. Too early. Simple as that.
In the season.
In this race as well. I don't think we're quite looking at that just yet. So there's something around the way in which the strategy is playing out, unless the other possibility is that one car is driving around some kind of minor issue. That is possible. It may well be they believe there's better pace in the number 2 car at this point. Frenetic stuff. And that's another change, by the way. That is the 51 car goes ahead of Marcus Sorensen up into second position. So after lap after lap after lap, and in comes Sorensen.
Good move that last minute, because he's got people in front of him. Even though, no, he's not got people in front of him because they're quicker than him, but a last gasp manoeuvre to get into the pit lane by Sorensen, who will be making his first pit stop.
Yes, we had both Fords into the pits already. We also had the number 92 Porsche from GT Pro into the pits, and now first the Aston Martins makes its first stop. And that's Marcus Sorensen.
Now this battle on screen between Vitaly Petrov and Nico Lapierre, the red Manor and the blue Alpine. These guys are currently 4th and 5th in the LMP2 class. They are some 12, nearly 13 seconds back of the leader of the class, which is still Bruno Senna from Ollie Jarvis.
Yeah, Lou in the pits, by the way, confirming it was both of the right-hand tyres changed, we believe, to deal with that understeer problem for the Ford. The only other option, of course, was it was one tyre and he may have been carrying a puncture. He wasn't. It was both right-hand side tyres. So you're going to see all sorts of tactics to do with tyres. These new tyre rules this year for GTE Pro, where they're only allowed 4 sets plus 2 choker tyres. Effectively, they're the 2 chokers. They've still got the 4 sets left.
Rubber that's already on the outside of that quick left-hander on the way up to the top of the crest of the hill. And we're only 1 hour and 6 minutes into this motor race. 6 hours. On board, though, with the Signatech Alpine. The camera's had a bit of a knock, hasn't it? Slightly out of focus. 3rd gear, 4th, 5th, 6th. Panciatici at the wheel.
Qualified the better of the 2, has had a 30-second stop go for what was deemed to be dangerous driving by Nelson Panciatici, weaving and not seeing the approaching Tota in qualifying. Leader in GT Pro makes his way down pit lane at the moment.
So the leading Toyota is still the number 7, Jose Maria Lopez, the Argentine, is in that car at the moment. There is the Porsche coming in, Fred Makovici getting out. catch up with where we're at. Toyota lead from Porsche by 1.2 seconds. Number 1 Porsche is in third. The Rebellion leads LMP2 from the Jackie Chan Racing team. A great battle, GT Pro, the Ferrari from the Porsche, but that's going to be skewed a little because they're in the pits. Let's let that one shake out. And GTE Am still being led by the number 98 Aston Martin that started from pole position in that class. The Toyota number 8 had a problem at the beginning of the race, needed a fuel pump change, lost 5 laps. It's got 4 now to make up. On board with the leader, Jose Maria Lopez, coming out of the final chicane. Has a lead of under 1 second now ahead of Brendan Hartley. Here, though, is the number 37. This is Alex Brundle. Brundle's currently 6th in class. He's 3rd in line there. He said it is so mentally taxing to race this circuit. The traffic is coming at you so quickly. Sure, there are less cars here than at Le Mans, but it's a shorter racetrack than Le Mans.
The density of cars is so much more here. And that's the 35 car behind him, not in this fight. That's a lap down, but the car ahead of him, the number 36, Synthetic Alpine Hanzo Nicolas Lapierre, that is in the fight, as indeed is the Manor car ahead of that, Vitaly Petrov. That is the battle for 4th position between Petrov, Lapierre and Brundle. Ahead of them, Senna, Jarvis, Besh, Rebellion from the number 38 Jackie Chan DC Racing car. That's that battle. Well picked up, guys, there for that one. So it's Jackie Chan DC Racing in, at the moment, a Rebellion sandwich. And Rebellion are going to be really keen indeed to restrict the points total for Jackie Chan DC Racing after a great run thus far in the season for the British-based but Chinese flag team. Absolutely awesome run for the team at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Made even better to the cost, I'm afraid, of the Rebellion team. After a disqualification for the car that initially finished on the podium. 51 Ferrari now pits from the lead. James Collado climbing out of the car. They're replaced by Alessandro Perguidi. Also on pit road, the Clearwater Racing car and the Dempsey Proton.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. And that is a change of lead in LMP2.
It is indeed. Now that must have been a mistake somewhere by the 31. Because that, in fact, he's pulling away easily. Is Bruno Senna got a problem here? But he's not pitted the car.
Okay, let's have a look at the lap time as they come over the line. Oliver Jarvis leading that car class does a 50.5.
He's 2 seconds off, unless he was balked by the GT car. Bruno Senna lost a couple of seconds there.
So that's 1, 2 and 3 in the LMP2 class in shot. Was that a little bit of a wobble there into the left-hander? Ah, interesting times to see who's going to keep this one afloat. The start of the race, not quite raining, but dry here at the Nurburgring. Lots of people in town to see yet more history being made here at the Nurburgring. The Nordschleife being opened back in 1927, host to all the great races, host to all the great drivers, whether or not in Grand Prix or sports car racing. More history surely to be made here today in the World Endurance Championship, and a little bit of history, but not good news, befalling Sebastian Buemi on the warm-up lap. A problem with the fuel pump, and that Toyota is already 5 laps down before the race then got underway. The pole position Toyota hit the front, ran away with things, but the 2 Porsches were snapping at its heels. Everybody sensibly got through the first corner, less for the pole position GTE Pro Porsche that just ran on with a bit of a lockup. And then at turn 2, it was the number 35 Signatech Alpine that had an off and already put itself much further down before its 30-second stop-go penalty later in the race. LMP2 wheel to wheel as always. That was the manner with a 7-minute stop-go penalty after a very naughty Jonathan Hershey was in contact with another car after the red flag on an in-lap in practice on Friday. GTE Pro was electrifying. Not a cigarette paper between any of the 5 manufacturers, but in the end, the Aston Martin lost the lead. It was just a couple of meters offline, and the Porsche, Fred Makovici, needed no second invitation to rush through and run away with the lead in that class at the time. Then there was all sorts of toing and froing as the leader of the race, the number 7 Toyota, cut through that battle as the first pit stops then started. There was nothing between the Toyota nor the Porsche team in regards to time taken in the pit stops, so the Toyota continued to lead after that. We've just had a change of lead in LMP2. It is Ollie Jarvis leading the Rebellion of Senna. We are now into our second hour of 6 here at the World Endurance Championship. Round 4 of 9 here at the Nurburgring. That is the leader of this motor race in front of us with its lights flashing. We are on board with number 2, Brendan Hartley in the Porsche, who is chasing the Toyota. And that looks to me, Graham Goodwin, as if it's getting closer.
Most certainly is. Brendan Hartley putting Pachito Lopez under increasing pressure, putting the Argentinian driver under the kind of pressure you can expect from here on in the World Endurance Championship. Cracking stuff. They come across the line 0.3 of a second apart. It's been all changed, by the way, GTE Pro after those pit stops. We'll come to that in a moment, because this is a very engaging battle. This is about Pachito Lopez, who had a terrible start to his season. Big shunt and an already damaged car at Silverstone meant he missed Spa, moved to the 3rd Tota for the Le Mans 24 Hours, moves back now to his full season seats for the remainder of the season, and this is our first opportunity to see him in 6-hour competition against his new set of peers. And at the moment it is ex-world champion, now Le Mans champion, Brendan Hartley in the number 2 car, that is the man most likely to put him under that pressure, and boy is he doing so.
Great shot of these cars as they come through that flat left-right series of corners, a little bit slower for the left and right. That is the next series before they start to plunge downhill on essentially the back section. Just ride with this number 2 Porsche, Brendan Hartley. Just half a second of coasting before you can hear the brakes being applied and the electrical charge being put into the lithium-ion battery from the front wheel, the drive shafts that are feeding, charging that battery as it's on the brakes. These are not plug-in cars like a Tesla. These are using energy and using speed and momentum and converting that into electricity to then charge a battery that then they can use under acceleration and get these phenomenal lap times.
Absolutely, both cars do exactly that. The Porsche, in addition, able to harvest energy under acceleration from exhaust recovery. Some more new tech. Whether or not we're going to see that anytime soon on the road cars that you and I can afford, we'll wait and see. But that's what this is about. It's about relevant technology for future road car, and in particular, that's what Toyota say predicates this investment in this program. It's not just about competition. It's not just about silverware. That's very nice to have. It's about pushing forward the boundaries of their road car development.
And we've seen that, Graham, over the last 2-3 years in lap times. You go back into the history books and see what the pole position time was. Look at the pole position at Le Mans. It was smashed by 2.1 seconds.
Well, I keep going back to a point made around one of the earlier races, conversation with yourself and with Alan McNish, around the aspiration at the time when hybrid technology was introduced into world-class sports car racing, was that you could go from one end of the pit lane to the other on electric power only. Look at where we've come to in less than a decade. Absolutely spellbinding. Pace like has never been seen in international sports car racing. Absolutely astonishing stuff. Punching out the corner, making that Ferrari look like it's standing still. Brendan Hartley, I think, has got a sniff for possibility of maybe...
Oh, yes, yes, he's alongside and he's through! but the Porsche has the inside line, and Porsche lead the race here at the Nurburgring. The Toyota that has led for an hour and 17 minutes just has been put down to second place for the time being. They hope, but now Brendan Hartley has got to get into his stride. Brendan Hartley went from third to second, we believe, with a bit of a let through from his teammate. And as you said at the time, Graham, not necessarily that the other Porsche was weak, but maybe the other Porsche was stronger. And that's what we might have just seen ultimately unfold with that manoeuvre there.
There you go, you're absolutely right. Hour and 17 minutes to have led this race. Now, for the moment at least, it's Porsche's turn. What can Lopez do about the challenge from Brendan Hartley?
Now, what Hartley may have done there is override the fuel cut into the first corner, so he'll have to then try and be very preservative with his fuel, preserving with his fuel over the rest of the lap. He almost a boost, almost an overboost, but he's got to not use too much fuel between now and the end of the lap.
There's various parameters within which this fuel going to be. It's a single lap, it's a set of 3 laps, a set of 10 laps, and they must not use additional fuel. We've not often seen penalties incurred for that because the cars are sophisticated enough to overcome it, but we have seen it with Porsche when systems failed at least once, with car porting repeatedly to take a penalty. That was a great overtake from Brendan Hartley. A good attempt, by the way, from Paquito Lopez to see whether or not he could defend that around the outside. But discretion, the better part of valour eventually, is let that car go. Should mention, by the way, that the other Toyota, number 8 car, well inside the top 20 now, still 5 laps down on this leading group. The number 8 car, there it is in the background behind the 92 Porsche. That is the new leader, by the way, in GT Pro. Is recovering back into the top 20. Still 5th in LMP1, behind the Bicolis, but catching very fast indeed. And will be getting laps back from the LMP2s and the LMP1 privateer car, although not from the LMP1H cars. GT Pro, after those pit stops, and principally because of how quickly the teams turned them around, it's no longer the 91 Porsche in the lead, it's the 92. They turned that car around 7 seconds faster than the 91. Richard Lietz has just gone by Andy Prio, so it's now a Porsche 1-2, 92 from 91. Then the 67 Ford, who did a 1 minute pit stop, didn't take any tyres on that car, and then the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Guidi. Aston Martin's at the moment have dropped back down through the pack.
There you've got Alex Brundle cutting through the order. Alex currently 5th positioning the LMP2 class, some 20 seconds back of the sister car that's got Oliver Jarvis driving at present. There you have the Ferrari and the Ford. That is 3rd in class Pierre Guidi and 4th in class Andy Prio. Aye, what's going on here between this Ford and this Porsche?
That's I think, the change for 2nd position. A little while ago, it was last lap. Richard Lietz, it is indeed going through on Olivier Pla.
No, that doesn't add up. That doesn't add up.
Yes, he does, because he's lost the 2nd position to the 51 as well.
Okay, yeah,
so,
sorry.
Offline because of that overtake, Andy Prio lost 2 positions in the same corner. So, Richard Lietz, ex-WC Drivers' Champion, of course, now in this brand new mid-engined version of the 911 RSR, makes it a 1-2 for the home team, if you like. So Porsche lead in 2 classes now.
1, 2 and 3 in the same shot. Bit of a wiggle there from Neil Jarni as he came through the left-hander. The leaders of this motor race, the 919, ahead of the Toyota as they plunge down the hill. Okay, then let's catch up with Michael Christensen. He's just got out of the number 92 car. His teammate Kevin Estra is leading GTE Pro.
Well, Michael's just tucking into some pasta, but you've come in leading. There's so much going on in the GTs already in that first hour with different overtakes and battles.
Well, it's good to see Kevin leading out there. We were struggling a bit in the beginning, had a huge flat spot from the start. I was really surprised with Aston Martin just pulling up alongside me. So yeah, it caught me a bit on the back foot, but yeah, I'm happy to see Kevin doing well out there, and I think just have to push from here.
Everyone in this category in particular are so strong, and it is so close.
Yeah, it's really close competition, so of course the small things count. So yeah, we just try to make as small mistakes as possible. Of course, there's always going to be mistakes, but we try to be on it.
Thank you. I'll let you carry on with your lunch. Thanks.
The highly understated Michael Christensen, another very, very quick Dane, but make no mistake, demon at the wheel of that Porsche. Straight though, leads the way. Now 15 seconds to the good. Blue flags flying as through, and around the outside goes the number 1 car. It's a Porsche 1-2 in both classes.
Let's have a look. So the numbers.
Don't forget the boost console in this case. Keep your head down. Yeah, I did. I did.
To me like a slightly, well, rattled Lopez. Wet track, lights on. It's been all the way through. It's almost completely dry everywhere.
And the Toyota's got to run. The Toyota's got to run here. He's going to have to go around the outside, but there's a Ford there. He's having his own race. The Toyota's looking up on the inside, and it goes through as we come onto the back section. That's unlucky that he got that car at that point, if he was going to have an opportunity in the TS 050 to get back past the 919.
So all of a sudden, Brendan Hartley pulls out a gap with the battle now between Liljani and Jose Maria Lopez. 4.5 seconds away now, the number 2 Porsche. And has the pendulum just swung comprehensively back towards the Le Mans winning squad. Almost an hour and a half in the books in this race. 1, 2, 3 overall is the 2, the 1, and then the 7. Here comes Lopez again though, trying all he can to get onto terms with the number 1 Porsche, not letting Liljani go. 2 laps back, by the way, from this battle is the lead battle in LMP2. Focus stuff from Jose Maria Lopez aboard the Toyota. He is gradually losing a little bit of ground here. Makes his way through. First of the GT cars ahead. Has to deal with the Aston Martin. This is the 98 car. Lest we forget, the GTM leader has not been headed in this race and holds a 36-second lead over the 54 Spirit of Race car. Lamy starting the car, and Paul Delalan now taking over. And, fumble there for the number 1. He came up behind one of the 2 Signature Alpines, not realising the car was heading for pit lane. We're into the second regular round of stops for the LMP2s now. They're around a 40-minute fuel window for these guys. 75-litre tank for the LMP2 Oreca's and the Ligier. 10 minutes longer than they were managing at the rather more full throttle challenge that is the Le Mans 24 Hours. It's a fabulous sounding thing, that Gibson V8 in the back of these cars. 35 Signatech, one of the 3 cars that has had a stop and hold penalty, and the one that's furthest up the order of those 3. 13th overall. Nelson Pansetici climbing out of the car, and a minute behind, by the way. Probably a mark of the pace that we've seen from this car. Ben Hanley, in the car that he started from the back of the grid, then took a 3-minute stop-go. The 35, by the way, had a 30-second stop-go, and that off-track moment, which, by the way, was contact from the sister car at the start of the race. Saw on one of the replays in the highlights package.
Some people aren't having a good weekend, are they?
Ben Hanley has made up effectively, well, a minute and a half on the 35 Citytech. Hanley consistently among amongst, if not the quickest driver in P2.
Well, he was the quickest guy on the last lap in P2.
And has been for some time.
Yeah. By not a couple of tenths, but by a second and a quarter. Harry flatters stuff. Here is the number 31, Bruno Senna, coming in. And that looks like Julian Canal getting in. That's a quick driver trio in that car, the way I look at it, Graham. You know, Canal, Albuquerque, Senna. Quick trio, though.
Very
right
quick. Julian Canal, multiple championship winner, multiple winner in the classes at Le Mans, a gentleman driver. And, you know, the off-season for ahead of this, particularly this new season with the new LMP2 cars, saw a real battle to get the talented silver drivers into your car. There were some pretty high-profile casualties of that battle. Simon Dolan, LMS reigning champion, didn't manage to find a seat, to many people's surprise. But let's wait and see what next season brings, because these cars have turned some heads. Astonishing pieces of kit.
This is the battle between Ollie Pla and Nicky Thiem. No introduction needed for Nicky's father here at the Nurburgring.
Indeed.
Both this one and the rather larger one over the horizon.
Yeah, that's our hotel. The garage there, adorned with race posters from years past, features both Nicky in his Seat Leon Super Copa days, looking extraordinarily young, and his dad. Updated weather forecast just been provided for me from WC Media team. If you're in the middle of there, 20% chance of very light showers now around the circuit area. Likely improvement between 3 and 4 o'clock. If the rain happens, it will remain light. It'll be air temperature maximum 17 degrees C, track temperatures up to around 22 degrees C. That part of it in particular falls into that area we were talking about a little while ago, Toby, around whether or not the tyre choices that the teams made in qualifying might impact here towards the end of this race. If you went for the harder tyres, that's because you're expecting the higher temperatures today, which simply haven't happened.
And you've been putting off using those harder tyres, almost wanting it to rain, because you're unlimited with the amount of wet tyres you can use.
Absolutely. Into the pits comes number 25 Manakar, that is Vitaly Petrov.
Please stand by.
I think that was saving fuel, wanted to save him fuel.
Well, Ollie Jarvis shouting down the radio, sounding quite animated on that
Fuel
one.
alarm.
Fuel alarm. Okay. So, he's coming in.
He is coming in.
Let's have a look.
Or was it fuel only? Let's watch what happens here. Tyres are ready for the car. Hoping Tongue is going to climb aboard the number 38.
I missed what Ollie said on the way out. We need to see if there are any tyres going on that car. So this battle for GTE Pro continues, but we need to see if there are any tyres going on that car. Can I look out of the window?
Yes, there are.
Yes, there are. Okay, and the sister car is right behind it.
Yep, the Jackie Chan DC Racing crew, Jota Sports people go to work. Cars down and gone. That was a neat and tidy looking stop, full service with the driver change. And out comes the 38 behind the 26, which is laps down, remember. Roman Rusinov takes to the track for the first time in this race. And the car his employers provide the backing for. For position. It's a 95 going up the inside of the 66 Ford. It was indeed its Nicky Team going ahead of Olivier Pla. So Nicky Team begins to make an impact on this race. That is the Aston Martin number 95 up to 5th position. Battle interrupted just briefly by one of the Rebellions coming through. Nicky Team's next target will be the other Ford, Andy Prio. He's just a second and a half ahead of the Aston Martin. That will be a battle for 4th position in what's been a stunning GTE Pro class so far. Decisive but aggressive move there from Nicky Team. And Olivier Pla.
So as this battle rages, let's have a quick look back and see that Aston Martin getting closer. Good run, good run. One of the Rebellions coming up behind and just thinking, I'll let you two guys do what you need to do.
You got it.
So as Hoping Tongue has got into the number 38, Ollie Jarvis has just got out. What's Oliver got to say?
Screaming back to the team, but we couldn't quite make out what you were saying. What was that? Had you run it right to the end of the fuel?
I was just letting them know the belts weren't as loose as I'd like, so the mechanic just to loosen them. But the last thing you want to do is lose time in the pit stop. So
it wasn't the fuel?
No. Wasn't anything wrong. I just wanted to make sure they loosened the belt so they got the hope in, strapped in properly, so there were no issues.
It was a good run from you. It was tough at the start. What do you think happened there with those Rebellions? How come they got the better of you? I was surprised.
I didn't hear all of that, but it was a great couple of stints. Really enjoyed fighting with the two Rebellions. I think Bruno was doing a great job in the traffic. Got a little bit lucky first stint, but I think he kind of got the raw deal the second, and that gave me the opportunity to pass him. I think we were able to get past the second Rebellion because we had 3 really good laps. One set pitted, but the car's good, which is a long way to go still.
Thanks, Ollie.
Well, that, ladies and gentlemen, is an ex-factory driver, and that's the attention to detail that comes with it. With that and that team that's been, well, the class of the field so far in LMP2, no small part because of Ollie Jarvis's contribution. His basic explaining there is that what he didn't want is for Hoping Tongue to get in, then find that they had to adjust the belts with him in the seat. They wanted just a little bit more play to let him get in as comfortably and quickly as he can, and then adjust it after he sits.
Make them too long, and then you can tighten them up when he's in the car.
That was, I think, in the background there, Darren Turner going by the 66 Ford. It was indeed, and the Nicky Team gets by the other Ford, the 67. So the Aston Martins are on the move. So from being welded at the bottom of the pack immediately after these pit stops, the Aston Martin's Dunlops appeared to be working rather better. This is Nicky Team coming up the inside of Andy Prio. Made that look very easy indeed. Now we know Fords didn't take tyres. Now, judging by the time for the pit stop for the Aston Martins, I suspect that they did. So that's now coming back into play. Meantime, at the front of the race, Neil Janney is catching reasonably quickly the race leader, Brendan Hartley. In the background, there comes Pachito Lopez. He's a couple of seconds back on Janney, 3 seconds back from the leader. Short delay to Janney's attack while he deals with the challenge of the 13 Rebellion. David Heimeyer Hansen running 3rd in the class and 6th overall. Somehow don't think it's going to be quite as polite if Neil Janney's looking for a way by Brendan Hartley has happened in the opposite direction, but
somehow that's a no. Okay, there you have it, leading 3 in class. The 919, the 919, the TSO 50. That is how it all looks as they rush down the hill. On board with the 3rd position Toyota. grip, and the way that he can change down so late on the way into the apex and grab a gear on the way up out of a corner, it's just another world. Graham, if they ever built a two-seater, even an LMP2 car, let alone an LMP1 car, we would, if we were lucky enough to have it right, we would just scream after a couple of corners.
There's so many people I like to the in-car of that, so many. But it would be an amazing thing. Anybody gets a chance to sit alongside one of these guys in any car, road car or race car, but something like that, it's otherworldly stuff. It does just bend the laws of physics, doesn't it?
The new high downforce configuration for the Porsche in LMP1. Andreas Seidel telling us this morning that development had got on through the early part of this year, and the data taken from Silverstone and Spa, even with the Le Mans configuration, the slippery, low downforce bodywork. Oh, somebody's off there on the right. That was a Manor. That was a Manor on the right-hand side, coming back from the grass. There's a Manor that's been on the grass there. I don't know which one it was. It was rushing through a live picture, and that was on the exit from the hairpin at the bottom of the hill.
That's got to be Roberto Merri, because the other car is in Sector 1.
So let's see if that Manor is able to get back through its little off.
And if that C car, of course, it's had its 7-minute stop and hold way down the order, 23rd overall for the 24, waiting for Roberto Merri to clear. He has cleared the next sector, but he's 20 seconds, 25 seconds down from what he should be. Well spotted there, Toby.
As they come out of the final corner, though, we have got over the line the duel between Hanneman Hansen in the 13, Gustavo Menezes, the youngster, in the 36 Alpine. That is for third in class. Leading is the Jackie Chan car of Hope in Tongue from Julian Canal in the Rebellion. The sister Rebellion then is third, with the Dane at the helm. And then the American Menezes, who's looking to take that third position, isn't he? Can't go around the outside there.
That's well held by David Heimer Hansen. He's looking for a way around quickly, because coming into the background here is Tristan Gomondi in the second of the Jackie Chan DC racing cars. He's in this fight now. So Menezes, it's not just about finding his way by, it's about defending his own position from the charging number 37. Gomondi, a very quick driver indeed. Let's not forget, by the way, good grief, all the LMP1 cars in the world there. So we got what that is.
Look at that, leading three, coming past LMP2 cars, coming past GTE Pro cars, as they make their way up to complete lap 57.
Porsche's beginning to get to the end of the come past one Golf livery car, and then another very differently Golf livery car, the Tocqueville car with the deeper blue and deeper orange, overtaking three wide the rather more powder blue and orange Golf Racing UK Porsche, and all of that has meant that Lopez is back on terms with the two Porsches. He had the better run through traffic again. Meantime, this time Menezes tries up the outside, didn't work. Remember, this is the gentleman driver ahead of the two pros. Heimer Hansen loving this car, loving the challenge of this Orica Gibson. He's looking to get by the Porsche as cleanly as he can. He's got Gustavo Menezes, now a gold-ranked driver after being silver-ranked in his run to the title with this team.
And here's the Jackie Chan car! And here's the Jackie Chan car! Heimer Hansen holds his line. The Alpine, I thought, was going to go through, and actually they hold position. How did that not change?
Well, Heimer Hansen held his nerve, took his time, made the gap to overtake the Porsche as carefully as he possibly could. Meantime, there's a scrap behind, both of them trying to get by the car ahead of each other. with the Porsche in the mix.
Proving that GTE cars are not slow.
Oh, no, by no means. By no means. In a straight line, those things are rocket ships. Much better aero through the turns, of course, for the LMP cars. See again how close this got.
I thought that Alpine was going to have to pay to get back in, but the Jackie Chan black and red car just didn't quite get through as much as it tried. My goodness me. And so they're in the same position. Hannemann Hansen creeping away just a little. I remind you, this is 3rd, 4th and 5th in class. That is 1st, 2nd and 3rd overall in this 6 hours of Nurburgring. It is the 2 Porsches from the Toyota, 1.8 seconds covering those leading 3 after 1 hour and 43 minutes. If there was a balance of performance in the big class, it's there.
Pit stop while we're watching this is Top with Motorsports. Ligier is going into the garage. But meanwhile, by the way, remember you can talk to us in the booth here on Twitter at Toby Moody, and I'm at DSC Editor. A couple of questions and points coming in. How come the rain lights are on? Because it was declared a wet race. We had rain this morning. Rain lights were on at the start of the race and will remain so. With the slightly newer regulation, as we've still got these 3 cars, leading cars, carving through traffic, under a second between the 3 of them. Spirit of Race Ferrari just briefly holds up the number 7 Toyota. He's through, clear, and off in pursuit again of the 2 Porsches. The new regulation this year for the intensity of the lights on the back of the LMP2 cars in particular to be reduced. They've gone back to a lower setting. The dazzle problems in spray causing problems previously. Lots of top brass at Porsche here this weekend on home ground. Still, Brendan Hartley fending off Neil Janney. These 2 looking to get away from the Tota, getting involved in their own battle here. I'm sure they're far too well drilled to get that as a factor here. Deal with the challenge of the Manor car in the middle there. Manor car, by the way, did pit after that brief off. Jonathan Hershey now aboard the car for the first time. Here's the Tota by Jonathan Hershey. Still clearly see his targets ahead.
And as we come round the bottom of this hairpin, coming up towards the Michael Schumacher S, flat, wonderful. Now this is turn 11 coming up towards us. This has got the highest lateral G put onto the drivers of 4.5 lateral G. Here is the Tocqueville Motorsports Ligier, nose off. Oh, lots of rag. Oh, is there a master cylinder that's leaked? Why?
If that means that's braking. It looks.
Yeah. Why are they mopping something up in the footwell? As we have this 3rd position in LMP2, still red hot between the Rebellion, the Alpine, and the Jackie Chan car. Hannemann Hansen, Menezes, Gomendi.
This is a very good drive from David Heimann Hansen in the 13 car. So once again, this is the non-professional driver of that squad, fending off 2 gold-rated drivers.
You know, he is the Dalai Lama of LMP2.
He wouldn't thank you for saying that, but I know what you mean.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Absolutely.
That's a compliment for both.
Should be. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely right.
Yeah.
So yes, and for clarity, all of the LMP2 cars, all the GTM cars must have 1 non-professional ranked driver on the squad. By professional ranked, it's bronze or silver. Those lists put together by the FIA on an annual basis. David Heimann Hansen certainly one of the more gifted of the silver-ranked drivers. Basically two sorts of silver-ranked drivers. One are the absolutely not professional but very serious about their racing, amateurs. The others are the aspirant pros. It's the up-and-coming drivers that are on their way up.
What rank is Besh?
Besh is most certainly gold.
Yes, okay.
And
so there you go.
The only other area where driver rankings come into real play is here in LMP1. We see again Brendan Hartley with Neil Janney. You are not allowed a bronze-ranked driver in LMP1.
Nothing between these two as the leader comes over the line, completing lap 61 here at the Nurburgring. 0.38 of a second between them. The Toyota with its lights blazing, just getting past the Ford in time. That gruff exhaust note of the turbocharged V6 you can hear over the trackside microphone as it goes down the gearbox. Let's catch up with what's happening with Lopez.
It's middle, but always tricky in entry and exit velocity. We have one more step up on the steer modifier, which will be Alpha 940. And for oversteer, you could try to move more brake balance forward.
Oversteer. So, Paquito Lopez struggling a little with the handling of the car. Feels that's not helping his day any at all. He's, of course, the least experienced of the drivers in LMP1, learning the trade in this. So he'll be being coached through that by the race engineer. Neil Janney, by the way, looking racier by the corner. I think looking now to persuade the team that maybe it's time for him to have a turn at the front. After you, Brendan, after you, Neil.
So that's interesting that it's got oversteer, Graham, because that had new set of tyres on.
Well, they were talking about
they're not double stinting
adjusting
yet.
the brake balance to actually help him there. I'm pretty certain I heard him saying he was suffering from oversteer. Until the end of the second hour, what will be 6 hours of racing around the Nurburgring. You're feeling that odd colour we're seeing. There's a little bit of sunshine coming through. We are indeed. The sun is breaking through here. And all of a sudden, the sky is brightening. Now it's David Heimer-Hansen left to fend off Tristan Gomondy because Gustavo Menezes has dropped back a little in this fight. So Tristan Gomondy, flash of the lights, the universal language for I'm trying to put you off.
Now let's have a look here in the Pro with Am. Two Ferraris coming together.
There's a little bit of elbows there, the 51 car coming. It was the 51 up the inside of the number 91 Porsche to go second. But in doing so, I think there was a little bit of a coming together side to side with the 54 Spirit of Race car. Meanwhile, hearing from Louise in the pits, it was a clutch problem which was leaking oil into the cockpit. That's not nice. That will need a clear up.
Leaving some rubber on the racetrack is Heimer-Hansen. Couple of dark lines being left as we come back with the number 91 Porsche. This is third in class. Well, let's see what...
Copy Ritchie, if the car is okay, continue, we will report. It could be real damage for the tire if you be ready. We will check from pit wall,
Sorry, Richard Leitz, not Kevin Estra.
The Ferrari hit me was the answer there, and he thinks he may have some damage. They're going to check it from the pit wall. So it was elbows out both sides by the sound of it from the 51 car of Alessandro Pierguidi.
Battle for third in LMP2. We come back to it. Leader leading is Hopin Tung. He's got 11, nearly 12 seconds ahead of Julian Canal, who is 15 seconds ahead of this battle. Oh, Hannemann Hansen gets that Porsche in at the right time, doesn't he? This is Andy Prio getting out.
Harry Tinknell then getting in, because it's a two-man driver squad for the remainder of the season for this car. Pipo Derani here at the race meeting, but part of the rebellion set up now. Not due now to take any further parts after Le Mans for the 4GT crew, but did a great job for them. Harry Tinknell, though, about to go out, and news over the week that the latest signatory to the list of prospective buyers for a road car for the 4GT is Harry Tinknell. He's apparently been looking down the back of the couch, down the radiator, under the pillows, and he's found enough. In comes number one from second position, the latest pit stopper.
Second pit stop now for this Porsche, and the first of the LMP1 cars with a chance of winning this race to make its second stop. So then, Neil Gianni coming down pit lane, long way down to the Porsche garage, which is the last garage in line.
In the mirrors, on the screen, it's when the tear off is coming off. That would be something of a relief. Neil Gianni stays aboard the car, fueling the car. No sign of tyres here.
So a double stint on the cards and gone.
The car was moving, I think, before the edge of the fuel hose had actually cleared the end of the car. It was disengaged, don't get me wrong, but he barely got it out of the nozzle, out of the side of the car before that car was underway.
So a 57-second pit stop over a 1:14 if they did tyres.
32 seconds at the stop it takes to put the required amount of fuel in that car. That is about a perfect stop.
Olivier Plat coming in, Stefan Mucker getting in the car.
And now comes from now second position, of course, with that stop for the number one Porsche. Chita Lopez in the number 7 Toyota. Also in is Brendan Hartley to the second. They are line astern. So let's see. We saw a trio, didn't we, of 1 minute 14.
And let's see if they double stint the tyres, like the other car has done. No tyres out for the Toyota, no tyres out for the Porsche. So they look like they're all going to stay on the same playing field, as it were.
Remember, first stop, it was full service for all three cars, and it was 1:14 across the board. 57 seconds is the mark to beat. I don't think you can beat that. I think that's about a perfect stop. It's 32 seconds to the stop for the tank of fuel. It's about 25 seconds for a stop, any kind of stop and hold, if you like. Away they go.
Position stays the same. Position stays the same. Where is the Toyota? That's the Toyota number 8.
Toyota, yeah.
That is the Porsche. That goes into second position. And there is the Toyota getting through and stays in third.
So last time around, 1:14 stop for each of the Porsches, 1:14 the stop for the 7 Toyota. This time round, we told you, perfection from that stop for Neil Gianni, 57 seconds. But perfection too from the number 2 Porsche and from the number 7 Toyota, 57 seconds each again. Marvellous stuff. That is teamwork. But all of a sudden, now here's a factor to go into play, because the 8 Toyota is on the road directly ahead of Brendan Hartley.
Even though it's 4 laps down.
And Brendan Hartley is ahead of Neil Gianni. So order restored, but with a quick Toyota. Sebastian Buemi, by the way, knocking on the door of the top 10 now.
So that number 8 Toyota is about to... No. Why are the mechanics warming up?
He's due to...
because he did an extra stop. So, yeah, he did an extra stop to change the fuel pump.
Good to see the New Zealand rugby team involved with the Toyota team this year.
Almost Fritz Enzinger. Right, smile.
Almost hacker-like. They're thinking, you know, we should do that. Yeah, we should. Maybe the Christmas party only, but we should. So, stop due for the number 8 car with Seb Buemi up into 11th position now. We'll drop back to 5 laps down, not made a lap back on the field with the next stop taken into consideration. We are under 2 minutes from the end of the second hour. Third of the way through this race. And still, David Heimer Hansen, I think, in a drive of his life here, holding third position ahead of Tristan Gomendi and Gustavo Menezes. Identical cars, remember. Gibson V8 powered 600 horsepower Oreca 07 chassis. The Rebellion team, Swiss flagged, based in the UK, backed with this fantastic Michel Vaillant livery. And all of a sudden, Porsche is looking very racy again. Miljani takes up from where he left off just before those pit stops.
I only saw after Le Mans that the Michel Vaillant cartoon was being drawn during Le Mans live as the race unfurled.
And more than that, I mean, certainly I went along for one of the pit stop walkabouts, the pit day walkabouts at Le Mans, and the artists from the Michel Vaillant graphic novel team doing, you know, artwork, Michel Vaillant artwork live for anybody that asks for it. Absolutely wonderful.
How cool could that have been?
Unbelievable.
I completely missed it. By the time I was home, I saw that it was being done.
Porsche's beginning to pull away from Lopez here. Better running traffic, maybe. A little bit of better pace. 144.2 for Brendan Hartley. 144.1 for Neil Janney. Into the garage goes the number 35, Signac Alpine. It's not been their day. 144.4, meanwhile, for Jose Maria Lopez. He's 4 seconds down now.
Engine cover off.
Looking him on the air intakes. Is this carpet off, I wonder? So they've got...
Oh, Porsches everywhere.
Maybe.
Well, remember that the LMP1 cars have changed some of their radiator intake design over the winter to try and lessen the effect of rubber pickup and rubber balls blocking the radiator intakes. So, and I've said it already, there's a lot of rubber on the side of this racetrack already, and we're only 2 hours into a 6-hour race. That's a change of position. That is a change of position. So it looks like Gomendi has got ahead of Hannemann Hansen. Menezes stays back in fifth, sorry.
But was looking very racy, looking for a weight by as well. So whatever led to that positional change gave the opportunity for Menezes to see maybe he had just a chance of following through. Lopez doing his best in traffic to keep in touch with the two Porsches and doing well at it as well. Actually closed in on this lap.
We have the lead of this motor race. The lead of this motor race being changed as Neil Janney goes back into the lead, but he goes wide. Brendan Hartley has an opportunity, but he's got to go the long way around. Will he be able to tuck back in and get ahead? No, not quite. So the Swiss hits the front ahead of the Kiwi.
Getting back on terms here right now. Lopez is as close as he's been for a little wee while to the back end of Brendan Hartley's Porsche. Janney, though, just looks to have pace, doesn't he, at the moment? Let's have a look how this went down to the outside line goes Neil Janney. He's past the car at this point. Brendan Hartley looks to take the apex there. Saw the Swiss driver running wide, but there was no way he was going to squeeze him any further than that.
Okay, Brendan, there's no point in this car. There's no point in losing time. You have to let them go. Got a small amount of air. They've got a small
not a problem. I'm not saying that's part of the plan, but they feel that they're well on course where they want to be later on in this race.
That third place battle with Gomendy, he's getting ahead and he's running away as the Ferrari is just in the wrong place for those two LMP2 cars. That's not the Ferrari's fault. He's doing his own race as they plunge downhill once more.
This is the overtake. We didn't see this a little earlier. It was up the outside line. It was beautifully done. Very, very good overtake manoeuvre indeed by Tristan Gomendy. Saw the opportunity. The Rebellion just missing the apex by just a little too much. Down pit lane comes the race leader in GTE Pro, Kevin Estre.
So Frank Makavicki with the red, white, blue crash helmet leaps over the line. And as Estre gets out,
here's Michael Christensen in that car now.
Sorry, I'm getting them all mixed up. Apologies, everybody.
That's okay. Me.
You know, there's some cars and you just can't get the combination until Bahrain.
It's usually that.
And other cars I got at Monza.
It's the habit that some teams actually have of changing their running numbers year on year. Always catches me, particularly when a driver moves from one to the other. The Porsche factory GT squad in action every weekend, it seems, somewhere around the globe, and these guys, the FIWEC, and other series and standalone races around the world. Now Brendan Hartley has got his mirrors full of "Hi, still here, not gone anywhere." Jose Maria Lopez.
Look at that rubber build-up now on the right-hand side.
Absolutely. We said earlier about the kind of balls of rubber that can build up within the confines of these cars. Give you an idea, watching in on this, as the number 8 Tota is on pit lane now from 11th position. So this will be putting him back onto the kind of pit cycle, the number of pit stops for these teams. The kind of size of rubber ball we're talking is bigger than your head. It's a huge amount of build-up in the air intakes and the kind of voids within these cars. And that can, of course, cause a problem for cooling the cars later in the race.
Totally, totally. There's your leader of GTE AM, Dall'Anna, getting out. Couldn't quite see the helmet. Lauda getting in.
So Matthias Lauda, quiet man of this squad, and it's been a hugely effective part of what's been a successful trio for a number of seasons in the 98 Aston Martin. 8 consecutive pole positions. Generally speaking, certainly in the last couple of years, that has been Pedro Lamy and, by necessity, Paul Dall'Anna. But Matthias Lauda's consistency and his pace, his increasing confidence in this car, it's a joy to watch.
Ah, that was a wheel nut kicking around. Was that a delay on the front right? Because the Lollipop man kicked that wheel nut back in the garage.
Usually we'll have a spare wheel nut actually attached to the belt in case of that kind of issue. This is a well-drilled team from Aston Martin Racing.
Because I don't know what wheel nuts they have on those wheels, whether or not they're captive or they're magnetic.
Don't know.
I don't know. I know they're captive on the Ford. With that immensely strong steel.
Huge ball of rubber thrown up there by the Signatech car. Wheel nut-sized ball of rubber.
No wonder there are some big marks on some windscreens. Absolutely. When we have an onboard shot of, particularly in the LMP1 cars.
Yeah, 35 car. Now that's been a long stop now for the 35.
I just ate it first
I think it might be gear selection again. Davidson, by the way, is rejoined in that number 8 Toyota. Retains 11th position and is indeed still 5 laps down on the leaders.
A little bit of a heat haze here at the Nurburgring. Do not adjust your screen. on to lap 71 go the leaders. 72 go the leaders, sorry. There you have the number 8 Toyota going through shot. Anthony Davidson at the wheel now as Andre Negrão gets out of the car. That doesn't look good down there with the Alpine squad, does it?
It doesn't. It's, well, let's wait to hear from the team. But either way, that car is well out of contention now, dropping like a stone down the order after what's not been a great weekend for them. The sister car, oh, and a big slide from David Heimer Hansen, loses the back end momentarily, gathers it back up. There's no opportunity there for Gustavo Menezes to take advantage. Open Tongue leads this race in the 38 Jackie Chan DC racing car from Julien Canal in the 31 Rebellion, then Tristan Gomondi in the 37 Jackie Chan DC car. David Heimer Hansen making it a top 4 composed of the Jackie Chan DC racing and the final Rebellion squads. The closest rival to that pair of 2-car teams, the number 36 defending champions, 36 Signisac Alpine team, with American driver Gustavo Menezes at the wheel, running 8th, 5th in class, and what's been a ding-dong battle with Heimer Hansen ahead.
With this battle in GTE AM, that is Matthias Lauda in the Aston Martin, and he's got a lot of work to do.
That's the position, as Matthias is at an earlier stop than the other cars. He's, I think, just come back. He has up to 3rd position in GTM, up to 25th position overall, past the Clearwater car. The cars ahead of him, Marvin Deanston, the 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche, leads the class. Thomas Fleur in the 54 Spirit of Race Ferrari, both owing to stop. Thomas Fleur stops as I speak.
Yeah, Deanston about 5.7 second lead. Sorry, Dallalana had a 5.7 second lead when he came into the pits. It was a bit more when he went out of the beginning of his stint, so there's got to be some ground made there as we cut back to this ongoing battle in LMP2. It is still 4th and 5th position, Heimer Hansen and Menezes. The DC Racing Jackie Chan car is up the road and gone. Let's have a quick catch-up. The Porsche's 1st and 2nd, just 3 seconds between them, and then the Toyota in 3rd. Leading LMP2, it is the Jackie Chan car ahead of the Rebellion and the sister car then in 3rd. The Rebellion 4th ahead of the Alpine. We've seen that battle ongoing in recent laps. GT Pro, the Ferrari ahead of the Porsche, ahead of the Aston Martin, number 95. Nicky Team in that car at the moment. The Manor had an off a moment ago, which is why it's deep, and leading GTE AM at the moment, it is the Porsche. Okay, we are 2 hours and 10 minutes into the running of this Nurburgring 6-hour race. There is your overall leader. It is the Porsche with Neil Jarni at the helm, and he has a 3.2 second lead ahead. And there's an off for the Clearwater Racing Ferrari. I was just thinking a moment ago, we've had a pretty clean race, but that's an off for the Clearwater car. Fortunately, it's only going to be yellow flags. He's managed to get it running into... Oh, it just drives off the racetrack. How bizarre was that? Unless he's got something like a front right puncture that would cause him to go very wide and deep in through there. So then... Wang Sun Mok at the helm, lucky to get away with it. Well, Graham's going to take a quick break. We've got Johnny Adam joining us up in the commentary position. How are you? All good?
Yeah, very good. Yeah, good, thank you. Just Yeah, enjoying obviously the success that we had at Le Mans still. Team are on a high, but yeah, fully concentrating on the rest of the race now, see what we could do.
Yep. How's the atmosphere? How's the vibe down there at Aston Martin?
Yeah, different qualifying for two cars. 95 had a great qualifying with seconds, and obviously Marco ran very strongly early on. We elected to sort of save a set of tyres for the race, and hopefully we'll come stronger. The ambience increasing now, so that kind of suits the Dunlop. So hopefully that'll play into our hands a little bit later on in the race. But yeah, it looks like Porsche are strong this weekend. You can see how quick the 91 and 92 car are.
And that is the Porsche just holding place in second.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened late, but I've lost a lot of performance halfway through the session. Copy. Yeah, we see our bands move forward slightly. We're still monitoring and then checking the stop. Yeah, okay, Brandon, just for your info. In this stint, we see it stable to the end, second half of the previous stint, aero balance. Yeah, copy, that's when I lost performance. Copy.
Well, there's potentially a problem there. Johnny, we can struggle to somehow heed these radio messages. What's the quality of radio in the car, in your ears, inside the crash helmet?
Yeah, nowadays the radio technology is quite good. It's crystal clear around here, so yeah, we could hear our engineer all the way around the circuit. Le Mans, for example, we struggled a little bit at the furthest point, which was Millsand Corner itself with a tree line, but no, here it's no issue at all, and we're in full comms all the time. Any issues we have in car or they have from the box itself, we get to talk about on the radio.
You started the race, we started the race, what, 2.25 hours ago. There was some damp patches. What was the grip like, even on the dry line?
It was low, obviously an overnight rain, obviously washed the track, so it was quite clean, but yeah, it looks like there's a bit of rubber going down now, track temperature's coming up, so I'd probably say in the next hour the track should hopefully get quicker, and maybe, as I said earlier, hopefully fall into our hands a little bit with grip, because we were quite light on grip there for the first sort of hour of the race, but yeah, hopefully that will come back to us a little bit.
Hopefully come back to you. What's been some of the highlights since Le Mans for you as now a Le Mans 24-hour winner?
Quite a few. It's been a busy sort of 4 weeks after Le Mans. Great PR from Aston Martin. Big race for us, you know, to win Le Mans as a manufacturer, having waited 9 years since GT1 is quite an achievement for everyone back at Gaydon and everyone at ProDrive as well, because we've been so close on a few occasions with advantage to get that win in Pro Class, and managed to do it this year. But yeah, you know, all the way from Le Mans to Goodwood, and to see the reaction, not just from, you know, people within motorsport, but general public as well. I think it really was a battle that went down obviously to the final lap of an epic 24-hour race, and yeah, we managed to come out on top. So yeah, very happy with everything that's followed Le Mans.
Adverts in newspapers, I think.
Yeah, it was, yeah, big advert as well.
It was.
The Sunday newspaper, yeah. No,
it was.
So no, we tried to make as much as we could of it, and even little things like last week we were at the Red Bull soapbox race. We made a Vantage based on the obviously 97 livery, so that went down well, and the crowd loved the car.
Alex Summers driving, former British Hill Climb champion.
Yeah, he done well. Finished second. He was, I think, half a tenth off winning it.
Oh.
But we got 3 10s for our performance. We had to do a little show for 20 seconds before, so myself and DT were involved in that. So
what was it, the 24 seconds of High Wycombe or whatever it was?
Yeah. We had a mock-up 24-hour Le Mans trophy as well, made of wrapping paper. So yeah, that was good fun.
What are the tricks about driving this Nurburgring circuit? It's just 5.1 kilometres rather than the 13 odd of Le Mans, but what are the tricks?
It's got a mix of everything. Last sector, one of the slowest points of the lap is turn 14, 15, the final chicane, and then you've got quick sections like the Schumacher S, 9 and 10. So yeah, a mix of everything, but the key thing is it's quite high on tyre wear, especially for GT stuff. So the key is just to be online and obviously try and keep on that racing line, because when we get passed by LMP2 and 1 cars, it's tricky to obviously catch some pickup and lose a bit of grip. So the key is just to keep it clean and tidy and manage the tyre deck that is quite high around Nurburgring for us.
A lot of pickup we've seen on the top of the wheel arches in the LMP1 and 2 cars. What's the pickup like that we can't necessarily see for GTE cars?
Yeah, we hear it a lot, especially, you know, around the arch, especially the rear of the car. I say mostly coming out of turn 17, the final corner, because LMP cars normally try and get down the inside wide there if they can, and normally we get pushed wide, so it does take half a lap to clean up, but then the grip comes back, you know, to what it should be. But it's a weird noise to hear that from the rear. Sometimes you think, have I got a puncture? And you load the tyre up and it's still there, it's still inflated, and it cleans up within a couple of corners.
So does it vibrate because he's out around by definition?
Yeah, you get a little bit of vibration. It's not as bad as a lockup, but a small vibration, and normally it's from the rear, obviously from the rear arches. So, but yeah, a couple of corners, it's clean, the surface is clean, and the grip's back to its usual position.
So in the GTE Pro class, we've got the Ferrari leading from a Porsche, then a Ford. At the moment, your car is in the pits, not on screen, Johnny, but the number 97 Aston Martin is in the pits for the time being, in for its second stop.
Yeah, third stop.
Yeah,
so Daniel.
Ooh, that cameraman! Whoa, that was close. That was very close. I think you were just looking away at the data screen, but he had to run out of the way because otherwise he was going right over the top of that LMP2 car on the way out. Oh dear, there'll be somebody having their collar felt on that one. Here we have the DC Racing Jack Chan car coming in, going into the 60km/h zone. That's just 36 miles an hour. I'm sure as a racing driver you must think you can get out and walk after thrashing around. But Tristan Gormandy is coming in at the moment. Your car has managed to go out. Darren Turner has got out of the car. Daniel Serra has got in it for the first time today. So a good combination, good vibe, good balance between you three guys.
Yeah, I mean, we are the only team in the pit lane to run the three drivers still after Le Mans. We elected to do so because Daniel's just a great fit for the team. You know, he slotted in so well at the start of the year, and you know, to win Le Mans, his first attempt, really special for himself. But no, we work well. You know, we bounce off each other. Little things like we drive in a similar style. We all collectively work together on data, along with 95. But the great thing is we're all similar in build, so that really does play a big factor when it comes to pit stops and driver change. So we've got a driver change really down to a slick sort of 17 to 20 second mark, and we don't lose any time at all. So, you know, it's good to have him in the team. He's got good experience from Dunlop. He's done a lot of testing with the Dunlop that we run in GT Pro, and he's just a nice guy. Nice guy, very quick, and he's winning everything at the moment. He won a big race in Brazil, leads the Brazilian Stock Car Championship, and he's having an epic year so far.
You know what the tyres feel like. You've got experience, but is there a little bit of an advantage with Daniel on the Dunlop still?
He's good. He's very good on feedback with the tyre because he's come through. I mean, he's been with Dunlop for a few years now, but he's been from stage one with Dunlop on the Aston programme. So all the development has been with him included, and all of us. We all, you know, take the turn of doing the test mileage on the tyre, but he's got a good feel for the tyre. But we've really, you know, Le Mans was a big win, not just for Aston, but Dunlop as well. We really, you know, they've been a big part of the Aston programme the last couple of years, and to win a World Championship with them was a huge thing last year. But to win Le Mans with Dunlop is all credit to them. You know, they really do, you know, take the fight to Michelin, and some circuits suit the tyre, some don't, and we're hopeful that hopefully the longer races later on in the year, you know, the flyways, hopefully will maybe play out into our hands.
Okay, so Johnny Adam up here in the commentary position. We are watching this battle for fifth in LMP2, the TDS racing car of Vaxivier, with Simon Trummer in the manor right behind him. Still leading LMP2 is the number 38, Hopin Tung, ahead of Julian Canal. They've got a 32-second lead, which is a century in LMP2, one could argue it. And then Tristan Gormandy is third. Still leading this race overall, though, is the Porsche number 1, ahead of Brendan Hartley's number 2 car. Meanwhile, what's Nicky Team got to say?
Well, after those series of pit stops, Nicky Team's made it back. You're not too happy.
I am happy.
Oh, you're always happy, but you maybe not as pleased as you would be with that said.
No, but good. I just got to drive a race car, and
The team stitched me up then because they told me you weren't too impressed.
yeah, but I want to keep positive, so of course we are struggling a little bit out there. Ferrari and Porsche is really good pace, but still a long way. I think we are halfway through it, so yeah, just keep on pushing. Marco just went into the car, so I need to get some food now and get something to drink, and then 1.5 hours. And yeah, again, we just keep pushing and hope for the best.
Where can you claw that back?
Please come again.
Where can you claw it back from the others out there?
Oh, I think we are. Danish guys are always good on the distance, so I hope Marco and we can do something good over the end.
Thank you.
Well, yeah. I mean, Johnny Adam up here in the commentary box, we were looking at the beginning of the race with the GTE Pro cars, and there was 5, 6, 7 cars all in the same shot, and it took lap after lap after lap. It's not even a tenth of a second difference. It's 10 centimeters offline. Is that how it feels in the car that can make a difference?
It is. The bob's close nowadays. It's equal between most manufacturers, and you can see that from the first stint. There wasn't a lot between all the cars, and it's just managing the pace all the way through. That's the key thing, especially with traffic. You could lose sometimes a second and a half with LMP cars passing. So the key is to keep the average up and keep it clean and tidy all the way through. But yeah, there's not a lot, and some cars suit some parts of the lap as well. So we all favour certain parts of the lap when it comes to lap time.
Certainly favoured you in some parts of the lap at Le Mans, didn't it? My goodness me. Yeah. My goodness me. You must have rerun that a few times in your head. Have you had a good party, you guys, together?
We've not.
Back at the factory or at home, or are you going to keep it till Christmas?
This week we're going to have a get-together at Pro Drive. Yeah, the guys were so tired, obviously, after doing a big 24-hour race. They just had a few beers and went to bed. But yeah, we had a nice get-together after the race, and you could see how much... I've got 2 great photos. One from the car taking the checkered flag, and the other one was the facial reactions from everyone in the pit garage, which is amazing to see, because it means a lot to us as drivers, but it means a hell of a lot to everyone back at Gaydon and everyone at Pro Drive. And they've put so much effort into not only this year, but the years gone by. So it's all credit to them we got this win.
And the years of the future.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, no, it's still fighting for, obviously, this year, and hopefully we'll be there at the end to fight for the championship.
Well, we look forward to seeing you over the remaining races, see what happens here today, and see what happens with a new car that we look forward to seeing next year. Johnny Adam, ladies and gentlemen, works driver with Aston Martin and winner of the GTE Pro class at Le Mans just 4 or 5 weeks ago, together with Darren Turner and Daniel Serra. Let us not forget those 2 guys who were so successful, and yeah, very nice trophy that they'll have on the side at home. Let's just have a quick review from the top of this race. Still leading the 2 Porsches, Neil Jarney and Brendan Hartley, 3.6 seconds apart. And then the Toyota, which is another 8.5 seconds back. This is Anthony Davidson. He is in 5th overall, but he's still 5 seconds back because the car had a fuel pump problem right at the beginning of the race. It struggled to do even the warm-up lap, but it all got solved, unfortunately for them, losing those 5 laps. Leading the LMP2 class is the Jackie Chan car, ahead of Julian Canal, whose teammate is with us, Bruno Senna. Good afternoon. I hope you're good.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Just excuse me a moment. We'll catch up with what Anthony's got to say.
It depends on the traffic between 40.28 and 40.45. Yeah, got well, I'm just steering the car until turn 12, where I got the left rear quite hot, it feels like. Got quite a lot of oversteer in turn 12.
So a bit of understeer for Anthony. He's got a lap time to do. Bruno Senna, sorry for the interruption, but we didn't know that's coming. Have you had a good run so far today? You happy with your stints?
It's been okay. We obviously missed FP2 from an instant in FP1 at the very end with the Porsche, so we couldn't run on FP2 because of the damage. All data that we lost obviously makes a difference, and today on the first stint, on the first double stint that we did, I think we had a bit of an issue with the tire pressures.
Let's catch up with the second place man, Hartley.
Boost 2 again. Try boost 2 again. Well, we're clipping the boost. We don't get all the energy out. It's a waste.
Okay, so they're playing around with some settings. Bruno, that loss of data is, you never get it back, do you?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we're doing well. We finished the first double stint 3 seconds behind the leader of the race. Lost the position doing traffic. Really, it wasn't necessarily on lap time, but it's one of those things. The thing that's frustrating me a little bit is number 26 is not in the race. They got a penalty from Le Mans. They carried over, and they're 2 laps behind. Still, they are, Hanley unlapped himself, made me lose about 4 seconds by diving inside of me in traffic, and Mr. Rusinov was stayed in front of Julien for the whole stint. So Julien started 3 seconds behind Tung, and he's 35 seconds behind now. So it's a little bit frustrating for us because it's we're fighting for the championship here, and I don't see enough done with blue flags and penalties for people who are not respecting. I mean, they're clearly not in the race. They have nothing to lose, so they will just do whatever pleases them. He pushed Juju a couple of times off the track when Juju tried to overtake, and nothing has been done. So I hope that this doesn't happen in the future. But for our race, we have a lot more to do if we want to win this.
What's the track conditions like? It was obviously a bit of a dry line at the beginning. It was damp offline. What was the grip like then compared with the end of your stint?
To be fair, the track didn't start as bad as I thought it would be, because when we did the laps to the grid, between turn 3 and 4, it was very, very slippery, quite wet and a bit slippery. So it was tricky to drive. But when we started the race itself, it was okay. The grip level was not as good as qualifying. The track has really lost a lot of the bite, but I think by the end of the race, the grip should come back and we should be having some more fun.
It certainly looks that way. Well, your car with Julian in it, 150.7 compared with the leading car, 50.56. How can you see an opportunity, do you think, to get into the Jackie Chan number 38?
Well, we'll have to be a bit lucky, I think, with this gap. The gap is quite big now. I think on pure pace, it's going to be very hard to catch them. There's still a lot of race to go. 3 hours 30 left on the clock, so I'm not that desperate. But in the end, it's they are very competitive this weekend, extremely as they've been throughout the season so far. So I think in terms of pure pace, to think that we're just going to catch them and overtake is a little bit optimistic. But in the end, we have to keep fighting. We have Felipe coming up after Juju comes out, and probably come back in the car at the end of the race. So I think there'll be a nice fight between Felipe and the third driver of 38.
Oliver Hoping-Tung, or it's
Laurent.
Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas Laurent. So he's very, very quick, and I think he's going to give Felipe a run for his money. And in the end, it's going to be me against Ollie. So it's good fighting so far. We should have some fun at the track.
You've driven lots of stuff in your life. Are you having fun in these LMP2 cars?
Yeah, they're mega. It's absolutely great to drive. I've been having such a great time. Now with the extra power, our races are a bit more fun because it's not quite as bad to overtake the GT cars, because last year was a really difficult thing to overtake GT cars. But with the LMP1s now, it's a bit more critical. Sometimes when they have the fuel save at the end of the straight, they really have to be careful not to get in front of us, because it's very easy for them to, especially just now, they're going down the straight into the chicane. They overtake us at the very end, and then if they cut in front of us, you see the fuel cut was really, really early, and we're still full throttle there. It's very easy to find yourself into a bit of trouble there. But yeah, it's mega. The LMP2 cars are so fast now, and we're having a great time.
Were you surprised at the lap times from the LMP2 cars at Le Mans? Did you think they would be that quick?
I didn't quite think so. I mean, this year Le Mans had something quite special. The support races were clean the track, and there was no rain between the test day even and the race week. So that meant that the track was in conditions I don't think it's ever been in before. And we saw the mega lap from Kamui. Also in LMP2, the lap times were in the 25s, which is LMP1 territory just a few years ago. So it's very surprising to see how fast the track was. In the race, the track was also pretty good fun. Quite funny, because normally it's cooler at night in Le Mans, and this year was muggy and not exactly cold. So at night normally you get like this really nice bite from the tires. But when we got towards like the morning, the happy hour, which we call it, when the sun's just starting to come up, the bite wasn't so amazing as it's been before. So it was always a pleasure to drive in Le Mans, and I hope next year we have a bit more luck and we can fight it until the end.
It's the old story, isn't it? Which race do you want to win the most? Is it Monaco? Is it Le Mans, or is it the Indy 500?
It's all of them, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, but you got to choose one.
Well, I've won Monaco in GP2, so I got that one.
Good answer.
But I still got Le Mans to go, and I will do it until I win it.
Good lad, good lad. There's something magic about it for us as non-drivers, and it's great to see the passion from the drivers, the hunger to win Le Mans. It's a cruel race when it doesn't go your way, but the atmosphere is just something else.
It's true. It's true. I mean, I've had the bad side a couple of times with Astons. We were leading in 2013, 5 hours to go, and then we had a crash. 2014, we were fighting for the lead as well, and we had a power steering failure, so we had to stop. And then this year, of course, we led until the 12th hour, and then the gearbox decided to go. So it's one of those things. We just need to keep fighting.
Keep fighting, keep fighting. Okay, then, whilst we've been talking, Anthony Davidson has taken 4th position overall, but it is still Neil Gianni who leads LMP1. He leads this race overall ahead of his teammate by nearly 3.4 seconds. We're here at the 6 hours of the Nurburgring, and we are 2.5 hours in. 3.5 hours to go. Get it right, Toby. As Neil Gianni continues to lead this race. It is a Porsche 1-2. It is a Toyota 3 and 4. In LMP2, it is a race that is being led by the Jackie Chan racing car by about 38-40 seconds. This is the number 8 Toyota. It's 4th at the moment, but it had that problem at the beginning of the race with its fuel pump. A little bit wide there for the leader of LMP2. A little bit wide. Couple of tenths of a second being lost, little by little. And that's important. Bruno Senna up here in the commentary box. His car, with Julian Canal driving at the moment, is 2nd in class behind Ho Pin Tung's LMP2 car at the moment. In the meantime, let's catch up with the Ford and what Stefan Mucker has to say.
I have big problems with front, right, locking. I would like to go more to the back to the rear with the brake bias. Please check if that's possible. The understeer is very inconsistent. You can have the same corner with no understeer and with massive understeer a lot later. Very strange.
Copy, looking at the brake bias, stand by.
Bruno, we were hearing from that car earlier with Olivier Plower at the wheel, and he said it was understeering only in the left-handers but not the right-handers. Why might that be?
This could be because you're getting lots of pickup on the tire. I was certainly getting lots of pickup on my right front tire, and I was having much more understeer turning left than turning right. So it's maybe the way that you set the car up, and the front tire is just picking up rubber. And when you need the front tire, you slide on the rubber that's on top of the tire, and then you have this understeer. And if it's locking up and you make the tire thinner and thinner because of the lockups, and the tire wear suddenly becomes very critical. So there might be a chance that that's what's happening to him. It was certainly happening to us. So some cars maybe are be able to clean the tires a bit better, but the conditions are very tricky out there today. Somehow the rubber is staying on the track and is sticking to the tires rather than stay on the track and helping the cars to bite, you know. And it's not very easy at the moment.
With the GTE Pro Porsche, number 91. It is 3rd in class at the moment. Fred Makovici, who is driving there at the moment. That is James. Yes, it is. James Collado, 2nd in class. And he is 17 seconds further ahead of the other Porsche, but it is Michael Christensen who leads by 12 seconds. There you can see 1st and 2nd on the map as they make their way around. That Michael Schumacher S is fantastic, isn't it? You know, up the hill, riding on board, even watching from the TV, it looks fantastic. What's it like from a driver's point of view, Bruno?
It's amazing that last year this was easy flat every lap, and this year with more power, even though we have more downforce as well, it's not so easy. Now if you take it flat, especially towards the end of the second stint, the car starts to slide a lot, and it's a risk that you can take, and sometimes it pays off, but in the end, sometimes you're sliding so much that you're just scrubbing speed. But it's quite challenging now. Everything I drove here before LMP2 was easy flats. Now not so easy, so quite a funny experience now.
It is a funny experience. Aside from this racetrack, have you been around the Nordschleife in something at all, ever?
Only, I don't think anybody's going to tell them, but only in a rental car quite a few years ago.
But you got it back and nobody knew?
Nobody knew. The steering wasn't quite straight after that because of the curbs, but hey, it's one of those things. It's been many years, so I think my history will be.
Maybe you've moved house and the letter didn't get to you. Who knows?
Who knows? It's an extremely challenging circuit. Probably above what we can drive with these cars nowadays because of the bumps and the gradient changes. But extremely tough track to drive in. And I respect the guys who race that track on GT cars because it's a hell of a track there.
220 cars starting the 24-hour race. I mean, it's just unbelievable. 3 sets of grids. It's another world. It's another world. But these are, you know, these wondrous cars, and who could imagine, you know, the pace of development, particularly with the LMP1 class, with the hybrid systems, and in fact, you know, the coupes that we've got nowadays. Because you did Le Mans in an open-top car to start with, didn't you? You know, the difference between that car and what you're driving here today, night and day.
I think the lap times that we were doing back then are similar to what we did this year in Le Mans with that car. So I think probably that car was potentially a little bit slower than the current LMP2 cars. So it's fantastic to see how far LMP2 has come. Obviously, the technology of the cars has improved them a huge amount. This year's Oreca, I was driving Oreca back then as well. It's funny because the front end looks very much like that car actually. That was I can't remember exactly the model of the car, but it was a new body kit for the Oreca. And everybody, apart from the Oreca, has this raised nose on the LMP2 cars, but Oreca went for this sloping nose that they had back then, and the car is so fast compared to all the other manufacturers at the moment. And I hope that Ligier, Dallara, and Riley make some upgrades for next year, because we want to see more cars than LMP2 for the competition to be even more diverse. Last year we could fight for the championship with the Ligier, so that was quite great. But now with the grid only has Orecas here, and it's great for Oreca, but obviously for everybody else it's a bit of a shame.
So then, still leading is the number 38 car, the number 31 in LMP2, 46 seconds back. It's creeping just a little. Unfortunately, you can see, Bruno, the data screens in front of you. 2.5 seconds behind your car is the other Jackie Chan car. As we look at this battle here between the Manor and the sister rebellion to your car, the 13, not the 31 that is yours. As Hanneman Hansen makes his way down turn 5, turn 6. We've seen both LMP2 cars and GTE cars have a bit of a wobble into turn 5. Is that a problematic corner? Let's catch up with the Porsche in the meantime. Porsche number 2, Brendan Hartley.
Good job, Brendan. You're the fastest car out there. Close the gap to the car ahead. 90 goes, 90 goes.
Fastest car on the racetrack by only a couple of hundredths of a second. Hartley 2.5 seconds back of Neil Gianni, who leads this race overall. Turn 5, Bruno. Is it difficult? A harder corner than any of the others?
You know, this year with the amount of downforce we have is actually a bit easier than last year. Last year, as you braked and turned into it, it was kind of loose and you could easily go straight off. This year, the cars are so stable, you can brake and turn into the corners with tremendous amount of speed because we have so much downforce, and it's fantastic. It gives you that confidence that when you drove the Formula cars, you know, when you drove GP2 here or Formula 3 here, those cars had this amazing grip, and this is feeling much more like that than before. So turn 5 is mega. Brendan is my teammate, was my teammate in Daytona and Sebring this year in the US, so fantastic relationship. He's a very fast driver, very good guy as well, and so I'm giving him some support, giving him some good energy. Hopefully he'll take this one as well.
Well, not a lot between them. 2.1 seconds now, the gap, as Brendan Hartley there. Second position, we ride on board with the Kiwi. Eyes wide open. We were looking at somebody qualifying yesterday, Bruno. Eyes didn't blink at all. You don't know, of course, that you're doing it, but eyes wide open for one of your colleagues in the LMP2 car.
Yeah, you see a lot of drivers with the red little patch in the eye because you've been with your eye open for so long that it keeps drying. You don't even realize it. but you need to take care, because once you get back in the car later, it can make a big difference on how you can see and how the comfort of your sight. So
I mean, you can start squinting, like
you can start squinting. You can start like getting a lot of water, a lot of lubrication on your eye because it's hurting, and that can be a bit of a disaster.
And you don't have a moment to rub your eye. I mean, here you might have it down the back section, but you don't want to take that other hand off the wheel, do you?
You really don't want to be rubbing your eye when you're driving, especially with your gloves on. It's not the most comfortable thing in the world. I think Juju has a bit of a fight in his hands now with Tristan Gomenti, 1.5 seconds, so we're having a fight for third place now. Not going to be so easy. Number 24 is also just ahead of us, and on the left car. So, yeah, I don't think the blue flags are helping us very much today, unfortunately.
On board with Brendan Hartley, though, coming up to the second left-right, accelerating on the way out and onto this back straight. Fastest part of the race course. Down the hill they go. Fantastic speed from these cars. Stunning speed from these cars. Can you feel, Bruno, that it's a golden era of sports car racing? We think it is. What do you think it look like from inside a garage?
I think it's incredible how fast these cars are. The LMP1 cars with full drive, they drive out of the corners like nothing else. I don't even think that the Formula 1 cars can drive out of a hairpin with such poise. These things they have over 1,000 horsepower, and they can put down 1,000 horsepower like this. So it blows my mind that with the 4 rear tires, which is effectively what they had, is 4 rear tires on the car. They can just nail the power out of a first gear corner, and the thing just shoots from 50, 60 kilometers per hour all the way up to 300 in no time. It's very, very impressive. So lap times are super impressive with these cars. They're as fast as a GP2 or a Formula 2 car of nowadays, or it's seriously impressive, and it's nice to drive them as well.
And is it, we have the rules and regulations, but is it uncomfortably hot inside a car on a hot day?
Last year we had in Austin a situation where the temperature was far too high in the car, and everybody, I think we saw even Nelson Panzatici having to go get on the drip. So it's not. It could get very hot, but I think this year with the air conditioning unit we have in the cars, maybe it's going to be better. We'll find out soon enough.
You'll find out when you get to Austin, not the next round, but the race after, into September. On board with the number 8 Toyota, Anthony Davidson. Bit of a lift and coast before then hard on the brakes into that first corner. Another place where people are going to be locking up.
That was a very, very big lunge there by the 36 Alpines, Menezes. So the fight is for second, third and fourth there, right behind us with Juju.
So that is your car, not that one there, but the lighter blue car, stuck behind the Aston Martin at the moment. The Jackie Chan car right on the tail. There's going to be 3 wide if they're not careful. He's going to stay on the line and try and make him go around the outside, and he does.
Nice move there by Gomendi on Juju. So now he has to keep the fight on with Menezes, and we'll make the time back when me and Felipe and myself get in the car in a few minutes time.
Well, we mustn't keep you. You've been super in staying up here to jump back to the garage at any time. We're not going to keep you away. Who's next in the car?
It's Felipe Albuquerque.
Okay.
He's replacing Nico Prost this weekend, and well, I think he's been a little bit unlucky because we had a bit less running than ideal from the incident that we had in FP1. But he's a very fast driver, very committed. He'll get used to the car very quickly, and I'm sure he'll have a fun time in the meantime as well.
Well, Julien Canal knows how to win, that's for sure, as he is defending position here at the Nurburgring. So we now are going to catch up with Louise down there in the pits and discovering what's happened to the other Alpine.
Well, Pierre Ragusin, it's Tiffy's. You've already changed. We can see the cars here. Tell us the issue.
The jailbreak is broken, so it's too long to repair. So it's better to finish the race, and that's racing.
Some days they just don't go your way, and that seemed to be the case from the start of this race for you guys, for the 35.
Yeah, it's true. It's a hard race for us. We have a penalty and the contact in in the first lap, but that's the race. We try to do our best in the first part. Nelson and André do the maximum of the jobs, but racing life is hard.
On to Mexico.
We hope, but not certainly.
Okay, thank you very much. Goodbye.
Okay, so another gearbox problem down there, and well, let's hope that the gearboxes have got some strength for the whole season after your unlucky moment at Le Mans. Was it running onto the curb, or was it just bad luck?
It was bad luck. One tooth of first gear came off, and the guys from the gearbox from Max Track are looking into it. They don't really understand what happened there.
This is the battle for GTE AM, and this is the battle for first and second position overall. It is the Aston Martin with the Porsche with the blue sunstrip on. The Ferrari is a lap down, so that's first and second position in class. Matthias Lauda and Cairoli in the Aston and the Porsche respectively. You know, that other Ferrari, that other car in class is trying to do its own race, but doesn't want to get involved either. The 36-year-old and the 21-year-old looking one way, then the other. Lauda's got a mirror full of Porsche, that's for sure. Bruno, thank you for coming up here. We mustn't keep you too long, but it's super that you've made the trip over the bridge, because we're the other side of the track. We're not above the garages in our commentary position. We've got a great view of your garages from the other side of the racetrack, and we've got a great view of the exit of the final corner. But thank you so very much for coming up, and thank you for Johnny Adam for coming up as well. Feel free to come back if you have the opportunity, but I think you're going to be rather busy by the time you get in the car in about, what, an hour and a half time or so?
Yeah, hopefully not too short. I'll get some more rest and then I'll get back in.
Okay then. Okay, Bruno Senna, thank you so very much. Have a great race, and let's see if you can get a position back. Julian's in the car at the moment, but it's very close, that battle for second, third and fourth position overall in the LMP2 class. So Bruno puts his overalls on, thank you very much indeed, and he's on his way. Graham, welcome back.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Fascinating. Great to hear from Johnny Adam and Bruno Senna. Very different stories, very different cars, but the same race. That isn't the story of the FIWEC. These marvellous prototype cars and the GT racing we're watching now. Great battle for the lead in GTM that's been developing. Matteo Cairoli has been reeling in Matthias Lauda for the last 20 minutes or so. That battle now completely joined with the Clearwater Racing car just hanging on in there and trying to unlap itself from this pair. Lap down as a result of that off a little earlier for Mok Weng Sung. But let's not forget the championship leading car, the 61. This, though, is the battle for third position in LMP2.
And he goes through.
He does. Gustavo Menezes making, well, it has to be said, rather less of a fuss of getting by Julien Canal than he did earlier, trying with David Heimar Hansen. 10 minutes away from the halfway mark in this race, and it's not been short racing action, has it? It's a limited amount of, well, what we'd call incidents so far, which is actually a very good thing, but a lot of good racing. Leaves the race. You see again this pass. Gulf Racing UK car ahead. Rebellion goes to the inside. 36 car goes to the outside, gets the better run out the corner. It's in the toe of the number 31 car and drags up the inside. Claims, well, as close to the apex as they get in extremis there. Pulls away, job done. And it says up into third place. 38, 37, 36. In order there, 5th, 6th and 7th overall, and 1st, 2nd and 3rd in LMP2. Doling out great entertainment this afternoon, the LMP2 class. Clearwater car has managed to get by Cairoli's Porsche. He's now looking to see what he can do about getting by Matthias Lauda. After that happens, I think it might, no doubt at all, that this battle for the lead of GTM would be rejoined in mere moments. So Ferrari just sure been seen in the mirrors of the Aston Martin. Caroli just dipping out of this one for a moment. I think he knows the situation. Let's have a look what happened here. Lauda brakes on. Actually, well, missed the chicane. That's what did it.
They moved the bails there yesterday in free practice number 3 because after Friday, free practice number 1 and 2, they thought that there wasn't much of a disadvantage to be made, so they've made it more of a chicane and a slower thing. Okay, Neil Jarni out
of the car and climbing into the car as we've got the 71 car in for the second consecutive time it's gone in the garage. The number 71 Ferrari, but the number 1 Nick Tandy now aboard.
So that is your number 1 Porsche, dropped momentarily to 3rd position overall. Fuel out.
Tyres go on. The astonishing Porsche mechanic that can handle a full wheel and tyre in both hands and make that stick.
Interesting that he rubs his hand across the rear wing just to make sure there's no rubber pickup on the top of the rear wing and underneath, stuck inside the gurney flap to affect any of the aerodynamics as well. A little bit here, a little bit there. It might only be just a marble-sized bit of rubber, but it is so close in this race, you need every single advantage. Let's have a catch-up with what Brendan Hartley's got to say as he comes in the pits.
Full service, driver change.
Driver change, full service for the number 1. Now, the change there, by the way, Nick Tandy took tyres. Lopez, who started a 3rd stint now. Oh, no, he's not come in, has he? Lopez has not come in. But, so Lopez on the back of Nick Tandy as he left the pits there.
Now, it's full service for this car number 2 as Brendan comes down pit lane.
Driver change as well. Now Lopez pits.
So Hartley out and it's Earl Bamber in. Great story, as you mentioned earlier, that Louise did, our pit lane reporter Louise Beckett did on the WEC app about these 2 guys in New Zealand when they were growing up, go-karting together and teaching each other little tricks. And he said, hey, in 1998 we were go-karting in New Zealand and messing around and having fun. Who would have believed that when we were, particularly for Bamber, the next person to win Le Mans in a Porsche would be him.
Absolutely. And it's an astonishing story. Lived together in those karting days because the distance is involved, and a childhood friendship rekindled as part of the Porsche family.
Okay, number 2 comes out. The number 7 Toyota. It's about 40-odd seconds behind. And it goes on its way. So that's the 3rd of the leading 3 to complete their 3rd pit stop.
Slight difference this time in terms of pit stop times. We've seen absolute symmetry for the full service and 1:14 for the cars first time through. 57 seconds each, those lead 3 cars with no tyres second time around. This time, the number 1 Porsche takes an advantage. 1:13 in the stop, 1:17 for the number 2 Porsche, 1:18 for the Toyota. Nick Tandy already up to speed. Already the body language of that car just looks super aggressive, doesn't it?
As it makes its way through the Warsteiner S's and on the way down this back section, building speed, there's that glorious RSR in front of it. You can hear it screaming away as it goes past the Nordschleife circuit on its left-hand side. This is the Toyota. That is number 7. It's Mike Conway who is in that 3rd position overall. There is the Porsche in GTE AM, and it's leading. It's leading because I think that Aston Martin has been passed. Yes, it has.
The wiggle on the braking there from Matthias Lauda. That was all it needed.
It's leading by a lot in just a lap.
Caroli, Matteo Caroli, make no mistake, is going to be a star in the future at a very high level of motorsport. We saw him as part of the Porsche Junior program, up-and-coming driver, take a one-off appearance in the European Le Mans Series a couple of seasons ago. No surprise to see him being trusted with full Porsche Junior status this year. Taking a look at him in this GTM class, and if you're looking for a short bet onto who might be a near future Porsche factory driver, you're looking at him right now. That is a very quick young man.
And after Pirro has moved on, Capello has moved on, Italy needs a star.
Indeed, and you might well be looking at him. He is a fabulous young fella, great to talk to, really intelligent with the feedback he's giving to the team and to anybody that actually cares to ask him a relevant question. But and a real racer. We love to see real racers in these GT race cars.
The number 97 Aston Martin, Daniel Serra, at the rear of that battle, as we have the number 13 Hannemann Hansen coming in.
I think that's been a great stint from David Hannemann Hansen. A little further down the order after that second stop, took tyres on his second stint. But great fending off of a couple of professional drivers for lap after lap after lap.
For sixth position, going to the Ford momentarily ahead of the Aston Martin in GTE Pro. It is the Porsche that continues to lead that class by 3.7 seconds ahead of the Ferrari James Calado. Porsche first and third in GTE Pro, then the Aston of Sorensen, the Ford of Stefan Mucker, the Ford of Harry Tincknell, and then the Aston of Daniel Serra. You have the Porsche number 2. It is second in class at the moment. Earl Bamber, who's just got in that car. He's doing 141.9 compared with a 142.6 last time round of the leading car, the number 1 car of the Brit Nick Tandy. So it's the Brit from the Kiwi, and then the Brit Mike Conway, who's in third with the Toyota. So as this battle rages at the forefront of the GTE Pro class, you didn't hear me mention the fact that the number 71 Ferrari is in the mix. Louise has got more information on that one. Louise?
Gearbox compressor, that's an issue with that one. But remember, that's already been in the box once already with that electrical issue that was affecting the gearbox as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that. A gearbox compressor. What's that, Mr. Goodwin?
If I'm correct, gearbox compressor, it's actually to help the shifting mechanism. So it's basically affecting the way that they can shift through the gears. It's not a problem we see very often. It's not a unique problem. These things are very, very highly tuned pieces of kit. So whether or not one problem has led to the other or exacerbated the other, we won't yet know. But that's bad news for the 71 crew.
And do they change with hydraulics like a Formula 1 car, or is it all electronic?
I think they are electronic.
So there's a bit of a problem there for that number 71 car, Davide Rigon and Tony Villander, the Italian and the Finn. Meanwhile, Harry Tincknell and Daniel Serra. We had Johnny Adam up here in the commentary box, who's been driving that Aston Martin to victory at Le Mans and in the early part of this race. That is the battle in GTE Pro, a little bit towards the back of that battle, that class. But Tinkers has taken 3 pit stops. Nobody else has taken a 3rd pit stop in class, so he's a little bit out of sync. Didn't it come in early, that Ford? That's why he came in after about half an hour. I think it did. I think it did. So it's a little bit out of sync. Here you've got Gustavo Menezes getting out of the car. Matt Rao getting in. Matt Rao as always, keeping that visor down.
That was the other Ford that came in. That was the car that took tyres on the right-hand side, if you remember.
The Pla Mucka car.
So why Harry's been in earlier, not quite sure.
With the wheel guns is not only are those guns very powerful, the torque that is needed to take those wheel nuts off is immense. You've got to have a lot of, upper arm strength to hold on to the thing, and you've got to be very quick in clicking it from reverse thread to positive, the normal thread from either side of the car.
To be sure.
Otherwise you'll be spinning away and it won't be going anywhere, will it?
As we've said, well drilled, these crews. We've seen all sorts of ways in which this ballet with the two guys can be managed. Issue there on the top of the car for, who is that? Aerial issue, a door issue. I think it's a radio issue.
Yeah, there is no antennae.
The radio antenna's gone.
Overall, here at the Nurburgring, after 3 hours of running, it is a Porsche 1-2, the Toyotas 3 and 4, the nearest Toyota just over half a minute behind. Leading in LMP2, it's the Jackie Chan racing cars, first and second ahead of the Rebellion, and then the TDS car. The leading three covered by 70 seconds. In GTE Pro, it is the Porsche from the Ferrari, and then the Porsche next up. The Porsches that took pole position in GTE Pro for the first time in the WEC since Bahrain back in 2013 yesterday. And in GTE AM, it is the Porsche ahead of the Aston Martin, ahead of the Ferrari at the moment. We have the battle at the forefront of GTE Pro. The Ferrari chases the Porsche. Michael Christensen less than a second ahead of James Collado. Fred Makovici is about 18 seconds further back. But that is a tremendous tussle between these two guys. As these guys continue on, let's catch up with the Manor LMP2 driver, the man from Switzerland, Simon Trummer, who's down there with Louise. Take it away.
Well, Simon, how was that stint for you?
All good. I mean, double stint. It's quite hard on the tires on this track, more than I expect, especially on the rears. We lost some positions when I was getting in the car. Vitaly was P4 all the time, then P6. I don't know why. I did talk to him, and then I could catch up to P5. So it was a hard fight. And now we had a problem with the antenna on the top, so we have to fix it. Now we see we have to push, and hopefully a good result will be at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And of course, it's not just a ship-to-shore radio thing. It's probably regulatory so that you can hear...
Correct. Race control.
Race controls, yeah.
As well. It's also going to possibly be linked to some of the other electronics in the car. Whether or not that antenna has got a link to the in-car marshalling system, I don't know, but clearly they will not release that car without the antenna being fixed. It's a highly advanced piece of kit. The electronics in these things is a thing to behold. It's the Porsche team who run up to this race, welcoming a soon-to-be German ESA astronaut, and that gentleman, I think, favourably impressed with how the electronics in that car compared with the Soyuz that will take him up to the International Space Station at some point. It's 21st century tech against rather 60s Soyuz tech. Well, it's... It still works, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but the space station is very complex, and it's the size of a football field, and it's something.
It's the Soyuz.
It's the Soyuz, yeah. It gets there. It gets there, yes. But, they went to the moon 48 years ago, and it's quite something. What I love about the tech of the International Space Station is that it falls but never hits anything. there's no power involved.
Right.
Essentially, to spin around the world in an hour and a half at 17,500 miles an hour, 225 miles high, it just falls but never hits the earth.
It's a fabulous thing.
It is wonderful. Have you seen it go over?
Oh, lots of times.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Bizarrely, on the same evening, on the same day, on the way to Le Mans, at the same place, on 2 consecutive years, flew over us on the ferry on the way out on the both evenings on the 2015 and 2016.
I saw it go over in 2013 whilst having a late evening beverage after broadcasting in practice at one of the local bars. People thought I was mad, but anyway. Right then, this battle for GTE Pro, it continues as the Toyota scythes its way through.
And these are two cars, by the way, neither of which have run a race this season in the WEC. Neither of the Porsches have won this race, won a race in the WEC this season. And this Ferrari, the 51, hasn't won this season. The 71 has, 51 hasn't. So at the moment, looking at the potential for, well, a new winner this season. We've had a win, of course, at Le Mans for the Aston Martin. We had the 71 Ferrari take the win at Spa, and the Ford, 67 Ford, winning at Silverstone. So full house has got some potential here if Porsche can actually make this one stick, or will the number 51 crew, James Gallardo and Sandro Perguidi, ruin their day on home ground. They, of course, would love to do that.
Got a good run. Got a good run, Graham. Sorry to interrupt. That's a good run, but is it good enough as they come over that change of tarmac down to this corner that drops away? It's quite downhill there, and then it dips into that apex on their right-hand side. This is going to be a battle. It's going to get closer and closer. Oh, he had to turn in quickly to take the space away from the Ferrari.
Great grip there from the Ferrari, and also the ability to get the power down very quickly indeed. This is going to be a good battle.
Taking curbs, ditch hooking even, as they go through the exits of the complex at turn 3, turn 4. But now, as they make their run down the hill towards the hairpin, this is for lead in class in GTE Pro, the 911 and the 488. Flat 6 versus V8.
Turbocharged V8, remember, as well.
In the Ferrari.
Indeed, and Porsche opting not to go the turbo route. Controversial decision from them. Came from where they believed the rule set would go. It didn't, but at the moment it's not holding them back. Both spectacular pieces of machinery. These things look great. When you see them sitting next to their road car equivalents, it's even more spectacular.
Okay, now let's go down to the Ford Performance Garage and catch up with Louise, who I think has got Andy Prio.
Well, Andy Prio's just speaking to the team, actually, aren't you, to see what the situation is with the pack ahead of you?
It's a big fight going on here. I mean, we've done 2 double stints now, so we've got fresh tyres to go in the last few hours. Some of the other, Sorensen and Gallardo, have taken tyres, so it's going to really be, a great finish. Yeah, it's a big fight. You know, the first stint for me was okay. The second stint, I was on a used tyre, racing against guys on new tyres, so it's always going to be hard. But we had a good couple of stints. Now it's going to be a great finish, let's see. But I don't think we've got the pace to win, but we're in the top 3, 4, somewhere like that, It's good.
But it's all down to that tyre game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive strategy game going on now. We've got 2 new sets to go. After this stint with Harry, some of the other teams are going to have to just go on used, so it's going to just change again. It's going to be really close.
Thanks, Andy.
That is a cat and mouse as it all unravels towards the end of the race. Just to remind you, in GTE Pro, they've got 4 sets of tyres plus 2 tyres, so 4.5 sets. And that's from qualifying onwards. So we have to go back to yesterday with regards to that. So, as he says, you're putting on older tyres.
So to give you, for instance, the 2 Aston Martins, we know the 95 crew, Marco Sorensen and Nicky Team, used 2 sets of tyres in qualifying yesterday to get to second on the grid. The 97 team used 1. So they've got an additional set of fresher tyres.
Now this is the battle for second, third position in class in LMP2. In fact, it's second, third and fourth position in LMP2. That is David Cheng in the black car with the red roof, and then Matt Rao looking ever closer. Albuquerque right behind him, and a change of lead in GTE Pro. The Ferrari gets ahead of the Porsche. James Collado sneaking ahead, and the Porsche comes in immediately to make its pit stop. So the Ferrari did all the work, as it is still David Cheng who's holding position. Matt Rao looking to the inside. He's going to risk his nose being taken off. David Cheng has nowhere to go, but he has the right-hander coming up. Does he have the inside line? Yes, he does. Side by side, they leave the door open, and it goes through. It is Felipe Albuquerque going up to second position. From fourth to second position goes the Rebellion. As the other two squabble, the Rebellion takes the advantage. Great racing.
And Matt Rao also makes the pass. So Albuquerque up to second. Matt Rao, oddly enough, stays third, but takes the position from David Cheng, who drops down from second to fourth.
Fuel going into the Porsche, as that's Christensen, who's just lost the lead of GTE Pro, but fuel going in for him. But a great battle going on in LMP2 for second, third and fourth position on screen here, and that GTE Pro class. Collado leading at the moment, but we've got to let the stagger unravel with pit stops.
Absolutely. So Albuquerque was always the man that looked likely on form and talent, it's got to be said, to take that move, but I don't suspect he expected it quite that quickly, and to come from the results of the battle between the two. The Porsche, meanwhile, coming out in the hands of Michael Christensen, takes tyres. This is the battle for second and third in GTE AM. 98 Aston Martin finally pits in the hands of Mateus Lauda. Miguel Molina goes up into second position, 12 seconds back from Matteo Caroli, who is involved in that battle. That's a long battle with the Aston Martin. Well, Bamba, meanwhile, is back now with Nick Tandy for the overall lead. Took nearly a second out of his, well, Le Mans winning teammate from just a couple of years ago. 109 laps in the book for these two, and the gap 0.6 of a second with Mike Conway in the Toyota 37 seconds further back. So 2 hours 46 minutes to go of this barely controlled mayhem. Love it, absolutely love it. 6-hour racing, we've missed you. Number 1 and number 2 Porsches. This is not for a photo finish. They've got almost 3 hours to go. This is a battle, and they have been battling the Porsches, if not banging wheels and wheel to wheel, but certainly showing the teammates throughout this race. And for that matter, the Toyota, let's not forget, Toyota led this race for an hour and 17 minutes. But, showing them that they meant business. And don't count out a change in lead here. There'll be a bit of very well targeted needle, I'm sure, between these two crews. Yeah, there you go. Remember me, Nick? Flash of the lights. A bit of a warning, respecting track limits, the exit of turn 4. As the 54 car, Miguel Molina, comes in from second in GTE AM. Paul Dell'Anna, meanwhile, has rejoined in the Aston Martin. But Griffin closing in now on the Aston Martin, but does owe us a pit stop. And there's a change. Bamba goes through on the pit straight. I think is Porsche managing, which appears to be the quicker of the 2919s at any given time in this race. Not holding each other up. If they think they can go quicker, they've been told to let them go. They still see a threat in store from the Toyotas. LMP1 at the front, LMP2 at the back. We're going to go down to Louise, who has Bruno Senna with her.
Well, we're just watching that LMP1 battle, and you're saying nice move there, but it was a fairly nice move from Felipe as well.
Yeah, Felipe did a great job, very opportunistic there with the two other P2 cars fighting in front of him. We need to do a lot of work now to catch this 1 minute 10 gap that we have to P1, but 2 hours 45 to go, and we can do it.
Fighting talk.
I'll do it again.
Thank you.
So there's a smiling Bruno Senna, enjoying watching the action unfold in front of him when Felipe Albuquerque breaks with Bruno Senna. Cracking, opportunistic race driving there. So Rebellion is passed by the number 2.
The race started here at the Nurburgring under cloudy skies. We had a bit of rain overnight and some rain this morning, but there was a bit of a dry line appearing once the cars were on the grid. Once the green lights was on, there was only one Toyota at the forefront because the other had a problem on the warming up lap. It instantly lost 5 laps whilst a fuel pump was replaced in the pits. There was a coming together between a Manor and a Signatec Alpine, and that Alpine went into the grass. The GTE Pro battle was absolutely nose to tail during the first stint. The Aston Martin eventually going just a couple of meters wide and giving an opportunity for the Porsche to get through. Once it got through, it had gone. In LMP2, it was wheel-to-wheel stuff between the Jackie Chan car and the Rebellion. Eventually, the Jackie Chan car getting the advantage. Number 91 Porsche currently is second in class, as it has recently battled with the Ford and more recently with the Ferrari. Balance of performance, perfectly balanced. The leading trio, Porsche, then Toyota, then Porsche, as the number 2 Porsche tried to get through and did make it stick against the lone battling Toyota at the forefront of this race. Porsche boys pretty happy with that one. And then the sister Porsche managed to get through from third up into second, as the faces said it all in Toyota. Then the sunshine began to peek from behind the clouds, and there was a bit of colour being put into this race. At the forefront, it was the Porsches nose to nose. Eventually, the number 1 getting ahead. Nothing between them. Nothing between them. In GTE AM, it was the Aston Martin versus the Porsche. The Porsche then getting ahead, and that is where it currently sits. This was a change of lead of GTE Pro. James Collado with the number 51 getting ahead of Fred Makaviki. There is the number 38 LMP2 car. That leads the LMP2 class at the moment, some 60 seconds ahead of the Rebellion of Felipe Albuquerque. Live pictures now from the Nurburgring. There is the leader of this 6-hour race, and we've got 2 hours and 40 minutes remaining. It is Earl Bamber driving 2.2 seconds ahead of Nick Tandy. There you have them, 1 and 2 in shots. Mike Conway in the Toyota, he's third. He's another 38 seconds back.
And that is a gap that's increasing. This tactic for Porsche of allowing the quicker of the 2 cars. You can see the overtake there that's left the number 2 Earl Bamber in the lead. The tactic appears to be let the guy who's got the better pace at that moment take the lead of the race. Don't hold up the quicker car. That is drawing both of these Porsches steadily away from Mike Conway's Toyota. That gap 40 seconds, all but a few tenths now. from the leader to third place. The second Toyota, meanwhile, Hans van Davidson, still 5 laps down. It's lapping at pretty good pace, has not managed to grab a lap back from the leaders. Has, though, managed, of course, to make its way back up through the remainder of the field to lead all the LMP2 pack. So 2 from 1, then the 7th, then the 8th. Then we get into the flurry of LMP2s with the 38 effort. Over a minute ahead. Griffin, meanwhile, although it owes us a pit stop in this car, it's just about to take third position in GTM from Thomas Fleur in the identical, well, mechanically, electrically, if not in livery, Ferrari 488 Clearwater racing car, with the Toyotas up behind him, looking to get by. 54. Matt has seen the car coming. Rebellion tucks in behind. And the Irish driver will look to make the pass on the Swiss businessman as soon as possible. Like a little bit of clear air before it's time for the 61 to make its latest stop. Remember, defending a championship lead here, the 61 Clearwater Racing crew, after a win at Silverstone. Goes through very neatly indeed. In Silverstone, after a clash between the Aston Martin 98 car and this 54 car, the closing stages of the race, and in he comes. So just briefly takes the position before pitting for its latest pit stop. This will be Matt's third. Caroli, meanwhile, who leads the race, also on the same kind of pit cycle. Background there, the top with Motorsport Ligier. So that clutch issue, the oil leak into the cockpit, solved. 34 and 61 in the pits. 35, meanwhile, not an official retirement, but we heard from Lou earlier. Gearbox woes for that car. Been no shortage of action in any of the classes. GTE Pro serving up some fantastic action in the first hour and a half and beyond. LMP2 has been cat and mouse, certainly for positions up and down the field. LMP1 has been a matter of the Porsches catching up, and that 37 car in the hands of David Cheng. I don't think David saw the Toyota passing him. Went to take the line, and it was filled by a Toyota. We saw the wider shot there. So Toyota came to lap the Jackie Chan DC racing car. The bad news for the 37 crew is that closing is Pipo Derani in the number 13 Lion Rebellion car. Pit road for the number 91 Porsche. Second position in GTE Pro, James Collado. It's 27 seconds up the road, but requires a pit stop too. It's fuel going in, ready with tyres this time for Fred Makovicky. Driver is staying in the car. The Porsche crew about to jump into action. Wheel gun at the ready. On the jacks it goes. Front tyre off, front tyre on. Same at the rear. Back over the line.
Remember, you're only allowed...
That was left tyres only.
Left tyres only. Only allowed one gun over the line at any given time.
The left tyres only for the number 91 car. With that stop, Michael Christensen in the Sister 92 car goes back ahead. And as we said, David Cheng fallen into the clutches of Pipo Derani. Pipo started the season with the Chip Ganassi Ford UK team. Did very well indeed with that squad. His deal with them ended at Le Mans. Pipo Derani also winner with Extreme Speed Motorsports at Daytona and at Sebring.
Well, he's got him. He went around the outside of the hairpin, and that was a manoeuvre that started 3 corners before the actual prize was taken. So position now 4th.
Young Brazilian moves ahead. Very much a man who the paddock's eyes are on as a current and future star in sports car racing. Pulling away from David Chang, and behind the Jackie Chan DC Racing team, of course.
It's always been close down into the first corner. It's always been a tight position for all of the cars here at the Nurburgring. Porsche that leads here at the Nürburgring by 2 seconds ahead of its sister car. Earl Bamber leads, Nick Tandy second. The Toyota is still 45 seconds back of the number 2 Porsche. This is a pit stop for Daniel Serra with the number 97 Aston Martin. He comes down pit road. There he is. The yellow stripe on the top of the windscreen as he comes into position and stops bang in position. The earth goes on. The guy with the fire extinguisher just in case. Remember, there was a fire here last year with the Ford. It was a tie wrap that had come loose from inside the fuel tank that was holding together all of the balls to reduce the size and the capacity of the fuel tank, and it flowed out and it got itself jammed in the normally spring shutting valve.
The breather.
The breather on the breather side. So, of course, there was a gap for the fuel to come out, and did it come out?
It did, but in the cockpit as well. Well, watching this pit stop, a few quick stats. I know the viewers love a few stats. The halfway mark in this race, the 29-car field had completed 2,900 laps of this 5.1 kilometre Nürburgring circuit together. 14,874 kilometres raced. 374 overtakes per position. That means 1,512 overtakes in total. And the driver with the most overtakes in this race at the halfway mark, Pachito Lopez, with 106 cars passed on track. It's busy, I think, is the shorthand for that lot. Another half hour has passed since that mark, so plenty more action in the books. Bamber, 2 seconds ahead, still putting away from Mike Conway, the 2 Porsches, playing a bit of a tag game this afternoon after getting by Pachito Lopez much earlier in the race. It's been a steady drawing away from Porsche. Porsche will know, though, that they need to make that count. They're aware that they will at some point have to use the harder rubber that they used in qualifying, to see whether or not that's got any kind of factor towards the end of this race. P2, well, 38 Jackie Chan DC Racing team continue highly impressive run. A very well matched crew, and Thomas Laurent as the silver driver is proving too hot to handle for several of the other teams here. It's a pass from Felipe Albuquerque, puts them 71 seconds back now from the leading car in the 31 Rebellion. Matt Rao holding third position in the 36-seater Tech Alpine, and I think his best run of the season so far. GT Pro, as Toby was saying a little earlier, we've got the two Jackie Chan DC Racing cars together on track, leading and in 5th position. So Thomas Laurent and David Cheng. And it is Laurent looking for a way past the boss. GT Pro has been, well, a dogfight, an absolute war all the way through. A couple of gaps emerging now, so some of that with pit stops. GTM as well, not short of entertainment there. The principal battlers have been the 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche team. The car leads now in the hands of Christian Reed. Paul Dall'Anna just 13 seconds back, but closing in the 98 Aston Martin. The 54 Spirited Race Ferrari having got another great run. Thomas Fleur back at the wheel of the car. As
well, you can hear on the throttle that he's not absolutely flat chat now. He gets out of the way. So Thomas Laurent is now unleashed to use everything that he's got underneath the throttle pedal of that number 38. Continues to lead the LMP2 class.
Indeed, and 37, by the way, being told by race control to switch off the rain light, that flashing high-vis rain light at the back of the car.
Very bright it was into the eyes, not only of Laurent, but also the camera and you guys watching at home.
Gives you an idea of actually how distracting that can be for the drivers of the following cars, doesn't it?
So we've got two championship leaders that are leading their classes here at the moment with 2.5 hours remaining. The number 2 Porsche leads the race overall. It leads the championship in LMP1, leads overall. The LMP2 class is being led in the championship by the number 38 car. It's leading here. GTE Pro, the championship's been led by the Ford, Prio, Tincknell, and of course Durrani. Durrani no longer in the Ford, but that car is not leading its class. It is 4th in class at the moment with Harry Tincknell. GTE Am, the leader of the championship, Sawa, Griffin and Mock, they are 4th in GTE Am at the moment. So the wind is certainly going in the right direction for the number 2 Porsche leading the class at the moment, and also the number 38 LMP2 Jackie Chan car. Here you have it, 1st and 2nd in this race, the 2 Porsches. And just taking any line they wish and accelerating out of the corners. Bruno Senna saying to us earlier, you just cannot believe it when they come past. That initial punch of acceleration is quite something. 4-wheel drive, and as he quite rightly put it, 4 rear tyres on the car.
And remember, the car that Bruno is actually driving, a car that was capable of pace good enough to have taken pole position at Le Mans just 6 years ago.
Yeah.
That's the kind of pace he's talking about, and it's still got the level of difference in terms of punch.
It's always impressive when you see a motor racing driver, a professional, going, wow. And Montoya did that before he had the rookie, not the rookie test, you know, the extra driver test, whatever they call it, in Bahrain at the end of the year, and that was back in 2015. He was watching in the stands during practice and during the race, and he videoed with the Porsche accelerating out of that left-handed tight corner before the back straight, where parallel to the drag strip at Bahrain.
Absolutely.
And he was just like, wow, look at that.
It is astounding. We came here for just ahead of the first visit for the...
Oh, a touch was there between the number 1 Porsche and the Ford. Was there a touch, or did the Ford try and just get out of the way? Harry Tincknell has been put into the gravel. I was watching whilst you were talking, Graham. I was aware in case there was a change of position for the lead. That hasn't happened. The number 2 still leads.
It was 4th position for Harry Tincknell, but the next 2 cars along in close contention. Let's have a look again.
Did he have to jink right to avoid the car?
Didn't see the right angle there, did we? We didn't didn't see the right. It didn't look close enough.
Here we go. Look. There was definite contact.
Yes, there was.
And he's got to get that thing over, and it's got to slew sideways, and he's got to go uphill. He's trying to turn it around 180 degrees because he needs to get onto that grass strip. Oh dear, oh dear.
Harry Tinknell rallied was fiend. There you go. Ford GT to WRC confirmed.
Where's Ken Block when you need him in a Ford? Well, that's unlucky.
Just seemed to drift wide in that corner, didn't he? Didn't have the grip to keep that line. I didn't feel he was squeezed. I didn't feel he was squeezed by the Porsche. It just looked as if the Ford was washing out to the left-hand side. I'd like to see it again from a different angle, but from that angle, that's what it looked like.
Didn't Andy say to Louise they were on used tyres?
No, he said he was.
He was, yes. But not Harry. Okay.
So Harry did not take a full set of tyres in the last stop. So at least parts.
Okay, let's hear what Tandy's got to say.
Right hand side, copy. Be back on the steering when you can. Now we're at the side, front, still okay. Copy.
Okay, so there's no damage.
It was just basically confirming which side he was hit.
Let's have another look. This is...
See, the Ford goes to the apex and just washes out.
Yeah, but did he expect that car to leap around the outside so quickly? Oh. But as you said, again, this is the better view. This is the better view.
Ford moves off the line. Now, okay, I might point to the finger and say it's your fault. No, I'm not. It was a racing incident, but I did not see that Porsche squeeze the Ford. Like to hear what a GT driver has got to say about that incident.
Yeah, good call. Anyway, so these two continue to be first and second. Bamber and Tandy. Porsche. Mike Conway in the Toyota is now 52 seconds behind them. The pace that the Toyota had in qualifying, I think they admitted overnight it was not quite going to be able to be replicated in the race. Porsche leading here at the Nurburgring. Number 7 Toyota at this time with Mike Conway at the wheel. Thirds overall in this race. The sister car is behind it, but to the tune of 5 laps after problems on the warming up lap with the fuel pump.
Should say, by the way, that with the Ford did get back moving, did cost Harry Tinknell a couple of places though, that off. So 2 hours and 20 minutes remain of the 6 hours at Nurburgring. 2 seconds separate the two Porsches. 51 seconds further back from Nick Tandy in second place. It's Mike Conway. If you've been with us throughout the race, you'll know that 5 laps down, but still 4th overall. It's the second of the Totas. Davidson's still at the wheel of that car. Then we get into fine battles down the field in LMP2. So the 38 Jackie Chan DC Racing team continuing their rich vein of form. With that race by over a minute from Philippe Albuquerque. Super subbing this weekend for Bayern Rebellion in the 31 car. Matt Rao, by the way, doing a fine job of keeping well in touch with Albuquerque and his 36 Signatek Alpine. They are the trio in the provisional podium positions, albeit well over 2 hours before the end here. top three in GT Pro, meanwhile, separated by 30 seconds. Collado in the 51 Ferrari. That car's not won this year. Christensen, Michael in the 92 Porsche. That car's not won this year. And Fred Makovicky in the 91 Porsche. That car has not won this year. Gathering fight in the GTE AM category still. Who is the leader? Just been overtaken by the 28 TDS Racing Orica, Christian Reed. And Paul Dall'Anna has been chipping away at the advantage there. It's about 8 seconds the gap at the moment. So that's not done either. 31 seconds further back is Thomas Fleur in the 54 Spirited Race Ferrari. There's 3 cars on the lead lap. The 4th car on the lead lap is the 61 Clearwater Racing car. That's some little way down. It's the championship leading car in GTM, of course.
On board with the leader, Earl Bamber. A little bit of fog inside the lens, unfortunately. It's warming up here at the Nurburgring, even though it's still leaden skies that we've got over our heads. Up behind, one of the Rebellions, one of the Manners. Should be able to get through. No, because the Rebellion is having its own race. Rather optimistic manoeuvre to see if it can get past that Manor. The 2 Porsches have a good run. Will the number 1 car of Nick Tandy have the opportunity to go through? He's having a flash. Likewise, the TDS LMP2 gets out of the way. You don't want to be knocking a Porsche off at the Nurburgring. So he gets well out of the way. Nothing between them. Well, what are the discussions inside the Porsche garage is the next discussion that we are going to have to think about having, Graham, because
who buys the coffees?
Who buys the coffees? Who buys the pills? Who buys the, you know?
With a single L, we should make it very clear.
Yeah, who is... And what is the plan? Is there a plan, or do they just let them race?
I think at the moment they're doing a great job of actually dealing with the threat from Toyota. They are playing a tag game here. Who's got the tyres? Who's got the pace? Let him go, stick with him, change if necessary. Line and astern there, by the way, 5 Orica LMP2s, all involved in their own battles. 2 of them just half a second apart for position. The 28's in the hands of Francois Perodo. Ricardo Gonzalez in the 25 Manor. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those cars. Pierre Thurier in the middle of that lot. The 26 car, having served that 3-minute stop-go.
Second from the back in that shot.
Indeed, and having started from the back of the grid, of course, after being penalised for a technical infringement in qualifying. So double bubble trouble for the number 26 car, but is not a million miles away from being back in the mix for a climb up a little further up the order. It needs to find a lap. Therefore, has found more than a lap over some of these cars so far in this race. Run early in the race from Ben Hanley to storm back up through the field, deal with the GT cars ahead, getting stuck in amongst the LMP2s, just trying to claw back time wherever they can.
The pace of that GTE Porsche, you know, they're mixing it in with those LMP2 cars. Arguably, the GTE Pro car is more expensive than the LMP2 car, of course.
It most certainly is.
Certainly are.
100%.
Yeah.
And at the moment, of course, there is no customer program yet announced for the 911 RSR. I can tell you that as soon as they do, you know of at least, well, several customers, one of whom would like to buy multiple cars. So
to race?
Absolutely to race. Absolutely to race. It is not unusual to wander up and down the paddocks of the WEC, the LMS and other series, and to be told by team managers they're just waiting for the moment when the order book opens for 911 RSR, the Ford GT. And then customer car will be a reality. And we wait with bated breath to find out when that might happen.
And they've got to have a longer strategy as well, the manufacturers, because what can sometimes happen is a manufacturer spend time developing a new car behind the scenes, a la BMW, but whilst already racing, and then it affects their racing program. So that is current rather than a new model for the future.
Well, the new model for the future we're going to see next year in the FIWC, the M8. Known to have had its first rollout in the last few days, which means that the M-Tech crew that will be here with us in the FIWC in 2018 can park the BMW M6 GT3 they've been doing practice on so far and now play with the real thing. So in rapid fire order we should start to see and hear about progress from that team on their journey towards the World Championship next year. 36 meanwhile, Hans and Matt Rao from third position, Signatek Alpine, the defending champions in the WEC LMP2 stakes, on pit road for the latest of their routine stops. It's going to be full service. No, it's not. It's only right-hand side tyres again. So it's saving a little time.
Coming back to the BMW program for next year, there's six new drives.
Well, it's pretty clear that they've got their eyes on some of the people within the BMW family. You look at some clues as to who those people might be. Go and have a look at the entry list for the 24 Hours of the Nurburgring this year. If you're asking me to put money on who some of those people might be, I think young Tom Blomqvist might well have a shot. Alexander Sims, I think another man that might well be in the mix.
Farfus?
It wouldn't be at all a surprise, let's face it.
He's been doing a lot of the M6 GT stuff.
So they've got a big family of possibilities, but they've also likely got a dual program in North America and globally. So they're going to have to find the right guys, the right slots. So we'll wait and see. Out comes the 36 as through goes the 13. It's Pipo Derani taking the position and up to fourth position now in the class. Pipo has, of course, made his stop. So these two cars, 13 and 36, are on the same strategy, all but a lap or two apart. So Jackie Chan DC Racing from Rebellion, from Jackie Chan DC Racing from Rebellion again, and then back into fifth position. So for the Signatek Alpine, the second car, by the way, the 35 car, has not emerged from the pits. Still have not been informed that that is an official retirement. So technically at least, although the 34 car, by the way, is back in the garage, technically at least 29 cars started, 29 cars are still in the race, albeit with two. It's pretty long-term pit stoppers.
The number one Porsche in second position comes down pit lane. So this is Nick Tandy making the car's fourth pit stop. 130 laps now completed for the leading duo. Checking the dials, finger on the button, making sure it doesn't go over the 60 km/h speed limit.
Dealing with an itch on his nose as well, by the look of things.
And stopping absolutely on the inch, cleaning the wing mirrors, taking a tear off from the windscreen.
We say the wing mirrors, if you take a look, we see the side of the car again, you'll see a kind of Perspex cowling, if you like. Trouble for the 25 car, by the look of it, that is slow coming into pit lane. Perspex cowling on the front wheel cover, and the mirrors, there you go, the black thing they can see at the front of the car, mirrors are embedded into that wing. It's a very hot break. This is delaying one of the Jackie Chan DC cars coming in. So trouble for the Manor car.
And trouble for the leader in LMP2, because it might have just been delayed just a little before the 60-kilometre-an-hour line. This coming in is Thomas Laurent. There is the manner.
Now, what was the issue? Was it just out of fuel? It could have been out of fuel.
Okay, these guys are on the radio. That Lollipop guy's on the radio. As the number 2 Porsche comes in, the leader of this motor race. It's got to do a pit stop of 57 seconds, otherwise it's going to lose the lead of this motor race.
Little black cabinets, you saw the car come between, by the way, with the RFID readers for the tyres. Rear clip change for the number 38 car. So you're absolutely right, Toby. Well, some form of issue they're looking to deal with.
So whilst we see the number 2 Porsche coming in from the lead of this motor race, the lead of the LMP2 class has had a rear tail section replaced.
And at least briefly, by the way, we're Jackie Chan DC Racing 1-2 now.
Why would they change the tail? Rubber build-up?
Could be rubber build-up. They might have been feeling some kind of imbalance in the handling. Might be good for us to hear from the team. Number 2, meanwhile. I think this may be fuel only for this car. In comes the 7.
So this is 3rd position. Mike Conway. The Porsche was fuel only. And let us see. Yes, it regains its lead by, as you can see, just 6 car lengths or so. There's the Toyota.
So as the 2 Porsches make their way through turn 2, the Toyota, the halt.
Yeah, it comes to a halt, and the mechanic with the earth lead just leans forward, and there's the point. Didn't have to lean left or right in front of him. A perfect pit stop by Mike Conway.
Mike takes a drink.
Fuel only, probably. No tyres that we can see in the background. No tyres at all. Fuel going in. The Porsche guys look on. Fritz Hensinger on the right-hand side. And the Toyota whirs its way out under electric power. And the regulations in the future for the first kilometre, even after the pit lane, under electric power.
Correct.
They've been confirmed.
That is the intention. We've not seen the full regulations, but the intention is for a full kilometre under electric power that the cars will be effectively plugged in whilst being fuelled as well. So they'll be plugged in to recharge the batteries on pit lane, and that the races, the races must be finished. The Le Mans 24 Hours must be finished under pure electric power.
For how long? A lap or?
Yet to be defined. I don't think it'll be
10 metres? Who knows?
We'll see.
Yeah. Well, the wet track was decided before this race got underway. It hasn't quite rained during this race.
And doesn't look like doing so now. The weather forecast has improved through the day. It was worse than we expected this morning, better than we expected this afternoon. Bit of a lock up there from Matt Rao, the 36 car. He's still trying to keep on terms with Pipo Derani. Good run from Matt Rao here this afternoon. Taking him perhaps a little time to get used to these 2017 LMP2s, but a bit more in the groove now. Chasing down the number 13 as best he possibly can. They're just half a second apart. 26 G-Drive car is on the pit lane. Pierre Thirier brought that car in. Long afternoon for that team.
And they're going to have to hold that G-Drive car because the Ford is coming in, and only now does the Lollipop go up.
So Ford's in one and then the other. Andy Priaulx climbing aboard the 67 car. Here comes the 37 of David Cheng. He pits the car.
So in LMP2, it is still the mighty 38 that leads ahead of Felipe Albuquerque by 63 seconds.
But that stop and the rear clip change for hearing from Louise down the pits for the same flickering lights at the rear problem they had at the Le Mans 24 Hours on the same car, that cost them around 20 seconds of that lead.
There is the number 13, still in 3rd position in LMP2. The Rebellion guys look on, taking the number 28 of Francois Perrodo. that is a lap down, is Perodo.
Francois Perodo has just interrupted that battle for a moment or two. Here comes Rao, wants to make sure that the French driver has seen him. Reigning GTM champion, of course. Out goes to 34 again, by the way. So 2 long stops for the Top Ref Motorsports group, but the Ligier still in the race, albeit a long way down the order.
There is the other Signatec Alpine.
Still working on that car.
Well, they either work on it here or in Mexico, don't they?
Not entered for Mexico.
Sorry, Freudian.
So,
yeah. Well, here at the workshop.
So, are they about to offer up? And what are they doing? Are they prepping that car to go home? Or are they prepping that car to rejoin this race at some point towards the end?
Mechanics overalls are off. Are they taking the engine out? They're giving it a full strip. Might as well start now rather than do it at the workshop.
Certainly, on our readout here, that car is not a retirement.
So, in GTE Pro, it is still James Collado who leads. He has that 26-second advantage over Michael Christensen. And 4 seconds is Christensen ahead of Fred Makovici. The leading Ford is Ollie Pla. He's a little bit further back, ahead of the number 67. Louise is with Harry Tinknell to catch up with how his rally crossing was.
Well, Harry Tinknell, we saw you in the gravel. We saw what happened. Tell us from your point of view from the car.
Yeah, I mean, I was having a great stint, to be honest. Second stint of the tyres, so a little bit tricky. But it got into a good rhythm. Saw the 2 Porsches come in. First one came down the inside into turn 10, and then I saw Nick going around the outside, and I mean, it's never really on, but I just backed out of it, gave him as much room to the right, and he still just swiped across the front of me, spun into gravel. I was very, very lucky to get it out. Could have easily been 2 or 3 laps down. I mean, you know, it's a shame. It's a little bit lack of respect, I think, between LMPs and GTs, but I mean, he didn't do it on purpose. He's not a bad guy at all. You know, I was on a beer with him a couple of weeks ago, Goodwood. So yeah, it's just an unfortunate thing, but obviously great shame for the team, shame for Goodrich, and look, we'll fight back, and I think we're only 16 seconds behind the sister car, so still plenty to play for, but obviously disappointing because I think Nick's one of the best drivers out there, and always a shame to have an incident like that, but really I gave him as much room as I could, nothing more to do.
Thanks, Harry.
So yeah, and that put Harry into the gravel, and as he said, he was lucky to get away with it, lucky to get out without losing 2 or 3 laps, and unfortunately that little bit of rally crossing, we may have joked at it at the time, but you know what our attitude was. It's bad luck, bad luck.
I think it was a racing incident. I think, you know, you heard what Harry had to say. I tell you what, I bet there'd be a remarkably similar story if and when Lou catches up with Nick Sandy. Neither of the guys would have wanted that to actually happen in that way. Look, to me, I think, you know, Harry may have a degree there where he's right, that there was not room for the car at that part of the circuit. That's why I said I'd like to hear it from a GT driver as to what those cars are physically capable of at that point on the track, because they know that, and the LMP1 drivers need to be aware of that.
Christian Reed under big pressure now from Paul Dallalana, the Porsche and the Aston Martin. Do they almost touch as they exit the complex, make their way down towards turn 5? Paul Howarth looks on behalf of Aston Martin as the Canadian chases down the hill, and Dallalana did a 2:01.8 on the last lap. That's about half a second quicker than Christian Reed in front of him, so that Porsche under big pressure. The other Aston Martin is in the GTE Pro category. That is, I think, keeping out of the way momentarily.
Looks that way. It's a 97 car, so that is Daniel Serra, way down the order.
And he wants to get through, but not disrupt.
Correct.
His other class teammate.
Has done so now. Interrupts the battle then for just a short while, but now Christian Reed is going to have to deal with the Pro car coming through and the Manor Orica. So Dallalana can gather himself up. Paul, Canadian gentleman driver. Oh, and a spin for the 24.
That's Graves on the way into the chicane.
That is Tor Graves.
Look at the rubber that's off the racing line.
Gets the car moving just as that battle starts to descend upon him. What happened here? And it was all by himself, I'm afraid. But in front of the Porsche, the Porsche had to take the cut through there. Now, has that made a difference? Tandy's in the lead.
Tandy's in the lead, yeah. So the leader had to go round the chicane of the runoff area. So Earl Bamber now back to second position. As the battle goes on. And Dallalana looks as if he might be able to take the lead, but he's got to go around the outside of the blue sun-stripped Porsche.
He's got it. I think he's got him. I think he's got the line here.
Yeah, he's got the line into the right-hander coming up. And here he goes.
Well. Busy turn one there with two LMP2 cars, the GTE Pro Aston Martin and the battling pair for the lead of GTM. But that was pretty good stuff there. Heads up driving from Paul Dallalana. He saw the opportunity was there to get alongside, and it had been just slowly emerging in front of him. And the reality was that was going to give him the lead. Great stuff from Paul Dallalana.
And the number 24 of Tor Graves has also spun at the hairpin at the bottom of the hill, so there's obviously some kind of problem going on with that Manor car. Here we have the two RSRs. This is Makovici and Christensen. Christensen getting ahead. Sorry, Christensen losing position to Makovici as they go through. Still the Ferrari leads from the two Porsches.
All four factory Porsches in the same shop there.
Yeah.
The leading pair of LMP1 919 hybrids, the second and third place in GT Pro. In fact, all in the same turn as well as the Toyota. The 911 RSRs. Porsche will be hoping that their staff photographer was at turn one for that one. Lovely shots. Huge commitment for decades for international motorsport from Porsche. GT Racing and latterly again, of course, now with these 919 hybrids.
So as the Porsches continue to lead, the number 7 Toyota is in third position. At the moment, it's got Conway at the wheel, but what has Lopez got to say?
Well, Pachito, we've all watched it being played out. What can you do at this point?
Well, I tried to defend, but it was a matter of time. I think, especially in the second stint, we struggled with the grip. We knew Porsche was very good on the race pace. We tried to do our best, but at one point we started to lose a lot. Yeah, but it's good to be able to be fighting with them. In my case, you know, it's the first real race experience I had, and I'm really happy. For sure, yeah, we beat far, and now we're trying to. We're struggling a lot, but we will work hard, and we will try to be stronger next time.
Well, Anthony's obviously in good mood, isn't he? Should I speak to you as well? All right, how was that?
It's good, yeah. Apart from the 5-lap down bit.
Slight issue.
Yeah, it's the same what happened at the beginning, but you know, nothing we can do about it as drivers. Seb did the best he could to sort of keep cool under those circumstances, and yeah, I was just enjoying driving the car. It's a nice car. Don't know if you heard me on the radio, but I said such a shame because he had a really good car today, and but we're just down there kind of just driving around making up the numbers, but at least we could climb up to fourth, and so I think we're still fourth. Yeah, damn, we're still fourth.
Thank you.
Yeah, fine. Apart from the 5-lap down bit, says it all, doesn't it? Says it all, unfortunately, and nothing we can do as drivers.
But he's still smiling.
Absolutely.
So he's enjoying his racing, just the frustration of the professional race driver. You know, Louise Beckett has to deal with all sorts of nonsense down in pit lane. Absolutely outrageous behaviour from a professional driver. I think the sanction he should get is maybe a 5-lap penalty. Oh, hang on.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. So the Porsche is still 1 and 2, but it is the number 1 car that leads from the number 2 car after that that run on after a car, the Manor LMP2 car, got in the way, and the leads number 2 Porsche of Earl Bamber couldn't turn in because there was a spinning LMP2 car in the way. There you have your leader. There you have it. Well, domination indeed. The number 7 Toyota now 63 seconds back in 3rd.
Looking very much like it is Porsche's day. Toyota there in the background.
So this is the replay. Number 2 didn't know where to go. It only had to go one way, and it's slower through that run-on.
Stay here. There you go. There's the lead change.
It's slower through the run-on, the other chicane, than the tighter chicane that we use.
But actually, that saved him time rather than actually trying to avoid the spinning Orica and taking the racing line.
Quick catch-up. It is the Porsches 1 and 2, 3 seconds between them. 65-second advantage over the Toyota in 3rd. Then in LMP2, it's the number 38 Jackie Chan car and the 2 Rebellions. They are having a lead of some 1 minute pretty well. The number 38 car in the green GTE Pro category. It's the Ferrari and the 2 Porsches. The Ferrari is 34 seconds ahead of the leading Porsche. So it's still a battle going on for 2nd and 3rd in class. In GTE AM, it's the Aston ahead of the Porsche and then the Ferrari. Nothing between 1st and 2nd there. Matthias Lauda returns to the helm of the Aston Martin.
The trademark, almost semi-gull-wing doors at that vantage. The doors open upwards a little. What will the next Aston Martin GTE car sound like and sound like? Sorry, look like and sound like. 54, meanwhile, now back in the hands of Francesco Castellacci as the AMR crew install new Dunlops for the 98. Emerges from the pits. Where is Castellacci? Still a little way from the end of the lap.
Christian Reed still leading the GTE AM class. Matthias Lauda made that pit stop. Will Reed be coming in? Yes, he should be. He does come in as he comes down the right-hand lane. Christian Reed in the number 77. Been in for a stint. Will he change? Will he get out? Will it be Dienst getting in? Because Cairoli handed over to Reed. So the German and Italian crew, as he comes down to... oh, it is. Yes, indeed. Dienst runs around the back of the car, gets the door open, takes the net away. And the tall Reed gets out, and then the much smaller Dienst gets in.
Line third in the championship order, the number 77 crew. It's been a pretty good season for them so far. Podiums at all 3 races in the season so far. The Topwith car, by the way, further down pit lane, is going back into the garage for a 3rd time. The well-drilled crew. And it's new Dunlops all round for the 77 again. Old school flat 6 sound from that 2015 spec very much rear-engined 911 RSR. Its newer baby sister comes by. That is Matthias Lauda. This is the battle for GTM lead.
Whoa, and it looks...
Matthias Lauda undertaking the factory Porsche in his pursuit of the Dempsey Proton car. Not messing him out there at all.
On it like Sonic.
Well. Now that was something.
And now we've got to give it a big gap here with the Porsche. Big gap. Why is that other Porsche going slower? Why is that other Porsche so far back on that long shot? All of a sudden it's 4 seconds back.
There's the 8th Toyota, just off to the right in avoidance of the Pro Aston Martin. It's one of the Porsches. That's the number 2 car. Gap should be 4 seconds. Well, it's 4 seconds as they cross the line. No massive differences in the sector times last time around. We'll keep an eye on that one, Toby.
I just thought that it was just going a little bit slower. Okay, well, as we look up the tail of that Aston Martin, we ride on board with the Ford. There you have the external shot.
That is Olivier Pla looking to get by Daniel Serra for position here. That's for 5th position in class. And just behind them, I think, is Marco Sorensen, looking to try to put a lap on the pair. The 97 Aston with the 66 Ford.
I love the mic from that camera, that forward-facing camera. It really does sound like the Le Mans film, doesn't it? It sounds really old school. Distortion always sometimes helps. Okay, as they go over the line. The other Porsche 911 is in the pits. The number 92 Christensen car. As Johnny Adam looks on.
Looking very chilled. Probably thinking about that last stint at Le Mans there. Fabulous race that gave us to the end of the Le Mans 24 hours between the Aston Martin number 97, the Corvette, and the other Ford, the 67 Ford. Harry Ticknell grabbing 2nd position.
Oh, big oversteer moment. Will that give the Ford a little bit of a look through as Matthias Lauda closes in on Marvin Dinst.
A good battle this has been throughout the race. Being caught now by the race leader, Nick Tandy, closing in. The Aston Martin sees him. For the Porsche has to take the line. Tandy waits, sensibly so. And the number 7 car. So there's the 8, must be the 8.
Must be the 8.
Must be the 8. Punches by with the 2nd, who is indeed the 8, and then comes number 2. Again, looking at the inside line to keep the pressure up on the Toyota behind, but also to stick with his teammate. Still this battle for 5th position in GT Pro.
Was that a wide line? Sorry, Graham. Was that a wide line by the Aston on that final corner, or was it just a different apex that the camera didn't quite pick up? But it certainly worked.
It's certainly not harmed its speed down that main straight, has it? Ford seems to have just marginally better cornering speed there. Aston Martin couldn't traction out though. very wide line indeed from the Ford, looking for any advantage they can grab. Now there, the Aston just pull wide. Got better acceleration out that turn again.
Now he's closer. Now he's closer, but the Aston just edges away again. Even though the Ford is in the slipstream and the hole in the air is being made.
Where is he going to find a moment to tuck the nose inside?
Oh, banging over the curve.
That was slightly untidy by Pla through there. That's cost him 2 or 3 lengths.
This, I remind you, is the battle for 5th. Brilliant. You would have thought it was for the lead. Here we go again. Right.
Catching this pair, by the way, is the second Ford. Just 7.5 seconds back now, Andy Prio, and he's caught this pair by 2 seconds last time. Should be in shot.
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah.
Yep, 3 or 4 cars back in the train, next in position.
So let's hear what's going on with Olivier Pla racing this Aston Martin.
Fucking engine, this car is a fucking joke. Copy.
I think we've got to apologise for that one.
I couldn't hear it. I couldn't understand what he said.
Apologise for the language there from Olivier Pla.
As he gets frustrated, we can only apologise for that, as he lays the big rubber down on the racetrack as he accelerates out of the corner. Can he have another opportunity to get close? And as it picks up, he has a great pickup. He has a great pickup. As he comes up the hill, as one of the Rebellion comes through.
And that will be massive frustration for Olivier Pla, just when he thinks he's got a moment where he can get into terms. Hang on, here come the LMP2 boys. But that is the craft, isn't it, of endurance racing, mixed class endurance racing. The race giveth and the race taketh away, but he's got another good run coming down the hill now, down towards the kink.
The Aston's got the drop in a straight line. It just pulls away. And it's making the hole in the air. Its line is... Oh, there's a G-drive coming through.
And that's the frustration. You can see what he's trying to do, and he can't do it because there's faster traffic coming. Here he comes again. This time, better run through the final turn. Much better run. But tucks in. The Aston is pulling away from him again.
See, the Aston's got the grunt in a straight line.
Well, they got the break ahead of this race. And it's adding to the frustration of Olivier Pla, and all the time Andy Prio is taking another 3 seconds out of this battling pair. Under 5 seconds back now from this pair. Here comes the Toyota. You don't want frustration to get the better of you in this situation, though. Keep a look back of this shot, because you're going to see the second Ford beginning to become a factor in this battle. Clearwater car, of course, the GTM car, running 5th in class. Just dropped behind the Golf Racing Porsche. Ben Barker putting in some quick times at the moment in that car. 4th. Where is Prio? It's a car there. We didn't quite see what it was. I think it is the Ford, though.
4.3 seconds back. Yep, just at the top of your picture as he comes over the crest of the hill.
It is indeed. Here comes Andy Prio. He will now see this battle ahead of him. He'll certainly be being told that this is for position.
better run, but you can't pass before the kink, and the Aston just edges away. Look, we can now see the bottom half of that.
Going defensive, though. Going defensive. Here comes Prio.
That might hurt him on the way out. Very defensive. And this is how it is, tooth and nail. Corner after corner, lap after lap, not just at these 6-hour races, but at Le Mans.
Very different line there, this time from the Aston Martin. He has gone defensive. He knows he's got the jump on the Ford in a straight line. Where is Prio? The answer is 2.3 seconds back now with the Clearwater car between them. Now, is this going to be good news for Olivier Pla or really, really bad news?
You know what the next BOP is? Not just on lap time, but on sector times. Because they do the lap at the same speed.
Well, it's all...
They do it in a different way.
It's all automatic now. You know, at the end of the day, there's a new process. He's alongside the car now.
But he's got to go around the outside because it's a left-hander coming up for these guys.
Here comes the Bicolis, a quick car in a straight line. Prio is going to be with them within the lap.
Oh. Yeah, the Collers gives it lots of space.
That's well done there by Ollie Webb. No risk. Didn't get involved in that battle.
Well, wherever you are watching around the world, this may be just for 5th, 6th position in GTE Pro between this Aston Martin in front of us and the Ford GT that we're riding with, but it is great racing.
And it's for a World Championship. Yes, don't forget, points at stake here for a World Championship. Aston Martin will badly want to win this. Ford desperately want to win this. Looks up the inside again. And here comes Prio. Deals with the Clearwater car. It's a Manor LMP2 and one of the Porsches.
So, as Sarah makes his way on, let's catch up with Johnny Adam with his thoughts on what is going on.
Johnny Adam is watching on intently. We're going to be quick because he's getting ready to get into the car, but Daniel's doing a great job.
Yeah, he's doing really good, trying to keep the Ford behind at the moment. It's a good battle. It's been like this for the last 5 or 6 laps. Different strategies at the moment, so hopefully it'll be like this at the end as well.
Defensive driving from him.
He's driving so well. You can see he's got a lot of experience out there and he's using it on every corner, but not putting a wheel wrong and driving very well yet again.
Thank you.
Certainly not putting a wheel wrong as the earplugs go in. So then, one of the Manor LMP2 cars squeezes past Olivier Pla.
It's a 24 car. It's Tor Graves at the wheel. 4 guys looking a little frustrated, I think. Here comes the Porsche. It's got a little bit of wide open space, gets by the Fords, deals with the Aston Martin as well, deals with the Manor in one short straight. And now we're back to battle resumed. Number 8, Toyota, storming through. Kaz Nakajima. Now, Daniel Serra has 2 Fords to deal with. 66 leads 67, Olivier Pla leads Andy Prio. Well, which way is this one going to go? This is 5th, 6th and 7th in what's been a hotly contested GT Pro class.
And is the Aston going to have to let that LMP2 car go through? No, he's not. He's going to hold his line. The leader of LMP2 realises that these guys are at it tooth and nail. Who have we got at the wheel? Thomas Laurent.
Okay. Wise to duck out that one.
Yeah. He has, remember, a 56-second lead over second in class. He doesn't need to risk anything.
There's no advantage of a tow there from the Oracle. It's simply gone. So watch the 2 Fords at this point. Is Andy Prio going to have fancy his chances of actually being the Ford most likely to profit from this situation?
The irony is these 3 cars are all prepared in the UK. The Aston Aston Martin in Banbury, and the two Fords just
10 minutes away.
10 minutes away, not even, 5-6 miles up the road, Greatworth Park.
Almost the overlap. Again, the overlap. This time it could be on.
But it's a left-hander. It's a left-hander coming up. He's tried it before. If he can stay on the outside, it'll work for the right-hander, but it won't. It's too quick down there, but he compromised his line. Maybe the Ford's got the run, but the Aston's got the speed. What a drive by Serra.
But he's got to be careful here because his teammate is ready to pounce.
Yes.
If he does stumble here, he's ready to pounce. He's not got the room to manoeuvre behind the Aston Martin that he had before. He's got now to think about two things: getting by the Aston and not giving Andy Priaulx the opportunity he'd dearly love to have to say, I'm the Ford in a better position now. Great to see these battles in GTE getting the attention they're due. 97
on the power early, Graham, isn't it?
Way better drive off the corner there.
But there's an Aston in the way.
He's taken a defensive line again.
He's not running away with it as he has done in previous laps, getting an advantage. He's going around the outside, side by side, then the right-hander. He's had to take to the curb.
He's off the track. I think he's going to have to give that position up. I think he's going to have to give that position up.
I agree with you. He tried, but there was an advantage gain. Was there not?
I think so. Can't take advantage, driving off the track.
66, please give the position back on the first opportunity. Car 66, give the position back on the first opportunity.
And Andy Priaulx, don't take it away from him either.
Absolutely. Oh dear me, that might be tea without biscuits.
Here we go, look. That just was...
What's the contact there? What's the
I need to have another look at the first shot, the other angle. Let's have a look at this. Did the Aston give him enough...
Aston was on the apex. Aston was on the apex. There's nowhere else for the Aston to go.
And the Aston couldn't turn anymore. It was understeering. Could you see it?
Yes.
Understeering. It wouldn't turn any more left.
Nicky Team's helmet.
Oh! As the Aston goes through because the Olivier Pla has given the place back, but of course, Andy Priaulx has gone through. Just as I said, that's what's going to happen when people are nose to tail.
Well, please, if there are children in the room, don't go to the in-car radio for Olivier Pla anytime soon. Oh dear, oh dear. Now, what can Andy Priaulx do about Daniel Serra? It looks to me as if Serra's tyres are not in the first flush of youth. Just looking down at the 97 car.
Well, of course, with Louise having just interviewed Johnny Adam and then we saw him putting his earplugs in, that Aston Martin should be coming in very soon. Those Dunlops, as good as they are running out of life. But what a drive he's done. Even the LMP2 car has to go around.
Well, he said the Ford did it last time, not a good idea. It's Francois Perraudot, GTM champion from last year, of course. Learning his trade now in LMP2. It's at least one more lap for the Aston Martin. Well,
what a drive. What a drive.
Fantastic stuff. Defensive driving in extreme from Daniel Serra.
And a lesson for other forms of four-wheel motorsport. And I don't want to tempt fate, but there's been no contact.
Tough, but incredibly fair.
It's immaculately fair. No anger, no punting, no bumping, no deliberately running on the brakes. Oh, look, I ran it. No, it is great, clean racing, and what a refreshing sight it is to see.
I interviewed Daniel Serra after Le Mans 24 Hours, and he said to me, it's great to be here. It's great to actually just start to introduce people to who I am. So I have noticed through the week that lots and lots of the journalists and the TV guys talking to me and suddenly realising they don't know who I am and looking at the belts where the name is. They know who you are now, Daniel.
Oh, yeah.
Le Mans winner, Daniel Serra.
And how proud will his father be?
It's fantastic stuff. And behind, he's holding off Olivier Pla, one of the fastest men in modern sports car racing, and Andy Priaulx, who to me in this 4GT effort has been an absolute revelation. Absolute revelation. Driving the form of his life for Andy Priaulx.
Matthias Besch gets in, the Rebellion, number 13. That's Pipo Derani getting out. They're fourth in class when they entered the pits. Meanwhile, the Tocqueville Motorsports Ligier gets in the mix as well, but how did it get there? Let's have a look. That is the Ford.
That's Olivier Pla running wide.
Destroying the paintwork of the Ferrari. Hour and a half to go. It's getting darker here. It's getting darker.
5:30 in the evening local, so it's not sunset or anything close to it, as through comes the number 7 Toyota. Now, by the way, 1 minute and 8 seconds back from Il Bamba.
He gets through! So, Andy Priaulx in the Fords gets through ahead of Daniel Serra. Bit of a round of applause, and he's got a big work, and they touch! Oh, so Olivier Pla does touch the back of the diffuser of the Aston Martin. He was scrabbling under brakes, he was trying to keep it, hold it together, but he just got that little nudge, and I shouldn't have said what I said. Now, here is Priaulx going through, following the Toyota.
That was a great move from Priaulx.
Utilising the hole that was made by the LMP1 car. Then, let's go to this next one, and that's Daniel.
That's a touch.
Daniel running, but
it was
definitely a bit
of a touch. He was pushed wide.
Bit of a love tap there. Here we go, and that's going to get very close in about the next 3 seconds.
He'd run wide, no doubt about it, but there was definite, we could clearly see it, contact, a little bit of damage to the rear diffuser.
So now the Fords have managed to get themselves up into 5th and 6th in class, and Serra's dropped down a couple of places in just 1 lap. Still leading the GTE Pro class is James Collado. Leading LMP2 is Thomas Laurent, the Jackie Chan Racing number 38. Leading overall still is Nick Tandy. He leads by just 2 seconds ahead of his teammate Earl Bamber. Porsche 1-2. Coming towards us, the GTE Pro Aston Martin. That is Nicky Thiem at the helm. That's the number 95 car. So the Fords are going to have to do it all over again to get past an Aston Martin.
This time for 4th position. So Daniel Serra pits immediately, by the way, in the number 97 car. That's his mission control. That's the level of sophistication that it takes to run a team like this. TV timing, telemetry feeds. So what can Nicky Thiem do now? With under an hour and a half to go now.
Serra out. Johnny Adam getting in. Hour and a half to go.
Gaggle of P2 stops as well as we watch this Aston Martin stop underway, including the 2nd place car, the 31 Rebellion. It's got the gap to the leader under a minute. So a good old chase there from Felipe Albuquerque.
Only one wheel gun allowed over the yellow line that you can see on the left-hand side at any one given time. And down and away. Oh, can't get the wheel off this Rebellion. Can't get the rear right wheel off. Bonded itself on. Burly mechanic rips it from its moorings. Now he's got to put the nuts on. Make sure that they are all done up. Airline out. Jacks disappear back into the floor of the car, and he's on his way.
That will be frustrating after fighting back for that gap to come under a minute. Bruno Senna now re-emerges into the race. Lost some time there, 5 or 6 seconds to that.
So the number 1 Porsche continues to lead the 6 hours of the Nurburgring. The car that led Le Mans, led until, what was it, late morning, mid-morning on Sunday morning, with Andre Lotterer at the helm and...
Gearbox.
Oh, it was Gearbox, was it?
I'm sorry, I was talking the wrong car. Engine for that car. I was thinking about a different car completely. I was in LMP2 mode and checking into the data screen.
And what do they have? A 12, 13 lap advantage, but it's the number one car that leads here. And who will get to the finish and get those 25 points first? 25 for a win. 25 for a win. 18 for second place. 15 for third. 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1, down to 10th position.
Don't forget, by the way, in the Drivers' Championship at the moment, the 38 Orica team from Jackie Chan DC Racing are third overall at the moment in the Drivers' Championship, because that championship is scored in pure finish order for the 2 LMP classes. And by dint of the mighty points haul they got in that championship at Le Mans, this is Laurent, Pitung and Jarvis at third.
I reckon they put used but cleaned up tyres on the front of that last LMP2 car. They certainly put news on the rears. New rubber on the rear.
We're getting into the realms where they're now using the tyres they've used in qualifying.
Yeah. Because what they do, they put the heat gun on it and a scraper and just take off the dirt, a few marbles that they picked up on the in-lap, a few bits of dirt, just take a sliver off, and all of a sudden you've got instantly more grip. Even though they've gone through a heat cycle. Of the wheel arch, you can see bits of rubber still pinging past our camera. Bit of a coast into the left-hander, big G through there.
The instant, by the way, between Olivier Pla and Daniel Serra, turn 2, is under investigation. Wait to see whether or not there's any further action there. So, Aston Martin was drifting wide. Undeniably, there was contact.
Now, what are we looking at this for? This is the leader of the race, going wide.
Oh, very wide. Lucky to keep that one on the island, Nick Tandy. I have to hope there's no problem with the tyre after that. Any run through a gravel trap can have unintended consequences, particularly if you look. The concrete, still that build-up of pickup on the right-hand side that we can clearly see.
Well, it's not necessarily pickup, it's throw-off from their own tyres, arguably.
Yes.
It's the Toyota's rubber.
One of the, how can I put this? The ballistic qualities of that stuff. You, like I, I'm sure, have done the track walks, and any given track walk that features an overbridge, you will find the underside of those bridges caked in rubber. Caked in rubber. With his mirrors full of the number 8 Toyota, still those, 5 laps down to this battle. Actually, I think may have lost a further lap, because of course they're out of sequence on the pit stops. So currently 6 laps down to the leader, 5 laps down on rotation. 37 car, meanwhile, pits from 5th position. David Cheng out of the car.
Nick Tandy on his way through the quick series of corners. Look at his eyes, wide open, starey eyes from the Le Mans winner from 2 years ago. Look at him with the right thumb flashing the lights, making sure that that car knows that he's coming through as he's hard on the brakes. His eyes go over to the left, then to the right, finding his way through the traffic, up the gears, now down with his left fingers. just initiate the process with the button, then it flashes for 2-3 seconds.
It's a sequence, yes, absolutely. Nick, super focused, looking to the next apex, looking to see what lies beyond, and the next, and the next, and the next, repeat.
And also the buttons that you can't see on the wheel are covered by a very thin layer of silicone grippy type of rubber. It's as if they're waterproofed, because then instead of a shiny plastic button, the material of the glove doesn't slip on it.
Andre Lotterer waits. Will be next in after Nick Tandy. And he would dearly like to add Porsche race wins to his racing record. Carried over from the Audi squad, of course. Years of huge success with Audi Sport Team Yost. Number 7 continuing in third position. Over a minute back from the battling Porsches. A steady drop back from the Totas, number 7. The break not really made much headway into the overall battle.
Now let's catch up with Thomas Laurent, who is part of the LMP2 leading car with number 38. The former world karting champion is with Louise.
Thomas Laurent making it back from your stint. How was it for you?
It was really good. The car was pretty okay. I started in quali tires, so I tried to manage a gap with all the guys who are in the new tires, and it's done. Now it's open on the car, and we cross fingers for the end of the race.
Everybody is looking at tires, so how are they performing out there?
For me, it was really good on the car. The quali tires are really quite okay during all the stints. At the end of the stint, it was really good, but a little bit of oversteer in the end, but still okay.
Expected.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hoping Tong, his teammate in the car at the moment, and they still have a lead of a minute.
Yeah, but that was Thomas Laurent making it clear that he's latter part of his stint there done on the older tyres. But still plenty of performance left.
Bruno Senna is currently in second position. Matthias Besch in the other Rebellion is third in class in the LMP2 battle. And then fourth is Nico Lapierre that you can see on the graphic. That's third and fourth there. Last podium position up for grabs. The difference between 15 and 12 points.
So 60 minutes from the start of the final hour. Just watching where these battles are coming, as we've got the 36 Signatek Alpine, Nico Lapierre, in a battle with 13 car. This is a battle for a potential podium position. Nico Lapierre catching Matthias Besch. Besch is responding, but this is for third in LMP2. Keep with this one, I'm sure. The Frenchman has been catching the Swiss. Besch, though, responding last time around, just drawing a few hundredths away again. It's a cracking battle, by the way, developing for the top 3 positions at GTM. 3 cars within 12 seconds, and the third of those catching both the cars ahead at the moment. Vion Rebellion, number 13, traditional number for Rebellion racing. Matthias Besch doing his best to fend off Nico Lapierre, double Le Mans winner in LMP2 in 2015 and 2016, was back there, of course, this year with the Toyota factory team, raced with them to 2014.
races, A1GP, Sebring, Le Mans, and reigning LMP2 champion. No slouch.
Absolutely not. And loves his racing, found his smile. Probably lost it a little at Le Mans this year. But, as always, he will bounce back. Taz Besh, meanwhile, he's thoroughly enjoying this new look LMP2 clash. Enjoys a race. He's getting one.
So they go over the line as Andre Lotterer prepares to get into the leading car, the car that has a lead of 10.5 seconds.
And Lollipop Man coming out across the road to stop the car. So, any moment now, we should see the number 1 Porsche of Nick Tandy at the wheel down pit road.
At the moment, it's just at the top of the hill after the Michael Schumacher S's. Only 2 people have driven through a corner named after themselves whilst they're still racing. Michael Schumacher here at the Nurburgring, and Ayrton Senna in Brazil.
Wow.
Sao Paulo. At least Formula 1 level. Not that I can immediately bring to mind somebody of not Formula 1 level who still current.
It's like statues, isn't it? The tradition is you don't actually have a public statue of someone.
You don't want to see yourself.
No.
It's a bit like reading your own obituary, isn't it?
Awful. I get it all the time.
So then, the leader of this motor race comes down pit lane. As we have a new leader, Earl Bamber taking the advantage, but it'll unravel in potentially a lap's time.
Down to the crews again, down to the pit crews and their efficiency. Let's keep an eye on this. Any fumble can make the difference. Out comes the seat insert, in goes the epically quick German, Andre Lotterer. This looks like fuel only, does it?
Making sure the belts are over the top of the hands device. Door slams shut.
Tyres are ready.
Only one side of the car.
It might well be. No.
No, he's just had a shot.
There he goes.
The one-handed mechanic, if you know what I mean. The strength of that one hand.
Oh, trouble.
Oh, Graham, what have you said?
Left rear. It's not my fault again. Where they go.
Last pit stop was 58 seconds.
Yep.
This
1:23. Now 1:14 was what they did with an untroubled, very clean pit stop.
So they've lost 9
seconds.
and they had a 10-second lead.
It's going to be mighty close. Presuming
the other car does a 14.
Does an untroubled pit stop, correct?
Yeah. Now the other car is just coming around the last corner and it is coming into the pits. The other car is coming into the pits. So Timo Bernhard
is ready.
You are going to be in that car in the next 20, 30 seconds.
An hour and 10 minutes to go.
So this is a potential race, win or lose pit stop.
Indeed it is.
And there's another pit stop to happen after this.
There is a splash and dash to go for all of these cars.
Was he a bit longer to get out? Was the door a bit longer to get out as Earl gets out, Timo gets in?
Shouldn't be an issue. Should not be an issue.
Because they can only go as quick as the fuel going in the car.
Indeed. Again, we're going to presume there's tyres. This car tyres are ready to gain a new set of tyres.
As the strong mechanic waits over on the left-hand side. We wait for the Porsche. There's a Toyota coming in with the right-hand picture. Okay, they mustn't upset the apple cart, keep their rhythm from what they've done before. The car just gets checked, the underside of the wing, that's the important side, gets cleared from any rubber. It's on its way, and the Porsche that was leading continues to lead. Andre Lotterer continues to lead with the #1 Porsche. It stays ahead there seconds as Timo Bernhard comes out. The lead has been halved, but the lead is unchanged now that the stagger has unravelled.
Absolutely. 8 seconds quicker in the pits, though. The number 2 car. Not quite enough. There wasn't quite enough of a delay to allow that change to happen. Meantime, in comes the number 7 car. Mike Conway out of the car. Maybe Kobayashi gets aboard. It's effectively a pit stop behind. The length of time of a full pit stop is he came in just under 2 seconds back from Timo Bernhard. Away goes the Toyota.
So that Toyota's on its way as the leader is already onto the back straight. And that is what a sort of 66-second gap is like.
I would agree.
So that Toyota forlornly ploughs its furrow for 3rd position, going on and on. Still, it is Andre Lotterer who leads this race. The number 1 Porsche ahead of the number 2 of Timo Bernhard. In LMP2, it is Hopin Tung in the number 38 Jackie Chan racing car that leads ahead of Bruno Senna. Just under a minute between those two. Matthias Besch in the other Rebellion is 3rd. Nico Lapierre 1 second behind in 4th in GTE Pro. Pierre Guidi with the Ferrari looking to extend his advantage, withhold his advantage of about 37 seconds ahead of Richard Leeds in the Porsche. Kevin Estre in the other Porsche, the predominantly white 911, is 3rd. The 2 Porsches, 2nd and 3rd in class, nose to tail in GTE Pro. And in GTE Am, Marvin Dienst is 4 seconds ahead of Matthias Lauda and Castellacci. So it is Porsche from Aston from Ferrari in GTE Am. Here is the LMP1 car, not a hybrid. It's got the 3-litre V6 Nissan turbocharged engine in the back of it, rather than that engine being in the front of the
GTR LM, as it was in 2015. But the team has been struggling throughout this race meeting with vibration issues. Still on track, good clean run, had a fantastic run at Spa. Utterly untroubled throughout the race. Expected to see them back with a revised car in 2018.
So this sorry, Graham, the gap is growing with that graphic that you can see there. The Hopin Tung speed, like a 1:48.8 on the last lap, a 1:50.7 for Bruno Senna. Not quite fair trying to compare apples with apples, because people hit traffic at different places. Some people get a clear lap, some people don't, but there you can see the gap. The red dot on the graphic is the leader in LMP2. In 2nd place is Bruno Senna in that number 31, going up to the tight left at turn 11.
And that battle we spotted for 3rd position in LMP2 between Matthias Besch and Nico Lapierre is still underway. They're catching Bruno Senna. Not a lot, maybe about a second a lap at the moment. 14 seconds back from Matthias Besch, with Nico Lapierre still half a second behind him. But that battle is carrying the pair of them closer to the battle for the lead. It is Senna, and he has got traffic, and plenty of it. And troublingly for Senna, much of it of the rather fast LMP2 variety. Of Matthias Besch. There is Nico Lapierre in the background. Well, this pair now 13, in fact under 12 seconds back. Took 3 seconds out of Senna last time around. So the battle for 2nd position in LMP2, 3 cars separated by 12 seconds. 64 minutes to go.
It's not just a position that's up for grabs for the last podium position, as you say. Any one of those three cars could get seconds.
Absolutely.
In LMP2, so there's a lot to play for. A lot to play for, as always, in the closing laps of a 6-hour World Endurance Championship race.
A quick catch-up with the teams that actually had those penalties at the start of the race. 35, I'm afraid, has been in the pits for most of the afternoon with a gearbox problem, so it's not going to feature anywhere in the sharp end of these results. The 24 Manor car that had that 7-minute stop and go is in the overall order for LMP2, albeit laps down. The car at the moment in the hands of Roberto Meri is 9th in the order, and the 26 car that both started from the back of the grid and got a 3-minute stop-go penalty is currently in the hands of Ben Hanley, 8th in the order. And Ben, again, proving that he can pedal this car as quickly as anybody out there at the moment. Under 10 seconds, Besh now back from Senna. With, I think, the race leader just behind this pair.
Yeah, those two Porsches were getting closer. The overall leader just coming up behind those two LMP2 cars. There goes Andre Lotterer. And as you said, Graham, valid point, looking for his first Porsche victory. Spent all those years at Audi with the same co-drivers.
Well, he'll join a rare breed of drivers that have won for two factory teams in the FIWC. A very rare breed indeed. But this battle's still underway. I've no doubt at all these two men are fully aware this is drawing them closer to an even more significant finish. Now got the number 2 car, Timo Bernhard, bearing down on them. 3 seconds down, Timo, at the moment, on Andre Lotterer. Kobayashi matching the times now of the Porsches. And that's mainly because the Porsches are falling back into the pace of the Toyotas, not the other way around. It's not the Kobayashis going that much quicker. Almost alongside. So with a bit of traffic, Matthias Besch still fending off Nico Lapierre. Almost got the opportunity alongside as they dealt with the Ford.
Closer and closer. Closer and closer as we come up to an hour to go.
Ford's, by the way, Nicky team has seen that challenge coming and has pulled away a little from Andy Priaulx. It's a 6-second gap for the number 95 car, sits in 4th position in GT Pro, where Greedy still leads for the 51 Ferrari, ahead of the 2 Porsches, number 91, 38 seconds back, Kevin Estre in the 92, got leads, by the way, in the 91, Kevin Estre in the 92, just half a second back. Matthias Lauda, meanwhile, pits from 2nd in GT Amp. The on-track action at the moment is about some very significant positions indeed in LMP2. Bruno Senna just pulls out a little bit of a moderate advantage that time around, 9.8 seconds clear of Matthias Besch, finds some clear air. Opin Tung, though, is extending his lead ahead to 1 minute and 10 seconds. That was under a minute.
Yeah, but 1.8 seconds into Bruno Senna on that last lap. So there's some big time differences as people hit traffic in different places around this 5.1 kilometre Nurburgring track. Last hour of running here for the World Endurance Championship race here at the Nurburgring. We've got some action between the leading 2 Porsches. It is Andre Lotterer leading from the number 2 Porsche of Timo Bernhard. Timo Bernhard quicker than and his teammate on the last lap. Closing in on the leader is the German here in Germany. So we've still got a race at the front that is not a foregone conclusion. Can Porsche win their second race out of 4 in 2017? Winners from Le Mans is the car that is chasing in second place at present. A lot of racing still to go also with the GTE AM class as well. But in the meantime, let's catch up with Earl Bamber, fresh out of the number 2 Porsche, battling for overall victory.
Well, Earl Bamber, it's been close between you and the number 1 throughout. What are the teams saying? Because you do keep swapping over, so what are your team orders or not?
I mean, in the end, we're fighting each other, and it's close because we've got the same equipment. So, but it's remarkable. I think we're within 1 second after 6 hours. I mean, at the moment, also we're taking it a bit easy because obviously we've got a bit of a gap over the Toyota, so we also need to bring it home. But also, both of us want to win. So I think Timo's still chasing down the 1. That was a nice fight between Nick and myself. We were quicker at the beginning, and then he was quicker in the beginning of the second stint, and then closed up again. So, I mean, it's a nice fight, put on a nice show for everyone, but I mean, we're not cruising around, we're still pushing flat out, so it's good fun.
How is that new high downforce package then for you?
I like the new high downforce. I mean, the guys have been working hard. It was our intention from the beginning that we can make a step mid-season, and you know, so far it looks good, but Toyota have got a fantastic car this year, and it's quite quick on the straight, so let's see when we go to other tracks as well. But here at the moment, our car suits this track.
Oh, we've got 1 hour left. What are we going to see?
You have to repeat that, I heard nothing.
We've got 1 hour left. What are we going to see? What's Timo going to do in that next hour?
I mean, this weekend we call Timo the Ring King because he's won 5 times here the 24 hours, so I hope he can catch up to the 1 and overtake, but let's see.
Thank you.
He's the Nurburgring King.
Oh, that's not worth you, Houston. That's Mike and a Mark.
Well, Timo Bernhard chasing to see if he can catch up with Andre Lottrell in the number 1 car, who leads this race.
Am I losing rear downforce? Confirm we've lost a fair amount. Andre, we have car 2 coming up behind us. Of course, we need to let them through when they catch.
So, losing rear downforce, making it slip and slide all over the place. Is that a reason why the gap is coming down now to just 1.3 seconds as we ride live on board with Andre Lottrell soaring away at the wheel as he comes down the back section, flat through the right-handed kink, up towards the chicane. Over the curbs he goes, and on his way into the final corner. He's about to complete his 172nd lap. Well, at least the car is.
Lost a chunk of time in sector 1, gained some in sector 2, but the 1.7 seconds is the gap. So we've heard from the number 1 what's going on with the number 2 and Timo Bernhard. Listen in.
Okay, Timo, all is okay. Aero is looking stable.
So he's getting more positive news. And is it easier to chase than to defend? I think we all know the answer to that question. But the carrot is there. He can see the prize. The championship leading car is in second position. There's the gap over the last couple of laps. Up, down, like a yo-yo. Back and forth. As this race comes into the last hour, nothing between the 2 Porsches. Less than 2 seconds after over 5 hours. The race started 5 hours ago here at the Nurburgring under heavy leaden skies. The big brass from Porsche were here. The big brass from the WEC looking on to round 4 in this championship. Fresh from Le Mans, it was a battle of the Toyotas against the Porsches once more. But even on the warming up lap, one of the Toyotas had a fuel pump problem and instantly it lost 5 laps. So it was 1 Toyota and 2 Porsches that charged down to the first corner. There was a touch between one of the Manners and the Alpines, the Alpine going into the grass. But in the first hour, what a battle it was in GTE Pro. No quarter given in any shape or form, likewise none on LMP2. But again, it was the number 38 that was going so well. Then the 911 RSR had taken a pole position in GTE Pro, and it was trying to convert that to a victory as the race unfurled. Then the Toyota had to give second best to the Porsche, then it had to give second best to the second Porsche, so it went down to third. Difference of body language between the German and the Japanese garages. Then it was nose to tail, tail to nose between the 2 Porsche 919 hybrids as they romped ahead, leaving the Toyota just a little bit further back. How unlucky it was for the other Toyota to have that problem so early on. We were robbed of what was sure to be a very good race indeed. But the high downforce configuration of the aerodynamic package of the Porsches was certainly working well. There was a coming together between, though, Nick Tandy and Harry Tincknell, the Porsche and the Ford. Whose fault was it? Well, the Porsche was desperate to try and keep up with its counterpart, but then there was the parting of the Red Sea, and the lead Porsche number 2 decided to miss the spinning LMP2 car. It went through the slower run-on at the exit of the chicane, and therefore it had to give away the lead of the race. In GTE AM, it is still the number 77 Porsche of Matteo Caroli who leads in that class. In LMP2, it is still the number 38 car that leads there, just as it did at Le Mans. Number 1 leads overall by 2.5 seconds from its sister car. Quick mention, though, for Pierre Guidi in the number 51 Ferrari in GTE Pro. He leads ahead of the 2 Porsches by 39 seconds. The edit was rather quick, but let's not forget that Ferrari is in charge in Pro.
It is indeed. It's been an impressive run all afternoon from the 51 car, getting ahead of what looked like a dominant Porsche display this afternoon and driving away from them in a pretty well-balanced GTE pack this afternoon. 40 seconds, a very good lead indeed. 2 Porsches still separated, by the way, by under a second. They've been lapping in formation for much of the afternoon. Further down the order, Nicky Team appears, for the time being at least, to have dispensed with the threat from the 2 Fords. He sits ahead of Johnny Adam, who requires a pit stop to get back onto the same cycle as we've seen for the Fords. Harry Tincknell, currently Stefan Mucker, with the delayed, twice delayed in fact, Ferrari, the 71 Ferrari, Tony Philander, some little way back. In GTM, meanwhile, watching the LMP2 battle in their classification, GTM still pretty well alive. Matteo Caroli back at the wheel of the 77 Porsche, Pedro Lamy back at the wheel of the 98 Aston Martin, and Miguel Molina at the wheel of the 54 Ferrari. Those 3 separated for the top 3 overall in class by 17 seconds with 51 minutes remaining. That is well alight as well. However, nose to tail battling continues for, well, 3rd place at the moment in LMP2, but they are still making inroads into the advantage ahead of Bruno Senna. Not as much as they were, but the gap is under 10 seconds. 8.2 seconds back is Matthias Besch in the 13, the sister car. 8.7 seconds back is Nico Lapierre in the number 36, with Alex Brundle now well back after the earlier woes for David Cheng.
A perfect example of hitting traffic at exactly the right point of the racetrack there, as the Rebellion and the Signatec Alpine make their way through past the number 77 AM Porsche and the Aston Martin. As they come over the line, they complete their 163rd lap. And even Lapierre can't get through. something you don't say very often. Matthias Besch driving superbly to stay ahead of somebody with that experience. Both been in the car the same kind of time, both got the same number of laps underneath them in this stint at least. One more pit stop to go.
We're into that phase of the race where two things are on everybody's mind. When do we pit for the final time? And what's achievable in these last 49 minutes? That's going to be what's on the minds of the drivers and the brains on the pit walls of each of these teams. The answer at the moment for Porsche appears to be, well, what order do these two 919 hybrids finish this race?
Now the number 38 Jackie Chan Racing Orica continues to lead in LMP2. Let's catch up with what Ollie Jarvis has got to say.
Well, into the final hour, Ollie Jarvis. That's a difficult tongue twister, isn't it? Thoughts going into this final hour? You've been dominant throughout this race.
Yeah, it's been a great race for us so far. To be honest, keep it on the track and stay out of trouble. You know, I think we've got a minute lead. Hoping space is fantastic. So as long as we don't do anything stupid and there's no mechanical issues, fingers crossed we should make it to the finish and, you know, hopefully on top step of the podium.
Thank you.
Well, if they do, it's going to be a massive mountain to climb for the championship for any of these other runners. Remarkable to have a minute's advantage with these mechanically identical cars. 11 cars in this class started this race. 10 Oricas, including the two Alpines, and a solo Top with Motorsport Ligier. All powered by the same 600 horsepower Gibson engine. So, the battle at the moment, by the way, in GTM is this one. This is for second position. Miguel Molina troubling Pedro Lamy and asking politely whether or not Pedro would like him to move over and let him by. Pedro may be surprisingly declined.
So this duel continues. The former Formula One driver, former Peugeot LMP1 driver with the diesel, and Molina right on his tail.
And I think I'm right, equal record holding Nurburgring 24 Hours winner, Pedro Lamy, for both Viper and BMW.
BMW, yes, with the V8 4-litre in the front of it. Yeah, not quite the E36, but it was 46. It was the initial iteration of the E90.
So he's driven everything, as Pedro Lamy.
I was talking about that with him yesterday. Nurburgring. He said that Prio turned up and won on his first time here in 2005. So that's a big experience for Molina to turn around. But as they come down this back section, Molina pushing. And with these remaining 46 minutes, it's a question of, is there a gap in the armour? We are keeping an eye on the timing screens as well with the overall leaders of this race. Andre Lotterer in the number 1 Porsche and Timo Bernhard in the number 2 Porsche. Sister cars split by 1.6 seconds. Timo Bernhard makes up time, then he loses it, then he makes up time, then he loses it. Traffic related, as he is hammering away to see if he can get his second win of the year for the number 2 car, the car that is leading the FIA World Endurance Championship standings at the moment. But as one Porsche leads the race overall, we've got another Porsche leading, but this time in GTE AM. Let's catch up with what Christian Reed has got to say.
Well, Christian Reed, there's lots going on behind with the battles with the other cars, but that's all good for you in the 77 leading.
Yeah, actually it's quite good if they lose some time on battling, but you know, it's still 45 minutes to go, so it will be a hard race for us.
Are you feeling feeling threatened by them?
Sorry?
Are you feeling threatened by them?
Yeah, it will be tough, and you know, for sure Matteo will be a lot of pressure, but he will do it. I hope so. I think so.
Thank you.
Well, as you were saying earlier, Graham, Matteo Cairoli, a star for today, let alone the future. And with his last 3/4 of an hour remaining, the pressure is on. There's a rebellion coming down pit lane. It's Matthias Pesch in the number 13. Waiting to take its slots and stopping absolutely inch perfect.
And if this GTM battle finishes the way it looks like it's going to at the moment on the current form we've got, it's going to really tighten up the championship race. There's damage there to the front of that car, the 13 car. A couple of the LMP2s have been a little bit in the wars. I think we're going to have at least 3 cars in the 90s for their points total.
So it'll close up at the top of the championship table.
Hugely. I mean, Dempsey Proton Racing, that 77 car, Lou just talking to Christian Reed there, has not finished off the podium this year. This would be its first win. It's had 2 second-place points hauls in GTE AM and a 3rd place.
There's the number 97 Aston Martin, Johnny Adam, 5th position for him.
He's got Harry Tincknell back with him now.
And that is Molina getting through.
It is indeed.
On that last corner as well, so he's got through.
And the last time through, at 1/1000th of a second ahead of the Aston Martin. But Pedro Lamy will get his head down, and this has been good news, by the way, for Matteo Cairoli, this battle for second place. He's taken the opportunity to pull away from that pair. 20 seconds up now.
Beautiful super slow-mo shots. And, you know, there's not that much roll in the car. It keeps it level. The aerodynamics are all kept as level as possible underneath the car so that that splitter can work perfectly and get the perfect aerodynamic grip from underneath. Let's catch up with James Collado with Louise.
Well, James, around 40 minutes remaining. What's the feeling in the 51 camp in this very competitive category?
Yeah, so far so good. We're doing a good job. We sacrificed qualifying to save a few sets of tyres for the race. We know that here is really tough on tyre wear. So seems to be working really well. We've worked hard since our disappointing Le Mans and tried to get the balance and setup absolutely spot on, and it seems that its car is performing fantastically. So yeah, just under an hour to go, and let's see.
Let's see indeed. Thank you.
Sounds a little bit nervous if you ask me, as there's the opportunity of a victory within grasp. Pierre Guidi at the helm at the moment as James nervously goes back to the rear of the garage to watch. Look at the great lump of rubber that fell off the side of that Ferrari as the pickup is beginning to be shook loose, one could say, from underneath the wheel arches.
Really needed this result, the 51 team, to get their championship aspirations back on track. A couple of second-place finishes in the first 2 races of the season, but no race points for them at Le Mans in a double-point scoring championship race. The championship was very bad news indeed. But James Collado there's found his smile again. It's been, as we said a little earlier, Toby, a very convincing performance indeed by both drivers.
Number 31, that mechanic just picking out any rubber from the cooling vents that go into the brakes. There's a gauze across the front. Little bits can get through, but the bigger lumps, sometimes, because by definition they're hot and they're pliable, they can stick and mould themselves around the gauze.
They can, absolutely. Not easy to remove.
No. As Bruno Senna goes on his way. Second in class. Oh, hello. 2 LMP2 cars side by side, literally.
A bit of a sideways kiss between the 37.
27. Alex Brundle battling with Vitaly Petrov there.
Kevin will not attack, just manage the pace to be able to continue until the end.
So, that was a message to Kevin Estre. He's third in class. He's battling his teammate in front of him, Richard Leitz, the Austrian. And the message, just play it.
Do not attack was the message. Just manage the pace to the end of the race here. So basically, do not risk this big points haul for what will be the most important thing for them, which is the Manufacturers' Championship.
And as one of the Porsches comes in, that is Kevin Estre, who's coming down pit lane as we speak. He completes his 159th lap. As the Manor and the G-Drive come in as well. Should be the last stops now. All other things being equal, as the sunshine appears. You couldn't make it up. We've been waiting all this time, and it appears. Careful as he was on the brakes into the garage. Look at all the rubber in that cause. Look at it all been flicked out by the mechanic. Fuel going in. Are the mechanics waiting? Are they going to keep the rubber on the car? Yes, they are. They're not going to go for a tyre change. This is going to be a very quick stop. As soon as that fuel comes out, he's on his way. That is Brendan Hartley in the Porsche garage. And a view into the eyes of drivers. A quick edit of what it is like as these guys prepare and wait for their gladiatorial moments. Stuff in the garages, but it's all tooth and nail once out on the racetrack. Petrov, Hanley, Vaxivier split by 1.4 seconds in this LMP2 battle.
6th position for this one, Toby. And well, who's the man looking most likely here? Vaxivier just out of the pits.
And that's a Manor.
That is the 24 car Roberto Meri, rear clip, being changed.
And it won't go on the bottom. It won't go on the bottom in the middle. Oh, big couple of number 11s being left down on the tarmac there by Ben Handley as he gets the power down out of the chicane up towards the final corner. The Porsche GT car is going to get overtaken. Well, just again proving that those GT cars are no slouches, with the LMP2 cars getting past only in the latter part of the straight.
So any point here for the 26 crew is going to be a bonus after, well, frankly, disastrous lead up to this race for them. Already having that, carrying that 3-minute stop and hold penalty into the 6 hours of the Nurburgring after incidents at the Le Mans 24 Hours, and then being relieved of their pole position as Ben Hanley goes way, way wide. Can't take the position there, Ben, like that. Relieved of their pole position, made to start from the back of the grid, have fought back all afternoon. Now sit in 7th position with every prospect that 6th might be within their grasp. 35 minutes remain. Mathieu Vaxivier is a threat here as well. The 28 car, this is a car that's already featured, of course, on the podium in the opening race of the season. And Mathieu made his comeback after injury, training at the Le Mans 24 Hours. So that's the overall classification in P2. So another good afternoon at the track for Jackie Chan DC Racing, the new Mighty 38. Car run under Jackie Chan DC Racing banner with technical support from Jota Sport. Reigning ELMS champions, of course, with the previous car that carried that number for them, the Gibson, now in glorious retirement.
5th and 6th position here, the Aston Martin and the Ford GT. That is Johnny Adam and Harry Tinknell.
A couple of young Brits doing battle here. Johnny Adam, Le Mans winner this year, of course. Harry Tinknell, previous Le Mans winner, oddly enough, in that Jota Sport 38. Little doubt in my mind that both of those young men have got a big future in sports car racing for a long time to come. Ben Hanley, meanwhile, still looking for a way by Vitaly Petrov. Still 1.5 seconds between these three cars, battling for 6th position in LMP2. A few minutes to go until the final half hour. Goes the LMP2 leader. This is the Johnny Adam, Harry Tinknell battle. This is the order. These two, with these two in the cars, it was the 1-2, of course, at the Le Mans 24 Hours this year in this class. One of the classic late race battles in modern times, in any class at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Amazing stuff. Great pressure from Johnny Adam. Valiant defence from Jordan Taylor in the Corvette until he ran across the gravel, punctured front left on the Corvette, and was left powerless to resist. A fantastic fighting run from Harry Tinknell in this Ford GT right at the end of the race.
Now here is the leading Porsche coming alongside the Colles and getting squeezed and just realising that it has to take all of the curb and then some, but enough space come the end of the corner. Oh, you don't need any of those moments at this end of a 6-hour race, do you? But he's got a 5-second lead, has Andre Lotterer. 5 seconds ahead of his teammate Timo Bernhard. Have they had a call?
Probably.
You have to believe.
Yeah.
We're in Germany.
Don't risk it. Don't risk what we look like getting at the moment, which is across 2 podiums, 4 Porsche factory cars on 2 podiums.
And remember, the number 1 car didn't score at Le Mans, whereas the number 2 car took a very fat, juicy 50 points home.
Indeed.
So the difference between first and second here today is just 7 points. 25 for the victory, 18 for second place.
A long way to go in this season, very literally, because from here the cars are packed up and are dispatched directly from here for the most part. It's and Alex Lynn. Not Alex Lynn, because it's not here this weekend. Apologies, Ben Hanley. Again wide, will not be allowed to take that place.
Replay. So that's just what we saw a couple of laps ago. You called it live, Graham, that he just gonna...
Thought it looked familiar.
I thought you're just going to have to give him the space back. And that indeed he has done. Graham Loudon looks on and seeing if that number 25 can be there.
Well, with 30 minutes remaining, Toby, prepared to say that we're not going to see 30 minutes without positional change. This battle is well alight, without a shadow of a doubt. So is the LMP2 battle for 6th. So, still, is the battle for 3rd position. Lapierre has got by Besh, by the way, for third position LMP2, so the tic-tac man is ahead, but less than 2 seconds separate them. So 4.3 seconds in the lead of this race, which has not turned out to be Toto's afternoon. It started badly for them with the fuel pump issue as the cars left the grid. 4 the number 8s crawled around. The team turned it around remarkably quickly, but it still cost 5 laps. They are 5 laps that have not been clawed back. So effectively, they have managed to get the best result they possibly could in these circumstances without problems filling the cars ahead of them. Made their way rapidly through the rest of the field. Good, consistent lappery from the number 8, the number 7. Well, led the first hour and a quarter. Thereafter has dropped steadily back. The gap managed by the Porsches ahead. And here comes Ben Hanley, still looking for a way past Vitaly Petrov.
Still looking, but if you look at the graphic, just a bit, the real mover from grid position is the number 51 Ferrari leading GTE Pro, up 7 positions. Sure, the number 26 Ben Hanley has made up the most places because it started at the back behind all the GT cars, all of them. But within class, the Ferrari number 51, Pierre Guidi and Collado, have made up 7 places. They lead the class at the moment by 35.5 seconds. Under half an hour to go as they go down the hill.
Fair to say, Pierre Guidi looked a little ragged in the early part of his first stint, but he's blown those cobwebs away.
Ford, Graham, getting very deep on the brakes. Thought it was going to tag the back of the Aston Martin. Sorry for jumping in, but Harry Tincknell, foot to the floor and through the bulkhead it was for a moment.
He's looking, isn't he, for where this might happen. Mr. Tincknell is in end of Le Mans mode. No doubt.
So Johnny Adam, his last lap time, a 2 minutes flat .03. Tincknell, 1:59.833. As the Colles comes up to pass that duo.
Should say, by the way, in GTM, Miguel Molina has pulled away from Pedro Lamy, now 15 seconds up the road from Lamy. It's one of the DC racing cars, gets out of the way of the approaching lead car. 5 seconds to the good now from Timo Bernhard is Andre Lotterer.
Lotterer over the line here at the Nurburgring. Continues to lead. Timo Bernhard.
Tyres -1 tick. Tyres -1 tick. And then Timo for info. We have some small front aero deg on the front.
Small front aero deg on the front, says Carl Wilson Clark.
Because the plane's dropped off on our right-hand side.
As
the 2 metal posts holding it up, or one of them at least, is no longer there. Either there's been contact or something's been thrown up, a great big lump of rubber or something, and it's just knocked it down.
Rui Kobayashi still as focused as ever. I think it's fair to say that Kamui, I don't think, particularly enjoyed his first outings in sports cars. Remember, did a season with the AF Corsa team in GTE. Did not seem that happy with that experience. He's thoroughly enjoying this. And how long will his lap record at the Le Mans long 24 hours stand for? My guess is a very long time indeed.
So then, the number 91 Porsche comes in. Richard Leet, second position in class. Perfect vision now being given to Leet, who stays in the car. And it's just going to be fuel. Go, 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 go. He's on his way.
Important race in so many ways for Porsche. And, well, just sticking with the GTE Pro battles, effectively, this brings this. If this result goes to the flag like this, 24 minutes time or just a little after, then that brings them very much back into the GTE Pro World Championship.
24 minutes to go. Not 24 hours, that was a month ago. But this is the final 24 minutes of this Nurburgring 6 hours. There you have the Manor, Vitaly Petrov at the helm. And that is the number 26 of Ben Handley trying to get past into the right-hander. The familiar colours on the side of that crash helmet of Handley. They get split momentarily by the number 1 Porsche that leads this race. Andre Lotterer has a lead of 6 seconds. Only 6 seconds after nearly 6 hours. Let us not underestimate or undersay how close this race has been.
Yep, CEFC Manor TRS, the longer but importantly more commercial name for Manor this year in the WEC, and hanging on as best they can, as many points as they can get out of this. Still that battle goes on, still this battle goes on for 5th in GTE Pro. Well, I'll double check my calculations when we get to the end of this race, but at the moment it's going to be quite important for Ford. By my calculations, I think Ferrari are going to take the lead in the Manufacturers' World Championship with this result. Came into this race second to the Ford. Have gained substantially with this result this afternoon, albeit not as much as they could have done with the 71 car hitting problems. Didn't quite see how Harry Tinker lost ground there, but he did just in the last part of that lap. Just about a second in the final sector. That must have been some traffic.
Well, on the podium opposite us, the trophies have already been lined up for the winners and podium men. The Manor continues to stay ahead. Vitaly Petrov staying ahead of Ben Handley. What a battle for 6th position. Handley goes to the inside. Petrov has no answer. He turns in, but it's full of G-drive.
He's been working on that move for about half an hour. Done his homework, looked for where the Russian driver would mount the defence, and good stuff there. Watch, this is where he goes. Look at the wider line, the Russian driver, it doesn't get the opportunity to go defensive, because by the time he looks for it, Handley's already alongside and past. Well done, Ben Handley.
The Toyota coming up behind them to continue its progress. That is the number 8 car. It's the car that had the problem at the beginning of the race. It lost essentially its engine. It crept back with Sebastian Buemi on the warming up lap, left the grid and just didn't really fire into life. Took an age to do that warming up lap. The race director, instead of stopping the process of the start of the race, gave the cars another warm-up lap behind the safety car, the pace car, should I say. And the car then lost 5 laps whilst that fuel pump was being changed.
All of a sudden, with a bit of delay on the last lap, Nick Lapierre has fallen back into the clutches of Matthias Besch.
There's Lapierre in the number 36. There is Besh. Sorry, Graham.
Lost 3 seconds on the last lap to Besh. Lapierre did.
You can't lose 3/10, not 3 seconds.
And meantime, Miguel Molina is mounting a challenge as well. From 12 seconds back, just a couple of laps ago to Matteo Caroli. It's now under 9 seconds, still 20 minutes to go. And at the current rate of catching, that's going to be very close.
There is the leader of the GTE AM class, number 77, with the familiar diamond triangular colour scheme with the Dempsey Proton squad. Nervously looking on, they know, oh yeah, big darkies being left down on the exit of turn 5. They mean business.
Getting close to the window for the final splash and dash for the leading cars, the hybrids. It's 6 tenths and something like 10 laps from memory.
6 stints, yes.
Yes. So we're not a million miles away from that.
And of course, here's the thing. You know, you have the faster, more powerful, and in theory, thirstier LMP1 cars, but they do have the hybrid power. They've only done 5 pit stops compared with the 7 of the leading LMP2 cars.
Indeed, 40 minutes on a stint for the LMP2 cars. Something closer to an hour for the LMP1s. Something a little longer than that for the GTEs. It all adds up into a nice heady cocktail of fun and games on a Sunday afternoon in the Eifel Mountains.
Well, Porsche have known how to win around this racetrack, including the longer track that was, the original Nordschleife. They've won there. And then the first 1,000-kilometre race that took place here in 84 on this shorter racetrack, well, Porsche won that. But let's wait another 18 minutes and see what 2017 has got up its sleeve in front of us here today. There you have the Aston still ahead. That is Johnny Adam ahead of Harry Tincknell.
Tink's closing in. Johnny Adam knows full well where the Ford man is.
You have to take your hat off to that leading Ferrari in GTE Pro. It continues to romp ahead.
No, well, now we know the Porsches have effectively been told to hold station. It's been cracking stuff.
That's a bit of a touch, is it? Tincknell getting so close. Is he getting through? So Tincknell gets through with the Ford ahead of the Aston Martin. And Tincknell takes 5th position in GTE Pro.
Now, it'd be good to see the lead up to that move. That didn't look likely at that point, did it?
Just a good run. And late on the brakes.
I wonder if Johnny Adams' brakes are beginning to go away, or even the grip for the Dunlops. Let's have a look and see.
Yeah, the
Johnny took tyres last time, so that shouldn't be an issue at this stage.
The nose went down at about the same time for the Aston Martin.
He's coming in.
So Johnny Adam, the last splash and dash.
Into comes one of the factory Ferraris. I think that may have been. It's the lead car. The 51 car is on pit road as well.
So the leader has 90 seconds, essentially, of a lead over the Porsche. Splash and dash is 45, 50 seconds, give or take. The fuel line is in for the leading Ferrari in GTE Pro.
Tyres are ready and will not be required. Good night, Vienna.
Putting tyres out just in case they're needed, putting tyres out as a bluff as well.
Yep, Pierre Guidi will finish this race, will complete this race aboard that car.
So the leader continues with that 13.5-second advantage. 13.75 second advantage, to be precise, ahead of its sister car, Timo Bernhard. What a show. What progress they have made with this new high downforce package, and he comes into the pits. So Andre Lotterer, the leader, coming in for a splash and dash, 6 stints plus 10 laps, or even less it's going to be, with 14.5 minutes to go. It's a long drive at just 36 miles an hour, 60 kilometers an hour down the home straight. We expect that car there, number 2, to come in a lap's time as Lotterer gets the fuel hose attached. And the mechanic can take his time to remove that tear off, or can he? A little bit of smoke that we've always seen from the rear brakes. Rear left smoking more than the rear right. Just a little bit more smoke coming from there. Fuel going in. Oh, it'll feel like an age for Andre Lotterer, but he knows the strategy. Andreas Seidel has worked out the strategy with the crew to know that that's the last time that it will have stopped in this motor race. And immediately back up to speed, by definition, straight up to full speed, because he is at the last point on the last garage in the pit lane. There's your leader of the race. That is Timo Bernhard.
Now, surely, no last throw of the drama dice here.
That's what I was thinking. That's why I went quiet. Surely it's got to stop and do its splash and dash.
It most certainly does.
Although it's got to take on 1 lap less worth of fuel.
Correct.
But that won't be enough to take the lead. So then, into the chicane, left, then right. He's surely going to jinx right. Yes, he does. So that dice is going to stay with the house for the time being, isn't it?
So down into the pit lane comes Timo Bernhard. We'll wait for the 2 Toyotas to make their final stops. Miguel Molina still catching Matteo Caroli, but not as quickly. 7.5 seconds, by the way, the gap. And watch this final stop from the leader. What we expect with this final stop. Tear off taken. Fuel goes in. Car is released. 56 seconds in the lane for teammate. 36 seconds for Timo Bernhard. Way less fuel taken. I'm going to use the word insurance. That is how you manage position.
Very good.
Very good indeed.
So, number 2 car retains the lead of this race. Into the lane comes number 7 Toyota. On goes the fuel hose. Tear off. It's all a very familiar routine now, isn't it? Pit lane marshal Antanier watches on. Away goes the Toyota, and away we go. 11 minutes remain. Comes Kamui Kobayashi.
Oh, big smiles all around now, isn't it?
Now they know.
Now they know.
And there goes the number 8 car through. I think we'll make it back on the fuel they've currently got aboard the car. So Bernhard, Lotterer, Kobayashi, Nakajima is the order. Top 3 of those on the lead lap. 5 laps down for that early problem for the number 8 car.
Well, again, the luck not going the way of the Toyota. Goodness me. What have they done in a previous life? What have they done in a previous life? All those Le Mans starts through all the different eras of racing, Group C, GT1, WEC, and even at a 6-hour race.
So, we're looking for battles on pace. What's left in this last 10 minutes? Well, there's a battle for third place in LMP2. Matthias Pescher's not given that up. Takes a second out of Nico Lapierre last time around. That gap under 3 seconds. Mathieu Vassivière is still engaged in battle with Vitaly Petrov, a little further down the order. That is the battle for 7th in LMP2. Mikel Molina again takes time out of Matteo Caroli. That gap under, well, it's now 6.5 seconds. But we'll need to find a chunk of that very soon indeed. We never call foregone conclusions, but there's some big gaps in some significant positions, and unusually perhaps in GT Pro with the number 51 Ferrari. Taken that stop, still holds a 50-second lead.
Yeah, that trophy's going south to Modena, isn't it?
One of the Jackie Chan DC cars. Bit of a wiggle of the hips as it passes. 3 classes in the same corner there as the Porsche 919 goes through too. It's the number 2 car. Goes through to start the 200th lap of this 2017 6 Hours of Nurburgring. Am I correct? It was 194 laps last year. I think it was. We've had an entirely clean race.
We have. I was thinking that earlier, but I deliberately didn't say it because I thought it's just my luck that a safety car comes out. Well, the Porsche is in line to win this GTE AM class. 7 minutes to go, 6 seconds the lead of the blue and grey number 77. Cairoli valiantly keeping that lead intact. Look at him. Molina within sight, the Spaniard just is going to be coming over that horizon in a moment's time. 6 seconds back in his Ferrari, but try as he may, that Porsche still edges away. Not quite going to be enough laps for that Ferrari.
It was indeed 194 laps last year. It was 203 laps the first year we came here in 2015.
We lost time at the beginning because the clock started even before the pace car pulled off.
Yeah, it's going to be mighty close to that. 200 laps now up for Timo Bernhard. 7 minutes to go. I think a record distance is within reach here. Bernhard, together with Brendan Hartley, won this race in 2015 and in 2016. So this would be a triple at the Nürburgring for this number 2 crew, at least 2 of the number 2 crew. Will Bamba added as the replacement for Mark Webber.
Number 2 car continues on. It has that 3-second lead of Timo Bernhard. All just time ticking away.
Meantime, by the way, in GT Pro, it will be a double win for James Collado, who won here last year with Jimmy Bruni. Bruni now off to Porsche. Will be on a double win here.
what a job this car has done in this year. What a job it has done. A brand new team launched only a week before the opening race of the season at Silverstone back in the middle of April. And the number 38 has just dominated. So nearly won Le Mans, let us not forget. And yet, still on the overall podium, won the class, and here it is, lining itself up to get another full score in the hands of Ho Pin Tung, Thomas Laurent and Ollie Jarvis.
Great result for this trio.
It's a bit of a golden goose, isn't it, at the moment?
Amazing.
It's a tremendous golden goose and a tremendous, you know, potentially history-making trio of drivers that they have there, Tung, Laurent and Jarvis.
Will be, I think, a record equaling 10th overall win in the WEC for Timo Bernhard and for Brendan Hartley. That record until now held by the infamous Audi trio of Treluet, Fessler and Andre Lotterer. They will equal that record. Be only a fourth, by the way, class win for Christian Ried, and his first since 2012.
So that nervous time in a garage, they're just waiting for everything to go to plan. They don't want anything to go wrong. World Endurance Championship racing, more than any form of motorsport, knows about last lap dramas. More than any form of motorsport. It's been quite something in recent years in the big race of the championship, the Le Mans 24 Hours. Just under 3 minutes remaining as the cars are beginning to line up in.
Two and a half minutes remain. Timo Bernhard heading for home. 2.4 seconds the gap. Astoundingly, by the way, will only be the second WEC win for James Collado, which amazes me. But a first win for Alessandro Pierguidi.
Ollie Jarvis, Thomas Laurent look on, and not quite able to get to the end of the race, Graham. You thought that it would, but not quite able to get there without a bit of a splash and dash. It will not lose position. It's fourth overall, it's fourth in class, it's 7 laps ahead of the guy behind him.
They'll show at the end of the nozzle, that will be enough. Just a sniff of what's in there.
Thimble.
This is frustrating, isn't it, for him? Away he goes. And by the way, also, by the look of things, although that gap is still coming down, it's not going to come down quickly enough, will be debut WEC wins for both Matteo Caroli and Marvin Dienst.
So then, the last lap now started for the two Porsches. It is Timo Bernhard, Earl Bamber and Brendan Hartley who have got their hands on the full score. The number 1 Porsche there, Andre Lotterer, together with Neil Jani and Nick Tandy. Second position for them, it's going to be here in Germany. Well, since the debut of this car at the beginning of the get my sums right. The debut of this car is, as you say, 14. So yeah, it's come here to the Nurburgring, and it's won in 15, 16 and 17.
This will be the 14th win for any iteration of the 919 Hybrid. It will be the 30th class win for Porsche, and with the GTM result, if it stays this way for this final lap, will be the 31st. Doesn't touch Aston Martin's winning record. In fact, Ferrari, with their apparent win in GTE Pro imminent, will equal them on 31. Aston Martin on 33 just now.
domination indeed here in Germany. Timo Bernhard, he may have won the Nurburgring 24 hours on the Nordschleife 5 times, but he's lining himself up here at the Nurburgring in the WEC to win it for the 3rd year on the trot. Porsche, what domination. The trio of victories over the last 3 years. Timo Bernhard, Earl Bamber and Brendan Hartley win the Nürburgring 6 hours for 2017. The sister car is right on its tail. It's a 1-2 for Porsche.
Well done, boys.
And the fireworks indeed. There was no fireworks on track. It was a tense race. It was a close race. And here is James Collado together with Pierre Guidi coming across the line to take their victory in the GTE Pro category. Ferrari dominating here in Germany. That is a big, big win for them after qualifying when they were deep on the grid. Look at that smile from the Englishman. Great stuff for Collado. Here, though, is the number 38, winning again the LMP2 class. This is the Jackie Chan Racing Squad coming over the line. Hope in Tung, Thomas Laurent and Ollie Jarvis taking a maximum score in LMP2. There is no stopping that team at the moment. What a result. China will be on its feet again, cheering them over the line. Now we've just got one more class to come over the line. We're waiting to see Matteo Cairoli in the number 77 to make it a second Porsche class victory here out of the 4 classes that we've got in the World Endurance Championship. Well, Timo Bernhard, he started the race. He finished Le Mans as the winning driver, and he's finished the Nürburgring as the winning driver. Here is the Italian Matteo Cairoli coming over the line. One more corner to go in the GTE AM category. Christian Reed, Marvin Dienst, his co-drivers. He flashes the lights. He celebrates as he takes the checkered flag. Porsche winning in GTE AM, just ahead of the Spaniard Molina's Ferrari, just 4.6 seconds ahead. That was a close race.
That was a great race in GTM again. 95 Aston Martin having a smoky departure from Lyman off for attempting some donuts there from Nicky Team finishing that race. Well, dominant. I think dominance is what the theme of the day is. Dominance eventually from Porsche, dominance from Jackie Chan DC Racing, dominance from Ferrari, and a close finish in GTE AM. And 2 very happy young men aboard that number 77 car. But, well, 100% record for this man, Timo Bernhard, and for his teammate Brendan Hartley here at the Nürburgring in the FIWEC, and a first win in the Nürburgring in the 6-hour discipline for Earl Bamber. Great stuff.
So the car wins its second race of the 2017 season. It won Le Mans and it's won at home in Germany. And do not ever underestimate how important that is for the history of Porsche. They get the history of motorsport. That's why they're here, for crying out loud.
Absolutely.
That's exactly why they're here, as well as developing the future mission sports car, future sports car technology. And remember, you know, on this short circuit, it's the 4th victory for Porsche in a 6-hour or 1,000k race, because it was Beloff and Bell who won here in '84. So it's the 4th victory for Porsche on this shorter track in a World Championship race.
Fabulous stuff. And yeah, when Porsche go about this task of tackling endurance racing, you know you're going to see something pretty special. Well, it's not their job to make it close. It's their job to make it dominant. Exactly. That's exactly what they've done.
The engineers are employed to make a racing car that doesn't break and gets to the end of the race, and by the time the flag falls, be the leading car. And that's exactly what they've done. What the opposition do, as you're inferring, is not their problem.
Concern. Absolutely. So great stuff from this winning crew, the number 2 car. Jackie Chan DC Racing, meanwhile, will secure a 46-point lead, I believe, in the championship.
That's nearly result. 2 clear race wins worth of points.
Let's not forget, though, another great dominant performance this pair. Alessandro Pierguidi's first win in the WEC as a Ferrari factory driver. James Gallardo, a season-long teammate now, this new partnership for 2017. Visibly delighted with that. It's not been... It has not been an easy start to the season for this pair, and this puts them right back in the hunt. Astounding run from this team, 38 car. Let's not forget, this is the same as 9 of the other cars in this field, the same. And yet this car has come home actually at the flag with a laps advantage. Just that's the way the cars finished on the road. Slightly flatters it, but it was around a minute to the good. That is an amazing, amazing record. And if my maths are correct, and I wouldn't guarantee it, I think that gives them a 46-point advantage.
Okay, well, as the LMP2 guys make their way down pit lane, celebrating Hope in Tongue, Ollie Jarvis and Thomas Laurent, let's catch up with the winner of this race, Germany's Timo Bernhard, winning at the Nurburgring.
Well, from Le Mans to Nurburgring, home ground, and you've got that win. Well done.
Yeah, it was a great work, I have to say. Great team effort from the whole Porsche team. I think there was we saw both cars could have won today. I mean, thank you to car 1. At the end, we had to bring it home because, yeah, we were fighting the Toyota number 7. We were clean in front of them. And then our teammates, I have to say, would have deserved the victory as well, as much as we did. And thank you to the whole team, and thank you to car crew 1. They were very quick today. And we saw today that the cars went back and forth a couple of times. There were close fights until the last hour, and yeah, it was cool and feels awesome.
Now, Earl told me earlier you've got a nickname. What is it? King of the Nurburgring?
Yeah, that's what my 2 Kiwi guys call me, but I wouldn't repeat it, but yeah, they like to say it. But actually, they like it more. They say it in German, so Ringkönig, they say, but okay, they take fun of me, I think.
Thanks, Your Highness.
Your Highness. Very good, Louise. Yes, the Nürburgring.
Ringkönig. I like that.
I do as well.
There's a T-shirt. I can feel a T-shirt coming on.
Well, 5 times a winner of the 24-hour race.
Great
and
stuff.
now 3 times a winner of the World Endurance Championship race. He is never going to drive for anybody else except Porsche. He is Porsche. You know?
And, well, here's another team that is very much Porsche. Proton competition under the Dempsey Proton banner. Christian Ried, his first race win in the WEC since 2012, his 4th overall. These 2 young men that drive with him this year, Marvin Dienst and Matteo Caroli, bringing the 77 car, a 2015 spec Porsche, no less. So here's a bit of bigging up for the technical crew here to balance the performance between a 2015 Porsche and the car that was chasing it down, the 2016 spec, new spec, Ferrari 488. Great stuff. Good race in GTE Am. Good racing down through the field in the other classes, and some real domination. Not something we've seen for a while in the F1 WEC, but domination for, well, at least 2 of the cars, arguably 3 of the cars in the lineup we can see beneath the podium there, Toby.
I mean, that race at the beginning of the 6 hours with the GTE Pro category, quite something,
oh, yes.
Wasn't it? It was just brilliant, so riveting.
Well, I'm sure BMW would have been watching this thinking, either we can't wait to get into it, or good grief, this is what we're going to look forward to.
We've got some testing to do between now and the opening race of 2018 for GTE Pro. The race started under heavy skies, and little did we know it was going to be so close. The big management from Porsche were here, and the fans were here as well to see the Toyota lead off the front row of the grid, but alas, only 1 Toyota, because the number 8 car had a fuel pump problem on the warming up lap. It immediately lost 5 laps, so it was 1 Toyota versus 2 Porsches. Everybody got through the first corner, but not the second, as the Alpine made contact with one of the Manners and was in the grass. The GTE Pro battle electrifying. So was the LMP2 fight in the early laps. Then the Porsche number 2 got ahead to take the lead of the Nürburgring 6 hours. the Toyota, try as it may, couldn't quite keep up with the newly spec'd Porsche with its new high downforce aerodynamic package. Then the sister Porsche got through. The Toyota was third. Glum faces indeed with the Japanese squad. GTE Pro saw the Ferrari cutting through, making progress, getting eventually up through to the leads with Pierre Guidi and James Calado. The two Porsches leading the race overall battled. It was one way, then the other way, then the other again. There was a touch between Nick Tandy and Harry Tincknell. Tinkers went into the gravel. He was aggrieved. It was a racing incident. Then there was a parting of the Red Sea as the battle for the lead went on, and the number 2 Porsche had to go through the slower run-on, and the sister car nipped ahead. Then, as they went towards the end of the race, the number 2 car was seeing if it could close in on the leading sister car, number 1. In the end, the Caroli Dempsey Porsche was knowing that it was under big pressure from behind, as all the other classes had a pretty easy run towards the finish. But come the flag, it was Timo Bernhard, Earl Bamber and Brendan Hartley who took the victory here at the Nurburgring and putting an almighty lead into their championship challenge. Nick Tandy, Andre Lotterer there looking on. Well, second place for us today. It's a team effort.
It's a team effort, and it's one of the days where I'm afraid they're just going to bite the lip and just pat their teammates on the shoulder and say, well done, lads. They won't be feeling great about that, but you know what? Heck of a battle. What this racing gives, it takes away sometimes. They will have their days. Perhaps slightly less happy crew. Some signs of real fight there for Paquito Lopez. Good to watch his pace in the early parts of this race. But ultimately, the Toyota just did not have the fire in the belly that it needed to deal with the Porsche threat. There's Emilio Lopez, Kamui Kobayashi, Mike Conway from the number 7 Toyota. Third position today was the best that they could manage.
You know, only just over a minute back was the Toyota. 1.6 seconds back was the second position Porsche. The winners here in Germany. A Porsche 1-2. Do not underestimate how important that is. Mobile phones are already ringing all over the world with the news going to the men who pay for this project, the men who drive this project. If they weren't already here, they now know.
Oh, yes.
Timo Bernhard feel at the moment.
Oh, yes.
You know, you come out of Le Mans thinking you're going to lose it, then you win it, tears in his eyes. He said, Toby, I never before cry in a car. But he did at Le Mans this year.
He did. It matters so much. We saw it last year, didn't we? And, you know, there was some, frankly, ill-founded criticism of the scenes in the Porsche garage as that drama unfolded. But look for a moment, Mark Lieb, lifelong Porsche driver, had never had the opportunity to take that win. And for that to emerge in front of him, what must the emotion have been? It's the same for these guys, to actually fight as hard as they did, for as long as they did, back from what must have seemed an insurmountable barrier for the cars to just fall their way. What a remarkable story.
We come to these races, Graham, Yeah, we see them, we follow their action and their stuff during the week, but essentially we dip in and out. These guys do it every single day.
Absolutely.
It's in their minds. It's in the forefront of their thought process of how they can be victorious. And it is another win for Porsche as the manufacturer's trophy gets given out.
And a huge step towards Drivers' Championship for this trio.
Massive, massive. They've taken full score in the last 2 races, but essentially it's 3 races worth of points. Well, 50 at Le Mans and 25 here.
A full score and limiting their nearest rivals limited to 4th.
Confirmation of the result here. Porsche 1 and 2, just a couple of seconds between them. The leading Toyota just over 64 seconds back. Winning the LMP2 class was the number 38 Jackie Chan squad. The GT Pro being won by Ferrari ahead of the 2 Porsches. Good drive that's by that Ferrari. Great drive to beat the Porsches here. And in the orange GTE AM category, the Dempsey Porsche winning ahead of the Ferrari Spirit of Race team, and then the Aston Martin number 98. 3rd for them today.
I think, and kind of using fingers and toes, I think the Jackie Chan GT Racing guys, they retain 3rd in the World Championship points standings for drivers with that result.
30 points, the advantage of Hartley, Bamber and Bernhard over the Toyota. And what a result, as you say. Once more for the LMP2 car, number 38, to hold 3rd overall in amongst the 4 regular LMP1H cars.
Amazing stuff. So what we've really seen, I think the points tables we see as these podium presentations continue, is a big step forward for Porsche and for this number 2 crew.
Don't drop the bottle, don't drop the bottle, don't drop the bottle.
Done,
super stuff.
Sign him up for the England team, we need him. But 40 points to the good in the World Manufacturers' Championship stakes. That's another big result for Porsche. So while that's been going on in LMP1, while Jackie Chan DC Racing had taken a big step forward in LMP2, the other 2 championships are now blown wide open again. GT Pro. And Michael Christensen, the number 91, number 92 crew. Makovic and Richard Leitz in the 2nd position. Another fantastic result for Porsche, let's not forget. But today, they had to give best to an extraordinary performance from Alessandro Pierguidi. There, ahead of him, James Collado, the number 51 AF Corsa, entered Ferrari 488 GTE. Brings them storming back up the point standings. And a first World Championship race win for Alessandro Pierguidi. A big moment for that young man. Big smiles for both the Ferrari men. So Lindsay Owen Jones, the head of the FI Insurance Commission, will be presenting the trophies for this one. Ex endurance racer himself back in the McLaren F1 days.
Certainly was in the Golf car. I think they changed colours a few times, but how cool is that to say, yeah, I drove in the McLaren F1 GTR.
Well, anyone that spends time with Sir Lindsay will know he gets it.
Oh, yes.
You need to get endurance racing. He gets it. A firm, an absolutely vital, ambassador for this part of the sports within the FIA.
A hugely successful businessman, and
a gentleman too. There, you see, removing the lady from harm's way with the champagne incoming.
I think he might have just trodden on a toe by accident, but he apologised profusely immediately as it's time for the bubbly, and the team boss gets in first.
Well done, sir.
And hey, James Collado, came through the karting, the whole single-seater thing, but he's come to endurance racing.
Well, James, I've told this story before, actually apologised to me a couple of years ago for being perhaps a little miserable in his first year or so, having given up his Formula 1 dream.
Yeah.
And he, Fuji, a couple of years back, said to me, I've realised I'm in the time of my life, great championship, fantastic cars. I'm in the Ferrari factory team. The paddock is wonderful. This is what I want to do for the rest of my career.
And that's what they have just done today, to be 50 seconds ahead of the home team. Porsche second and third, Aston Martin, then Ford, Aston Martin, and then Ferrari a little bit further back. The Ferrari had a problem with gear selection, gear shifting, and that meant that it had to lose those laps in the garage. But Andy Priaulx, Harry Tincknell continue to lead the GT World Endurance Championship, just 10 points ahead of Pipo Derani,
who will play at the moment no further part. So the next in the order are the Makovic Leitz crew,
11 points behind. So yeah, they are on course, and don't forget that Andy Priaulx, already a 3-time world touring car champion and a 1-time European touring car champion, as well as Ford and Ferrari level on points in GT manufacturers.
Come into the pits.
Six hours of Mexico. The spirit of Le Mans is coming to Mexico.
So just over a month and a half off before the 3rd of September and the 6 hours of Mexico. And that'll be the halfway point of the season. Still a lot of racing still to go.
Very hard-fought podium for the Cyclistic Alpine team, defending champions.
Yep.
Felipe Albuquerque helping the Vaillon Rebellion team to a morale-boosting second place with the 31 crew. Bruno Senna, Felipe Albuquerque. But who can stop the freight train that is the new mighty 38? Hope in Tongue, Thomas Laurent, Oliver Jarvis. Absolutely astonishing stuff.
It just seems sometimes there are lucky numbers in certain categories of sport. It's 100 on 2 wheels on the Dakar. That's a lucky number.
7 at Le Mans has often been the one.
7 at Le Mans, and this 38 is carving its own brilliant furrow.
To hearing the Chinese national anthem. David Cheng there. I'm sure that video will be making its way to the Far East in moments.
It'll be waking up Jackie Chan because it's very early in the morning out there, isn't it? If he is in China at the moment. Well, he's certainly been hopefully watching and keeping in touch, but catching up with Alex Brundle in the sister car yesterday, he says you do not know how big it is out there until you see it. It is just incredible. Incredible.
And Felix from Dunlop handing out the trophies. Of course, it's an old Dunlop podium here in LMP2. Developments made by Dunlop for these new, very challenging LMP2 cars. Well, what a poster boy he's going to be for Chinese motorsport if this carries on the way it looks like going for the remainder of the season.
And Thomas Laurent for French motorsport.
Absolutely.
And Ollie Jarvis, there he was, the depths of despair after the Audi pullout.
Absolutely.
And he can't stop winning. Brilliant, brilliant for 2017. Let's have a look and see how it finished. The number 38 winning by just over a minute ahead of the Rebellion. Another half a minute back then to the Alpine, and only 6 seconds ahead of the other Rebellion. But as Graham was saying earlier, those cars are all the same.
Absolutely.
Same chassis, same engine, and yet it is Ho Pin Tung, Ollie Jarvis and Thomas Laurent who win today to extend their championship lead. 46 points confirmed. We both shake our heads in the commentary box here.
Wow.
And with 25 points available for a win, they're as good as going to be leading going into Fuji in the middle of October.
To give you an idea of the domination there, as we see the similar position in the Teams Championship, they lead by the same amount as G-Drive have got.
So the action and drama was here at the Nurburgring. It's tense at the beginning. And the mechanics' work was soon done. Everybody got on their way. The leading Toyota was running away with things as its sister car was already in the garage with a terrible bad luck. The drama was close as the heat was on. Another classic Nürburgring. Next up, we've got our GTE AM podium. There is the Canadian Paul Dallalana. Smile on his face as always. Pedrolami, Matthias Lauda making their way out to their third position today.
Paul Dallalana looking pleased with his efforts today. Great result for this trio. Gamelina there. DTM man, Thomas Fleur on the right, Francesco Castellacci in the middle, 54 Spirited Race Crew, but here's a happy man, Christian Reed. Porsche's equivalent, they of course are, I reckon, Proton competition. Great team, always family owned. Gerald Reed and Christian Reed, a big part of this. And these two young men, Marvin Dienst, Matteo Caroli. Get used to hearing their names. just seen the caps there. Reminds me of something else. It is a tyre war in GTM. The Porsches and the Aston Martin on Dunlops this year. I believe that is the first Porsche win in the WEC on Dunlop rubber. I don't think that's happened before.
Operation Manager Ocean Freight.
DHL's Ocean Freights Manager will present the trophies. Logistics partner for the WEC in a fight for all of that. And boy, have they got an evening on their hands tonight once these all the garages, cars packed up. The trucks, for the most part, will return home more or less empty tonight or tomorrow morning, as these cars will be making their way directly to Mexico City.
Well, try as he may, there weren't quite enough laps, not quite enough minutes left on the clock for that Ferrari to topple the number 77 Porsche. It was close.
Under 5 seconds at the flag.
And great for Spain, because there's not very many Spaniards in endurance racing. Full stop.
At this level,
full stop. Only one Spaniard has ever won Le Mans.
Does your heart good to see a privateer team owner like Christian Reed being a big part of this result today? He's clearly absolutely delighted.
Well, they're all grabbing the bubbly and they get stuck in.
Just spotted in the crowd underneath the podium, actually on the track. So it might be a significant part of the WEC next year. Look at Tony, who is one of the design team for the Ginetta LMP1 next year, in the cheering crowd underneath the podium here.
Good to know that they're all fans. The number 77 Porsche winning by 4.6 seconds. It was close. The whole podium covered by 43 seconds. The closest podium that we've had here today.
And close up this championship as well.
So the Nurburgring writing yet more history after its formation in 1927. And here we are in 2017. And how close is that?
Oh, good grief.
For a GTE AM podium. Look at it. It is level pegging, only the tie break going towards Sarwar Griffin at the top of the table.
And the third place car crew 2 points back. Top three separated by 2 points. Amazing.
You just know this is going to go down to the last lap in Bahrain.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. That's what you want in a World Championship like this. Clearwater Racing, though, lead in the Teams Trophy. Complex maths required here. It revolves around guest entries at Le Mans as to why there's a difference. But Dempsey Proton Racing closing in dramatically. And Aston Martin Racing's 98, just 10 points away from the lead, 2 points away from Dempsey Proton Racing. This is going to be close.
Nurburgring has been another fantastic destination for the FIA World Endurance Championship. But for Porsche, come the end of the 6 hours, it has been, well, truly fantastic. Out of the 3 classes in which they were entered, they won 2 of them. But most importantly, for the big bosses, it has been an outright victory for Porsche. In fact, it's been a 1-2 in the LMP1 class. Timo Bernhard, Earl Bamber, and Brendan Hartley winning for the 3rd year on the trot the Nürburgring 6 hours. And Ferrari winning the GTE Pro category for the 2nd year on the trot as well. What a great result for them. From Graham Goodwin and myself, Toby Moody, it's been a pleasure to bring you the coverage. We look forward to Mexico on September the 3rd.
Come into the pit, to the pits. Keep pushing.
6 hours of Mexico. The spirit of Le Mans is coming to Mexico.